Chapter 1 of Clouds of Witness by Dorothy Sayers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirsten Wever. Clouds of Witness by Dorothy Sayers. Chapter 1 of His Malice, Aforethought. Oh, who hath done this deed? Othello. Lord Peter Wimsey stretched himself luxuriously between the sheets provided by the Hotel Malice. After his exertions in the unravelling of the Battersea Mystery, he had followed Sir Julian Freke's advice and taken a holiday. He had felt suddenly weary of breakfasting every morning before his view over the Green Park. He had realized that the picking up of first editions at sales afforded insufficient exercise for a man of 33. The very crimes of London were over-sophisticated. He had abandoned his flat and his friends and fled to the wilds of Corsica. For the last 3 months he had forsworn letters, newspapers, and telegrams. He had tramped about the mountains, admiring from a cautious distance the wild beauty of Corsican peasant women, and studying the vendetta in its natural haunt. In such conditions, murder seemed not only reasonable but lovable. Bunter, his confidential man and assistant sleuth, had nobly sacrificed his civilized habits, had let his master go dirty and even unshaven, and had turned his faithful camera from the recording of fingerprints to that of craggy scenery. It had been very refreshing. Now, however, the call of the blood was upon Lord Peter. They had returned late last night in a vile train to Paris, and had picked up their luggage. The autumn light, filtering through the curtains, touched caressingly the silver-topped bottles on the dressing-table, outlined an electric lamp-shade and the shape of the telephone. A noise of running water near by proclaimed that Bunter had turned on the bath, H&C, and was laying out scented soap, bath salts, the huge bath sponge, for which there had been no scope in Corsica, and the delightful flesh brush with the long handle, which rasped you so agreeably all down the spine. Contrast, philosophized Lord Peter sleepily, is life. Corsica, Paris, then London. Good morning, Bunter. Good morning, my lord. Fine morning, my lord. Your lordship's bath-water is ready. Thanks, said Lord Peter. He blinked at the sunlight. It was a glorious bath. He wondered, as he soaked in it, how he could have existed in Corsica. He wallowed happily and sang a few bars of a song. In a soporific interval he heard the valet de chambre bringing in coffee and rolls. Coffee and rolls! He heaved himself out with a splash, towelled himself luxuriously, enveloped his long mortified body in a silken bathrobe, and wandered back. To his immense surprise, he perceived Mr. Bunter calmly replacing all the fittings in his dressing-case. Another astonished glance showed him the bags, scarcely opened the previous night, repacked, relabelled, and standing ready for a journey. "I say, Bunter, what's up?" said his lordship. "We're staying here a fortnight, you know." "Excuse me, my lord," said Mr. Bunter deferentially. but having seen the Times, delivered here every morning by air, my lord, and very expeditious, I'm sure, all things considered, I made no doubt your lordship would be wishing to go to Riddlesdale at once." "Riddlesdale!" exclaimed Peter. "What's the matter? Anything wrong with my brother?" For answer, Mr. Bunter handed him the paper, folded open at the heading, "Riddlesdale Inquest. Duke of Denver arrested on murder charge." Lord Peter stared, as if hypnotized. "I thought your lordship wouldn't wish to miss anything," said Mr. Bunter. "So I took the liberty—" Lord Peter pulled himself together. "When's the next train?" he asked. "I beg your lordship's pardon. I thought your lordship would wish to take the quickest route. I took it on myself to book 2 seats in the aeroplane Victoria. She starts at 11:30. Lord Peter looked at his watch. 10 o'clock, he said. "Very well, you did quite right. Dear me, poor old Gerald arrested for murder. Uncommonly worrying for him, poor chap. Always hated my being mixed up with police courts. Now he's there himself. Lord Peter Wimsey in the witness box. Very distressing to feelings of a brother. Duke of Denver in the dock. Worse still. Dear me. Well, I suppose one must have breakfast." "Yes, my lord. Full account of the inquest in the paper, my lord." "Yes. Who's on the case, by the way?" "Mr. Parker, my lord." "Parker. That's good. Splendid old Parker. Wonder how he managed to get put onto it. How do things look, Bunter?" "If I may say so, my lord, I fancy the investigation will prove very interesting. There are several extremely suggestive points in the evidence, my lord." "From a criminological point of view, I dare say it is interesting," replied his lordship, sitting down cheerfully to his café au lait. "But it's deuced awkward for my brother all the same, having no turn for criminology, what?" "Ah, well," said Mr. Bunter, "they say, my lord, there's nothing like having a personal interest." The inquest was held today at Riddlesdale, in the North Riding of Yorkshire, on the body of Captain Dennis Cathcart, which was found at 3 o'clock on Thursday morning, lying just outside the conservatory door of the Duke of Denver's shooting box, Riddlesdale Lodge. Evidence was given to show that deceased had quarrelled with the Duke of Denver on the preceding evening, and was subsequently shot in a small thicket adjoining the house. A pistol belonging to the Duke was found near the scene of the crime. A verdict of murder was returned against the Duke of Denver. Lady Mary Wimsey, sister of the Duke, who was engaged to be married to the deceased, collapsed after giving evidence, and is now lying seriously ill at the lodge. The Duchess of Denver hastened from town yesterday, and was present at the inquest. Full report on page 12. "Poor old Gerald," thought Lord Peter as he turned to page 12. "And poor old Mary. I wonder if she really was fond of the fellow. Mother always said not, but Mary never would let on about herself." The full report began by describing the little village of Riddlesdale, where the Duke of Denver had recently taken a small shooting box for the season. When the tragedy occurred, the Duke had been staying there with a party of guests. In the Duchess's absence, Lady Mary Wimsey had acted as hostess. The other guests were Colonel and Mrs. Marchbanks, the Honourable Frederick Arbuthnot, Mr. and Mrs. Pettigrew Robinson, and the dead man, Dennis Cathcart. The first witness was the Duke of Denver, who claimed to have discovered the body. He gave evidence that he was coming into the house by the conservatory door at 3 o'clock in the morning of Thursday, October 14th, when his foot struck against something. He had switched on his electric torch and seen the body of Dennis Cathcart at his feet. He had at once turned it over and seen that Cathcart had been shot in the chest. He was quite dead. As Denver was bending over the body, he heard a cry in the conservatory, and, looking up, saw Lady Mary Wimsey gazing out, horror-struck. She came out by the conservatory door and exclaimed at once, "Oh, God, Gerald, you've killed him!" Sensation. The coroner. "Were you surprised by that remark?" Duke of Denver. "Well, I was so shocked and surprised at the whole thing. I think I said to her, 'Don't look,' and she said, 'Oh, it's Dennis. Whatever can have happened? Has there been an accident?' I stayed with the body and sent her up to rouse the house." The coroner. "Did you expect to see Lady Mary Wimsey in the conservatory?" Duke of Denver. "Really, as I say, I was so astonished all round, don't you know? I didn't think about it." The coroner. "Do you remember how she was dressed?" Duke of Denver. "I don't think she was in her pyjamas." Laughter. "I think she had a coat on." The coroner. "I understand that Lady Mary Wimsey was engaged to be married to the deceased?" Duke of Denver. "Yes." The coroner. "He was well known to you?" Duke of Denver. "He was the son of an old friend of my father's. His parents are dead. I believe he lived chiefly abroad. I ran across him during the war, and in 1919 he came to stay at Denver. He became engaged to my sister at the beginning of this year." The coroner. "With your consent and that of the family?" Duke of Denver. "Oh, yes, certainly." The coroner. "What kind of man was Captain Cathcart?" Duke of Denver. "Well, he was a sahib and all that. I don't know what he did before he joined in 1914. I think he lived on his income. His father was well off, crack shot, good at games, so on. I never heard anything against him till that evening." The coroner. "What was that?" Duke of Denver. "Well, the fact is, it was deuced queer. If anybody but Tommy Freeborn had said it, I should never have believed it." Sensation. The coroner. "I'm afraid I must ask your grace of what, exactly, you had to accuse the deceased." Duke of Denver. "Well, I don't exactly accuse him. An old friend of mine made a suggestion. Of course, I thought it must be all a mistake, so I went to Cathcart, and, to my amazement, he practically admitted it. Then we both got angry, and he told me to go to the devil, and rushed out of the house." Renewed sensation. The coroner. "When did this quarrel occur?" Duke of Denver. "On Wednesday night. That was the last I saw of him." Unparalleled sensation. The coroner. Please, please, we cannot have this disturbance. Now, will your grace kindly give me, as far as you can remember it, the exact history of this quarrel?" Duke of Denver. "Well, It was like this. We'd had a long day on the moors, and had dinner early, and about 9:30 we began to feel like turning in. My sister and Mrs. Pettigrew Robinson toddled on up, and we were having a last peg in the billiard-room when Fleming, that's my man, came in with the letters. They come rather any old time in the evening, you know, we being 2.5 miles from the village. No, I wasn't in the billiard-room at that time. I was locking up the gun-room. The letter was from an old friend of mine I hadn't seen for years, Tom Freeborn. Used to know him at the house. The coroner. Whose house? Duke of Denver. Oh, Christchurch, Oxford. He wrote to say he'd seen the announcement of my sister's engagement in Egypt. The coroner. In Egypt? Duke of Denver. I mean, he was in Egypt. Tom Freeborn, you see. That's why he hadn't written before. He engineers. He went out there after the war was over, you see, and being somewhere up near the sources of the Nile, he doesn't get the papers regularly. He said would I excuse him now for interfering in a very delicate matter and all that, but did I know who Cathcart was? Said he'd met him in Paris during the war, and he lived by cheating at cards. Said he could swear to it, with details of a row there'd been in some French place or other. Said he knew I'd want to chaw his head off, Freeborn's, I mean, for butting in, but he'd seen the man's photo in the paper, and he thought I ought to know. The coroner. Did this letter surprise you? Duke of Denver. Couldn't believe it at first. If it hadn't been old Tom Freeborn, I'd have put the thing in the fire straight off. And even as it was, I didn't quite know what to think. I mean, it wasn't as if it had happened in England, you know. I mean to say, Frenchmen get so excited about nothing. Only there was Freeborn, and he isn't the kind of man that makes mistakes. The coroner. What did you do? Duke of Denver. Well, the more I looked at it, the less I liked it, you know. Still, I couldn't quite leave it like that, so I thought the best way was to go straight to Cathcart. They'd all gone up while I was sitting thinking about it, so I went up and knocked at Cathcart's door. He said, "What's that?" or "Who the devil's that?" or something of the sort, and I went in. "Look here," I said, "can I have a word with you?" "Well, cut it short, then," he said. I was surprised. He wasn't usually rude. "Well," I said, "fact is, I've had a letter I don't much like the look of, and I thought the best thing to do was to bring it straight away to you and have the whole thing cleared up. It's from a man, a very decent sort, old college friend, who says he's met you in Paris." "Paris," he said, in a most unpleasant way. "Paris? What the hell do you want to come talking to me about Paris for?" "Well," I said, "don't talk like that, because it's misleading under the circumstances." "What are you driving at?" says Cathcart. "Spit it out, and go to bed, for God's sake." I said, "Right-o, I will. It's a man called Freeborn, who says he knew you in Paris, and that you made money cheating at cards." I thought he'd break out at that, but all he said was, "What about it?" "What about it?" I said. "Well, of course, it's not the sort of thing I'm going to believe like that, right bang slap off without any proofs." Then he said a funny thing. He said, "Beliefs don't matter. It's what one knows about people." Do you mean to say you don't deny it? I said. It's no good my denying it, he said. You must make up your own mind. Nobody could disprove it. And then he suddenly jumped up, nearly knocking the table over, and said, I don't care what you think or what you do if you'll only get out. For God's sake, leave me alone. Look here, I said. You needn't take it that way. I don't say I do believe it. In fact, I said, I'm sure there must be some mistake. Only you being engaged to Mary, I said, I couldn't just let it go at that without looking into it, could I? Oh, says Cathcart, if that's what's worrying you, then it needn't. That's off. I said, what? He said, our engagement. Off? I said. But I was talking to Mary about it only yesterday. I haven't told her yet, he said. Well, I said, I think that's damned cool. Who the hell do you think you are to come here and jilt my sister? Well, I said quite a lot, first and last. You can get out, I said. I've no use for swine like you. I will, he said, and he pushed past me and slammed downstairs and out of the front door and banged it after him. The coroner. What did you do? Duke of Denver. I ran into my bedroom, which has a window over the conservatory, and shouted out to him not to be a silly fool. It was pouring with rain and beastly cold. He didn't come back, so I told Fleming to leave the conservatory door open in case he thought better of it, and went to bed. The coroner. What explanation can you suggest for Cathcart's behavior? Duke of Denver. None. I was simply staggered. But I think he must somehow have got wind of the letter and knew the game was up. The coroner. Did you mention the matter to anybody else? Duke of Denver. No, it wasn't pleasant, and I thought I'd better leave it till the morning. The coroner. So you did nothing further in the matter? Duke of Denver. No, I didn't want to go out hunting for the fellow. I was too angry. Besides, I thought he'd change his mind before long. 'Twas a brute of a night, and he'd only a dinner jacket. The coroner. Then you just went quietly to bed and never saw deceased again? Duke of Denver. Not till I fell over him outside the conservatory at 3 a.m. The coroner. Ah, yes. Now, can you tell us how you came to be out of doors at that time? Duke of Denver, hesitating. I didn't sleep well. I went out for a stroll. The coroner. At 3 o'clock in the morning? Duke of Denver. Yes. With sudden inspiration. You see, my wife's away. Laughter, and some remarks from the back of the room. The coroner. Silence, please. You mean to say that you got up at that hour of an October night to take a walk in the garden in the pouring rain? Duke of Denver. Yes, just a stroll. Laughter. The coroner. At what time did you leave your bedroom? Duke of Denver. Oh, about 2:30, I should think. The coroner. Which way did you go out? Duke of Denver. By the conservatory door. The coroner. The body was not there when you went out? Duke of Denver. Oh, no. The coroner. Or you would have seen it? Duke of Denver. Lord, yes. I'd have had to walk over it. The coroner. Exactly where did you go? Duke of Denver. Vaguely. Oh, just a roundabout. The coroner. You heard no shot? Duke of Denver. No. The coroner. Did you go far away from the conservatory door and the shrubbery? Duke of Denver. Well, I was some way away. Perhaps that's why I didn't hear anything. It must have been. Coroner. Were you as much as a quarter of a mile away? Duke of Denver. I should think I was. Oh, yes, quite. The coroner. More than a quarter of a mile away? Duke of Denver. Possibly. I walked about briskly because it was cold. Coroner. In which direction? Duke of Denver, with visible hesitation. Round at the back of the house, towards the bowling green. Coroner. The bowling green? Duke of Denver, more confidently. Yes. The coroner. But if you were more than a quarter of a mile away, you must have left the grounds. Duke of Denver. Yes, I think I did. Yes, I walked about on the moor a bit, you know. Coroner. Can you show us the letter you had from Mr. Freeborn? Duke of Denver. Oh, certainly, if I can find it. I thought I put it in my pocket, but I couldn't find it for that Scotland Yard fellow. The coroner. Can you have accidentally destroyed it? Duke of Denver. No, I'm sure I remember putting it. Oh. Here the witness paused in a very patent confusion and grew red. I remember now. I destroyed it. The coroner. That is unfortunate. How was that? Duke of Denver. I had forgotten. It has come back to me now. I'm afraid it has gone for good. The coroner. Perhaps you kept the envelope? Witness shook his head. The coroner. Then you can show the jury no proof of having ever received it? Duke of Denver. Not unless Fleming remembers it. The coroner. Yes. No doubt we can check it that way. Thank you, Your Grace. Call Lady Mary. The noble lady, who was, until the tragic morning of October 14th, the fiancée of the deceased, aroused a murmur of sympathy on her appearance. Fair and slender, her naturally rosy pink cheeks ashy pale, she seemed overwhelmed with grief. She was dressed entirely in black, and gave her evidence in a very low tone, which was at times almost inaudible. After expressing his sympathy, the coroner asked, How long had you been engaged to the deceased? Witness. About 8 months. The coroner. Where did you first meet him? Witness. At my sister-in-law's house in London. The coroner. When was that? Witness. I think it was June last year. The coroner. You were quite happy in your engagement? Witness. Quite. The coroner. You naturally saw a good deal of Captain Cathcart. Did he tell you much about his previous life? Witness. Not very much. We were not given to mutual confidences. We usually discussed subjects of common interest. The coroner. You had many such subjects? Witness. Oh, yes. Coroner. You never gathered at any time that Captain Cathcart had anything on his mind? Witness. Not particularly. He had seemed a little anxious in the last few days. Coroner. Did he speak of his life in Paris? Witness. He spoke of theatres and amusements there. He knew Paris very well. I was staying in Paris with some friends last February when he was there, and he took us about. That was shortly after our engagement. The coroner. Did he ever speak of playing cards in Paris? Witness. I don't remember. Coroner. With regard to your marriage, had any money settlements been gone into? Witness. I don't think so. The date of the marriage was not in any way fixed. Coroner. He always appeared to have plenty of money? Witness. I suppose so. I didn't think about it. Coroner. You never heard him complain of being hard up? Witness. Everybody complains of that, don't they? The coroner. Was he a man of cheerful disposition? Witness. He was very moody, never the same 2 days together. Coroner. You have heard what your brother says about the deceased wishing to break off the engagement. Had you any idea of this? Witness. Not the slightest. Coroner. Can you think of any explanation now? Witness. Absolutely none. Coroner. There had been no quarrel? Witness. No. Coroner. So far as you knew, on Wednesday evening you were still engaged to the deceased, with every prospect of being married to him shortly? Witness. Yes, certainly, of course. Coroner. He was not, forgive me this very painful question, the sort of man who would have been likely to lay violent hands on himself? Witness. Oh, I never thought. Well, I don't know. I suppose he might have done. That would explain it, wouldn't it? The coroner. Now, Lady Mary, please don't distress yourself. Take your own time. Will you tell us exactly what you heard and saw on Wednesday night and Thursday morning? Witness. I went up to bed with Mrs. Marchbanks and Mrs. Pettigrew Robinson at about 9:30, leaving all the men downstairs. I said good night to Dennis, who seemed quite as usual. I was not downstairs when the post came. I went to my room at once. My room is at the back of the house. I heard Mr. Pettigrew Robinson come up at about 10. The Pettigrew Robinsons sleep next door to me. Some of the other men came up with him. I did not hear my brother come upstairs. At about 10:15, I heard 2 men talking loudly in the passage, and then I heard someone run downstairs and bang the front door. Afterwards, I heard the rapid steps in the passage, and I finally heard my brother shut his door. Then I went to bed. The coroner. You did not inquire the cause of the disturbance? Witness, indifferently. I thought it was probably something about the dogs. The coroner. What happened next? Witness. I woke up at 3:00. Coroner. What wakened you? Witness. I heard a shot. Coroner. You were not awake before you heard it? Witness. I may have been partly awake. I heard it very distinctly. I was sure it was a shot. I listened for a few minutes, and then went down to see if anything was wrong. Coroner. Why did you not call your brother or some other gentleman? Witness, scornfully. Why should I? I thought it was probably only poachers, and I didn't want to make an unnecessary fuss at that unearthly hour. Coroner. Did the shot sound close to the house? Witness. Fairly, I think. It is hard to tell when one is awakened by a noise. It always sounds so extra loud. The coroner. It did not seem to be in the house or in the conservatory? Witness. No, it was outside. The coroner. So you went downstairs by yourself. That was very plucky of you, Lady Mary. Did you go immediately? Witness. Not quite immediately. I thought it over for a few minutes. Then I put on walking shoes over bare feet, a heavy covert coat, and a woolly cap. It may have been 5 minutes after hearing the shot that I left my bedroom. I went downstairs and through the billiard room to the conservatory. The coroner. Why did you go out that way? Witness. Because it was quicker than unbolting either the front door or the back door. At this point, a plan of Riddlesdale Lodge was handed to the jury. It is a roomy, 2-storied house, built in a plain style, and leased by the present owner, Mr. Walter Montague, to the Duke of Denver for the season, Mr. Montague being in the States. Witness, resuming. When I got to the conservatory door, I saw a man outside, bending over something on the ground. When he looked up, I was astonished to see my brother. The coroner. Before you saw who it was, what did you expect? Witness. I hardly know. It all happened so quickly. I thought it was burglars, I think. The coroner. His Grace has told us that when you saw him, you cried out, "Oh God, you've killed him." Can you tell us why you said that? Witness, very pale. I thought my brother must have come upon the burglar and fired at him in self-defense. That is, if I thought at all. Coroner. Quite so. You knew that the Duke possessed a revolver? Witness. Oh, yes, I think so. Coroner. What did you do next? Witness. My brother sent me up to get help. I knocked up Mr. Arbuthnot and Mr. and Mrs. Pettigrew Robinson. Then I suddenly felt very faint and went back to my bedroom and took some sal volatile. Coroner. Alone? Witness. Yes, everybody was running about and calling out. I couldn't bear it. Here, the witness, who up till this moment had given her evidence very collectedly, though in a low voice, collapsed suddenly, and had to be assisted from the room. The next witness called was James Fleming, the manservant. He remembered having brought the letters from Riddlesdale at 9:45 on Wednesday evening. He had taken 3 or 4 letters to the Duke in the gun-room. He could not remember at all whether one of them had had an Egyptian stamp. He did not collect stamps. His hobby was autographs. The Honourable Frederick Arbuthnot then gave evidence. He had gone up to bed with the rest at a little before 10. He had heard Denver come up by himself some time later, couldn't say how much later. He was brushing his teeth at the time. Laughter. He had certainly heard loud voices and a row going on next door and in the passage. had heard somebody go for the stairs hell for leather, had stuck his head out and seen Denver in the passage, had said, "Hello, Denver, what's the row?" The Duke's reply had been inaudible. Denver had bolted into his bedroom and shouted out the window, "Don't be an ass, man!" He had seemed very angry indeed, but the Honourable Freddy attached no importance to that. One was always getting across Denver, but it never came to anything. More dust than kick, in his opinion. Hadn't known Cathcart long, always found him all right. No, he didn't like Cathcart, but he was all right, you know. Nothing wrong about him that he knew of. Good Lord, no, he'd never heard it suggested he cheated at cards. Well, no, of course he didn't go about looking out for people cheating at cards. It wasn't a thing one expected. He'd been had that way in a club at Monte once. He'd had no hand in bringing it to light, hadn't noticed anything till the fun began, had not noticed anything particular in Cathcart's manner to Lady Mary, or hers to him. Didn't suppose he would ever notice anything, did not consider himself an observing sort of man, was not interfering by nature, had thought Wednesday evening's dust-up none of his business, had gone to bed and to sleep. The coroner. Did you hear anything further that night? The Honourable Frederick. Not till poor little Mary knocked me up. Then I toddled down and found Denver in the conservatory, bathing Cathcart's head. We thought we ought to clean the gravel and mud off his face, you know. Coroner. You heard no shot? The Honourable Frederick. Not a sound, but I sleep pretty heavily. Colonel and Mrs. Marchbanks slept in the room over what was called the study, more a sort of smoking-room, really. They both gave the same account of a conversation which they had had at 11:30. Mrs. Marchbanks had sat up to write some letters after the Colonel was in bed. They had heard voices and someone running about, but had paid no attention. It was not unusual for members of the party to shout and run about. At last the Colonel had said, "Come to bed, my dear. It's 11:30, and we're making an early start tomorrow. You won't be fit for anything." He said this because Mrs. Marchbanks was a keen sportswoman, and always carried her gun with the rest. She replied, "I'm just coming." The Colonel said, "You're the only sinner burning the midnight oil. Everybody's turned in." Mrs. Marchbanks replied, "No, the Duke's still up. I can hear him moving about in the study." Colonel Marchbanks listened, and heard it too. Neither of them heard the Duke come up again. They had heard no noise of any kind in the night. Mr. Pettigrew Robinson appeared to give evidence with extreme reluctance. He and his wife had gone to bed at 10. They had heard the quarrel with Cathcart. Mr. Pettigrew Robinson, fearing that something might be going to happen, opened his door in time to hear the Duke say, "If you dare to speak to my sister again, I'll break every bone in your body," or words to that effect. Cathcart had rushed downstairs. The Duke was scarlet in the face. He had not seen Mr. Pettigrew Robinson, but had spoken a few words to Mr. Arbuthnot and rushed into his own bedroom. Mr. Pettigrew Robinson had run out and said to Mr. Arbuthnot, "I say, Arbuthnot," and Mr. Arbuthnot had very rudely slammed the door in his face. He had then gone to the Duke's door and said, "I say, Denver." The Duke, had come out, pushing past him, without even noticing him, and gone to the head of the stairs. He had heard him telling Fleming to leave the conservatory door open, as Mr. Cathcart had gone out. The Duke had then returned. Mr. Pettigrew Robinson had tried to catch him as he passed, and had said again, "I say, Denver, what's up?" The Duke had said nothing, and had shut his bedroom door with great decision. Later on, however, at 11:30 to be precise, Mr. Pettigrew Robinson had heard the Duke's door open, and stealthy feet moving about the passage. He could not hear whether they had gone downstairs. The bathroom and lavatory were at his end of the passage, and if anybody had entered either of them, he thought he should have heard. He had not heard the footsteps return. He had heard his travelling clock strike 12 before falling asleep. There was no mistaking the Duke's bedroom door, as the hinge creaked in a peculiar manner. Mrs. Pettigrew Robinson confirmed her husband's evidence. She had fallen asleep before midnight, and had slept heavily. She was a heavy sleeper at the beginning of the night, but slept lightly in the early morning. She had been annoyed by all the disturbance in the house that evening, as it had prevented her from getting off. In fact, she had dropped off about 10:30, and Mr. Pettigrew Robinson had had to wake her an hour after to tell her about the footsteps. What with one thing and another, she only got a couple of hours' good sleep. She woke up again at 2, and remained broad awake till the alarm was given by Lady Mary. She could swear positively that she had heard no shot in the night. Her window was next to Lady Mary's, on the opposite side from the conservatory. She had always been accustomed, from a child, to sleep with her window open. In reply to a question from the coroner, Mrs. Pettigrew Robinson said she had never felt there was a real, true affection between Lady Mary Wimsey and the deceased. They seemed very off-hand, but that sort of thing was the fashion nowadays. She had never heard of any disagreement. Miss Lydia Cathcart, who had been hurriedly summoned from town, then gave evidence about the deceased man. She told the coroner that she was the captain's aunt, and his only surviving relative. She had seen very little of him since he came into possession of his father's money. He had always lived with his own friends in Paris, and they were such as she could not approve of. "My brother and I never got on very well," said Miss Cathcart, "and he had my nephew educated abroad till he was 18. I fear Dennis's notions were always quite French. After my brother's death, Dennis went to Cambridge by his father's desire. I was left executrix of the will and guardian till Dennis came of age. I do not know why, after neglecting me all his life, my brother should have chosen to put such a responsibility upon me at his death, but I did not care to refuse. My house was open to Dennis during his holidays from college, but he preferred, as a rule, to go and stay with his rich friends. I cannot now recall any of their names. When Dennis was 21, he came into £10,000 a year. I believe it was in some kind of foreign property. I inherited a certain amount under the will as executrix, but I converted it all at once into good, sound British securities. I cannot say what Dennis did with his It would not surprise me at all to hear that he had been cheating at cards. I have heard that the persons he consorted with in Paris were most undesirable. I never met any of them. I have never been in France. John Hardraw, the gamekeeper, was next called. He and his wife inhabit a small cottage just inside the gate of Riddlesdale Lodge. The grounds, which measure 20 acres or so, are surrounded at this point by a strong paling. The gate is locked at night. Hardraw stated that he had heard a shot fired at about 10 minutes to 12 on Wednesday night, close to the cottage, as it seemed to him. Behind the cottage are 10 acres of preserved plantation. He supposed that there were poachers about. They occasionally came in after hares. He went out with his gun in that direction, but saw nobody. He returned home at 1 o'clock by his watch. Coroner: Did you fire your gun at any time? Witness: No. Coroner: You did not go out again? Witness: I did not. Coroner: Nor hear any other shots? Witness: Only that one. But I fell asleep after I got back, and was awakened up by the chauffeur going out for the doctor. That would be at about 3:15. Coroner: Is it not unusual for poachers to shoot so very near the cottage? Witness: Yes, rather. If poachers do come, it is usually on the other side of the preserve, towards the moor. Dr. Thorpe gave evidence of having been called to see deceased. He lived in Stapley, nearly 14 miles from Riddlesdale. There was no medical man in Riddlesdale. The chauffeur had knocked him up at 3:45 a.m., and he had dressed quickly and come with him at once. They were at Riddlesdale Lodge at 4:30. Deceased, when he saw him, he judged to have been dead 3 or 4 hours. The lungs had been pierced by a bullet, and death had resulted from loss of blood and suffocation. Death would not have resulted immediately. Deceased might have lingered some time. He had made a post-mortem investigation and found that the bullet had been deflected from a rib. There was nothing to show whether the wound had been self-inflicted or fired from another hand at close quarters. There were no other marks of violence. Inspector Crakes, from Stapley, had been brought back in the car with Dr. Thorpe. He had seen the body. It was then lying on its back between the door of the conservatory and the covered well just outside. As soon as it became light, Inspector Crakes had examined the house and grounds. He had found bloody marks all along the path leading to the conservatory, and signs as though a body had been dragged along. This path ran into the main path leading from the gate to the front door. Plan produced. Where the two paths joined, a shrubbery began, and ran down both sides of the path to the gate and the gamekeeper's cottage. The blood tracks had led to a little clearing in the middle of the shrubbery, about halfway between the house and the gate. Here the inspector found a great pool of blood, a handkerchief soaked in blood, and a revolver. The handkerchief bore the initials D.C., and the revolver was a small weapon of American pattern and bore no mark. The conservatory door was open when the inspector arrived, and the key was inside. Deceased, when he saw him, was in dinner jacket and pumps, without hat or overcoat. He was wet through, and his clothes, besides being much blood-stained, were very muddy and greatly disordered through the dragging of the body. The pocket contained a cigar-case and a small flat pocket-knife. Deceased's bedroom had been searched for papers, etc., but so far nothing had been found to shed very much light on his circumstances. The Duke of Denver was then recalled. The coroner: I should like to ask your Grace whether you ever saw deceased in possession of a revolver. Duke of Denver: Not since the war. Coroner: You do not know if he carried one about with him? Duke of Denver: I have no idea. Coroner: You can make no guess, I suppose, to whom this revolver belongs? Duke of Denver, in great surprise: That's my revolver, out of the study table drawer. How did you get hold of that? Sensation. Coroner: You are certain? Duke of Denver: Positive. I saw it there only the other day when I was hunting out some photos of Mary for Cathcart, and I remember saying then that it was getting rusty lying about. There's the speck of rust. Coroner: Did you keep it loaded? Duke of Denver: Lord, no. I really don't know why it was there. I fancy I turned it out one day with some old army stuff, and found it among my shooting things when I was up at Riddlesdale in August. I think the cartridges were with it. Coroner: Was the drawer locked? Duke of Denver: Yes, but the key was in the lock. My wife tells me I'm careless. Coroner: Did anybody else know the revolver was there? Duke of Denver: Fleming did, I think. I don't know of anybody else. Detective Inspector Parker of Scotland Yard, having only arrived on Friday, had been unable as yet to make any very close investigation. Certain indications led him to think that some person or persons had been on the scene of the tragedy in addition to those who had taken part in the discovery. He preferred to say nothing more at present. The coroner then reconstructed the evidence in chronological order. At, or a little after 10 o'clock, there had been a quarrel between deceased and the Duke of Denver, after which deceased had left the house, never to be seen alive again. They had the evidence of Mr. Pettigrew Robinson that the Duke had gone downstairs at 11:30, and that of Colonel Marchbanks that he had been heard immediately afterwards moving about in the study. The room in which the revolver produced in evidence was usually kept. Against this, they had the Duke's own sworn statement that he had not left his bedroom till 2:30 in the morning. The jury would have to consider what weight was to be attached to those conflicting statements. Then, as to the shots heard in the night, the gamekeeper had said he heard a shot at 10 minutes to 12, but he had supposed it to be fired by poachers. It was, in fact, quite possible that there had been poachers about. On the other hand, Lady Mary's statement that she had heard the shot about 3 a.m. did not fit in very well with the doctor's evidence that when he arrived at Riddlesdale at 4:30, deceased had been already 3 or 4 hours dead. They would remember also that, in Dr. Thorpe's opinion, death had not immediately followed the wound. If they believed this evidence, therefore, they would have to put back the moment of death to between 11 p.m. and midnight, and this might very well have been the shot which the gamekeeper heard. In that case, they had still to ask themselves about the shot which had awakened Lady Mary Wimsey. Of course, if they liked to put that down to poachers, there was no inherent impossibility. They next came to the body of deceased, which had been discovered by the Duke of Denver at 3 a.m., lying outside the door of the small conservatory near the covered well. There seemed little doubt from the medical evidence that the shot which killed deceased had been fired in the shrubbery, about 7 minutes' distance from the house, and that the body of deceased had been dragged from that place to the house. Deceased had undoubtedly died as the result of being shot in the lungs. The jury would have to decide whether that shot was fired by his own hand or by the hand of another, and if the latter, whether by accident, in self-defense, or by malice aforethought, with intent to murder. As regards suicide, they must consider what they knew of deceased's character and circumstances. Deceased was a young man in the prime of his strength and apparently of considerable fortune. He had had a meritorious military career and was liked by his friends. The Duke of Denver had thought sufficiently well of him to consent to his own sister's engagement to deceased. There was evidence to show that the fiancés, though perhaps not demonstrative, were on excellent terms. The Duke affirmed that on the Wednesday night deceased had announced his intention of breaking off the engagement. Did they believe that deceased, without even communicating with the lady, or writing a word of explanation or farewell, would thereupon rush out and shoot himself? Again, the jury must consider the accusation which the Duke of Denver said he had brought against deceased. He had accused him of cheating at cards. In the kind of society to which the persons involved in this inquiry belonged, such a misdemeanor as cheating at cards was regarded as far more shameful than such sins as murders and adultery. Possibly the mere suggestion of such a thing, whether well-founded or not, might well cause a gentleman of sensitive honour to make away with himself. But was deceased honourable? Deceased had been educated in France, and French notions of the honest thing were very different from British ones. The coroner himself had had business relations with French persons, in his capacity as a solicitor, and could assure such of the jury as had never been in France that they ought to allow for these different standards. Unhappily, the alleged letter giving details of the accusation had not been produced to them. Next, they might ask themselves whether it was not more usual for a suicide to shoot himself in the head. They should ask themselves how deceased came by the revolver. And finally, they must consider, in that case, who had dragged the body towards the house, and why the person had chosen to do so, with the great labour to himself and at the risk of extinguishing any lingering remnant of the vital spark, instead of arousing the household and fetching help. If they excluded suicide, there remained accident, manslaughter, or murder. As to the first, if they thought it likely that deceased or any other person had taken out the Duke of Denver's revolver that night for any purpose, and that, in looking at, cleaning, shooting with, or otherwise handling the weapon, it had gone off and killed deceased accidentally, then they would return a verdict of death by misadventure accordingly. In that case, how did they explain the conduct of the person, whoever it was, who had dragged the body to the door? The coroner then passed on to speak of the law concerning manslaughter. He reminded them that no mere words, however insulting or threatening, can be an efficient excuse for killing anybody, and that the conflict must be sudden and unpremeditated. Did they think, for example, that the Duke had gone out, wishing to induce his guest to return and sleep in the house, and that deceased had retorted upon him with blows or menaces of assault? If so, and the Duke, having a weapon in his hand, had shot deceased in self-defense, that was only manslaughter. But in that case, they must ask themselves how the Duke came to go out to deceased with a lethal weapon in his hand. And this suggestion was in direct conflict with the Duke's own evidence. Lastly, they must consider whether there was sufficient evidence of malice to justify a verdict of murder. They must consider whether any person had a motive, means, and opportunity for killing deceased, and whether they could reasonably account for that person's conduct on any other hypothesis. And if they thought there was such a person, and that his conduct was in any way suspicious or secretive, or that he had wilfully suppressed evidence which might have had a bearing on the case, or, here the coroner spoke with great emphasis, staring over the Duke's head, fabricated other evidence with intent to mislead, then all these circumstances might be sufficient to amount to a violent presumption of guilt against some party, in which case they were in duty bound to bring in a verdict of wilful murder against that party. And in considering this aspect of the question, the coroner added, they would have to decide in their own minds whether the person who had dragged deceased towards the conservatory door had done so with the object of obtaining assistance, or of thrusting the body down the garden well, which, as they had heard from Inspector Crakes, was situated close by the spot where the body had been found. If the jury were satisfied that deceased had been murdered, but were not prepared to accuse any particular person on the evidence, they might bring in a verdict of murder against an unknown person or persons. But if they felt justified in laying the killing at any person's door, then they must allow no respect of persons to prevent them from doing their duty. Guided by these extremely plain hints, the jury, without very long consultation, returned a verdict of wilful murder against Gerald, Duke of Denver. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Clouds of Witness by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Green-Eyed Cat. And here's to the hound with his nose unto the ground. Drink, puppy, drink. Some people hold that breakfast is the best meal of the day. Others, less robust, hold that it is the worst, and that of all breakfasts in the week, Sunday morning breakfast is incomparably the worst. The party gathered about the breakfast table at Riddlesdale Lodge held, if one might judge from their faces, no brief for that day miscalled of sweet refection and holy love. The only member of it who seemed neither angry nor embarrassed was the Honourable Freddie Arbuthnot, and he was silent, engaged in trying to take the whole skeleton out of a bloater at once. The very presence of that undistinguished fish upon the Duchess's breakfast table indicated a disorganized household. The Duchess of Denver was pouring out coffee. This was one of her uncomfortable habits. Persons arriving late for breakfast were thereby made painfully aware of their sloth. She was a long-necked, long-backed woman, who disciplined her hair and her children. She was never embarrassed, and her anger, though never permitted to be visible, made itself felt the more. Colonel and Mrs. Marchbanks sat side by side. They had nothing beautiful about them but a stolid mutual affection. Mrs. Marchbanks was not angry, but she was embarrassed in the presence of the Duchess, because she could not feel sorry for her. When you felt sorry for people, you called them poor old dear, or poor dear old man. Since obviously you could not call the Duchess poor old dear, you were not being properly sorry for her. This distressed Mrs. Marchbanks. The Colonel was both embarrassed and angry. Embarrassed because, "'Pon my soul, it was very difficult to know what to talk about in a house where your host has been arrested for murder." Angry, in a dim way, like an injured animal, because unpleasant things like this had no business to break in on the shooting season. Mrs. Pettigrew Robinson was not only angry, she was outraged. As a girl, she had adopted the motto stamped upon the school note-paper, quecunque honesta. She had always thought it wrong to let your mind dwell on anything that was not really nice. In middle life, she still made a point of ignoring those newspaper paragraphs which bore such headlines as "Assault upon a school-teacher at Cricklewood," "Death in a pint of stout," £75 for a kiss, or "She called him Hubbykins." She said she could not see what good it did you to know about such things. She regretted having consented to visit Riddlesdale Lodge in the absence of the Duchess. She had never liked Lady Mary. She considered her a very objectionable specimen of the modern independent young woman. Besides, there had been that very undignified incident connected with a Bolshevist, while Lady Mary was nursing in London during the war. Nor had Mrs. Pettigrew Robinson at all cared for Captain Dennis Cathcart. She did not like a young man to be handsome in that obvious kind of way. But, of course, since Mr. Pettigrew Robinson had wanted to come to Riddlesdale, it was her place to be with him. She was not to blame for the unfortunate result. Mr. Pettigrew Robinson was angry, quite simply, because the detective from Scotland Yard had not accepted his help in searching the house and grounds for footprints. As an older man of some experience in these matters, Mr. Pettigrew Robinson was a county magistrate. He had gone out of his way to place himself at the man's disposal. Not only had the man been short with him, but he had rudely ordered him out of the conservatory, where he, Mr. Pettigrew Robinson, had been reconstructing the affair from the point of view of Lady Mary. All these angers and embarrassments might have caused less pain to the company had they not been aggravated by the presence of the detective himself, a quiet young man in a tweed suit, eating curry at one end of the table next to Mr. Murbles, the solicitor. This person had arrived from London on Friday, had corrected the local police, and strongly dissented from the opinion of Inspector Crakes. He had suppressed at the inquest information which, if openly given, might have precluded the arrest of the Duke. He had officiously detained the whole unhappy party on the grounds that he wanted to re-examine everybody, and was thus keeping them miserably cooped up together over a horrible Sunday. And he had put the coping stone on his offences by turning out to be an intimate friend of Lord Peter Wimsey's, and having in consequence to be accommodated with a bed in the gamekeeper's cottage, and breakfast at the lodge. Mr. Murbles, who was elderly and had a delicate digestion, had travelled up in a hurry on Thursday night. He had found the inquest very improperly conducted, and his client altogether impracticable. He had spent all his time trying to get hold of Sir Impey Biggs, K.C., who had vanished for the week-end, leaving no address. He was eating a little dry toast, and was inclined to like the detective, who called him Sir, and passed him the butter. "Is anybody thinking of going to church?" asked the Duchess. "Theodore and I should like to go," said Mrs. Pettigrew Robinson, "if it is not too much trouble. Or we could walk. It is not so very far." "It's 2.5 miles good," said Colonel Marchbanks. Mr. Pettigrew Robinson looked at him gratefully. "Of course you will come in the car," said the Duchess. "I am going myself." "Are you, though?" said the Honourable Freddie. "I say, won't you get a bit stared at, what?" "Really, Freddie," said the Duchess, "does that matter?" "Well," said the Honourable Freddie, "I mean to say, those bounders about here are all Socialists and Methodists." "If they are Methodists," said Mrs. Pettigrew Robinson, "they will not be at church." "Won't they?" retorted the Honourable Freddie. "You bet they will, if there's anything to see. Why, it'll be better'n a funeral to them." "Surely," said Mrs. Pettigrew Robinson, "one has a duty in the matter, whatever our private feelings may be, especially at the present day when people are so terribly slack." She glanced at the Honourable Freddie. "Oh, don't you mind me, Mrs. P.," said that youth amiably. "All I say is, if these blighters make things unpleasant, don't blame me." "Who ever thought of blaming you, Freddie?" said the Duchess. "Manner of speaking," said the Honourable Freddie. "What do you think, Mr. Murbles?" "I feel," said the lawyer, carefully stirring his coffee, "that while your intention is a very admirable one, and does you very great credit, my dear lady, yet Mr. Arbuthnot is right in saying it may involve you in some unpleasant publicity. I have always been a sincere Christian myself, but I cannot feel that our religion demands that we should make ourselves conspicuous in such very painful circumstances." Mr. Parker reminded himself of a dictum of Lord Melbourne. "Well, after all," said Mrs. Marchbanks,
As Helen so rightly says, does it matter? Nobody's really got anything to be ashamed of. There has been a stupid mistake, of course, but I don't see why anybody who wants to shouldn't go to church." Certainly not, my dear," said the Colonel heartily. "We might look in ourselves, dear? Take a walk that way, I mean, and come out before the sermon. I think it's a good thing. Shows we don't believe old Denver's done anything wrong, anyhow." "You forget, dear," said his wife. "I've promised to stay at home with Mary, poor girl." Of course. Stupid of me," said the Colonel. "How is she?" "She was very restless last night, poor child," said the Duchess. "Perhaps she will get a little sleep this morning. It has been a shock to her." "One which may prove a blessing in disguise," said Mrs. Pettigrew Robinson. "My dear," said her husband. "Wonder when we shall hear from Sir Impey," said Colonel Marchbanks hurriedly. "Yes, indeed," moaned Mr. Murbles. "I am counting on his influence with the Duke." "Of course," said Mrs. Pettigrew Robinson, "he must speak out, for everybody's sake. He must say what he was doing out of doors at that time. Or, if he does not, it must be discovered. Dear me, that's what these detectives are for, aren't they?" "That is their ungrateful task," said Mr. Parker suddenly. He had said nothing for a long time, and everybody jumped. "There," said Mrs. Marchbanks. "I expect you'll clear it all up in no time, Mr. Parker. Perhaps you've got the real the culprit up your sleeve all the time." "Not quite," said Mr. Parker, "but I'll do my best to get him. Besides," he added with a grin, "I'll probably have some help on the job." "From whom?" inquired Mr. Pettigrew Robinson. "Her Grace's brother-in-law." "Peter," said the Duchess. "Mr. Parker must be amused at the family amateur," she added. "Not at all," said Parker. "Wimsey would be one of the finest detectives in England if he wasn't lazy. Only we can't get hold of him." "I've wired to Ajaccio, poste restante," said Mr. Murbles, "but I don't know when he's likely to call there. He said nothing about when he was coming back to England." "He's a rummy old bird," said the Honourable Freddy, tactlessly. "But he ought to be here, what? What I mean to say is, if anything happens to old Denver, don't you see, he's the head of the family, ain't he? Till little pickled gherkins comes of age." In the frightful silence which followed this remark, the sound of a walking-stick being clattered into an umbrella-stand was distinctly audible. "Who's that, I wonder?" said the Duchess. The door waltzed open. "Mornin', dear old things," said the newcomer cheerfully. "How are you all? Hullo, Helen. Colonel, you owe me a half-crown since last September year. Mornin', Mrs. Marchbanks. Mornin', Mrs. P. Well, Mr. Murbles, how do you like this beastly weather? Don't trouble to get up, Freddy. I'd simply hate to inconvenience you. Parker, old man, what a damned reliable old bird you are. Always on the spot, like that patent ointment thing. I say, have you all finished? I meant to get up earlier, but I was snoring, so Bunter hadn't the heart to waken me. I nearly blew in last night, only we didn't arrive till 2 a.m., and I thought you wouldn't half bless me if I did." "A what, Colonel?" "Aeroplane. Victoria, from Paris to London. North Eastern to North Allerton. Damn bad roads the rest of the way. and a puncture just below Riddlesdale. Damn bad bed at the Lord in Glory. Thought I'd blow in for the last sausage here, if I was lucky. What? Sunday morning in an English family, and no sausages. God bless my soul, what's the world coming to, eh, Colonel? I say, Helen, old Gerald's been and gone and done it this time, what? You've no business to leave him on his own, you know. He always gets into mischief. What's that? Curry? Thanks, old man. Here, I say, you needn't be so stingy about it. I've been travelling for 3 days on end. Freddie, pass the toast. Beg pardon, Mrs. Marchbanks? Oh, rather, yes, Corsica was perfectly amazing. All black-eyed fellows with knives in their belts, and jolly fine-looking girls. Old Bunter had a regular affair with the innkeeper's daughter in one place. Do you know he's an awfully susceptible old beggar? You'd never think it, would you? Jove, I am hungry. I say, Helen, I meant to get you some fetchin' crepe-de-chine undies from Paris, but I saw that old Parker was getting ahead of me over the Bloodstains, so we packed up all our things and buzzed off. Mrs. Pettigrew Robinson rose. Theodore, she said, I think we ought to be getting ready for church. I will order the car, said the Duchess. Peter, of course, I'm exceedingly glad to see you. Your leaving no address was most inconvenient. Ring for anything you want. It is a pity you didn't arrive in time to see Gerald. Oh, that's all right, said Lord Peter cheerfully. I'll look him up in quod. You know, it's rather a good idea to keep one's crimes in the family. One has so many more facilities. I'm sorry for poor old Polly, though. How is she? She must not be disturbed to-day, said the Duchess, with decision. Not a bit of it, said Lord Peter. She'll keep. To-day Parker and I hold high revel. To-day he shows me all the bloody footprints. It's all right, Helen, that's not swearing, it's an adjective of quality. I hope they aren't all washed away, are they, old thing? No, said Parker. I've got most of them under flower-pots. Then pass the bread and squish, said Lord Peter, and tell me all about it. The departure of the church-going element had induced a more humanitarian atmosphere. Mrs. Marchbanks stumped off upstairs to tell Mary that Peter had come, and the Colonel lit a large cigar. The Honourable Freddie rose, stretched himself, pulled a leather armchair to the fireside, and sat down with his feet on the brass fender, while Parker marched round and poured himself another cup of coffee. I suppose you've seen the papers, he said. Oh, yes, I read up the inquest, said Lord Peter. You know, if you'll excuse my saying so, I think you rather mucked it between you. It was disgraceful, said Mr. Murbles. Disgraceful. The coroner behaved most improperly. He had no business to give such a summing up. With a jury of ignorant country fellows, what could one expect? And the details that were allowed to come out. If I could have got here earlier. I'm afraid that was partly my fault, Wimsey, said Parker penitently. Crakes rather resents me. The chief constable at Stapley sent to us over his head, and when the message came through, I ran along to the chief and asked for the job, because I thought if there should be any misconception or difficulty, you see, you'd just as soon I tackled it as anybody else. I had a few little arrangements to make about a forgery I've been looking into, and what with one thing and another, I didn't get off till the night express. By the time I turned up on Friday, Crakes and the coroner were already thick as thieves, had fixed the inquest for that morning, which was ridiculous, and arranged to produce their blessed evidence as dramatically as possible. I only had time to skim over the ground, disfigured, I'm sorry to say, by the prints of Crakes and his local ruffians, and really had nothing for the jury. "Cheer up," said Wimsey. "I'm not blaming you. Besides, it all lends excitement to the chase." "Fact is," said the Honourable Freddy, "that we ain't popular with respectable coroners. Giddy aristocrats and immoral Frenchmen. I say, Peter, sorry you've missed Miss Lydia Cathcart. You'd have loved her. She's gone back to Golders Green and taken the body with her." "Oh, well," said Wimsey, "I don't suppose there was anything abstruse about the body." "No," said Parker. "The medical evidence was all right, as far as it went. He was shot through the lungs, and that's all." "Though, mind you," said the Honourable Freddy, "he didn't shoot himself. I didn't say anything, not wishing to upset old Denver's story, but you know all that stuff about his being so upset and go to blazes in his manner was all my whiskers." "How do you know?" said Peter. My dear man, Cathcart and I toddled up to bed together. I was rather fed up, having dropped a lot on some shares, besides missing everything I shot at in the morning, and lost a bet I made with the Colonel about the number of toes on the kitchen cat. And I said to Cathcart it was a hell of a damn fool world, or words to that effect. "Not a bit of it," he said. "It's a damn good world. I'm going to ask Mary for a date tomorrow, and then we'll go and live in Paris, where they understand sex." I said something or other vague, and he went off whistling. Parker looked grave. Colonel Marchbanks cleared his throat. Well, he said, "there's no accounting for a man like Cathcart. No accounting at all. Brought up in France, you know. Not at all like a straightforward Englishman. Always up and down, up and down. Very sad, poor fellow. Well, Peter, hope you and Mr. Parker will find something out about it. We mustn't have poor old Denver cooped up in jail like this, you know. Awfully unpleasant for him, poor chap, with the birds going so good this year. Well, I expect you'll be making a tour of inspection, eh, Mr. Parker? What do you say to shoving the balls about, Freddy?" "Right you are," said the Honourable Freddy. "You'll have to give me 100, though, Colonel." Nonsense," said that veteran in high good humour. "You play an excellent game." Mr. Murbles having withdrawn, Wimsey and Parker faced each other over the remains of the breakfast. "Peter," said the detective, "I don't know if I've done the right thing by coming. If you feel—" "Look here, old man," said his friend earnestly, "let's cut out the considerations of delicacy. We're going to work this case like any other. If anything unpleasant turns up, I'd rather you saw it than anybody else. It's an uncommonly pretty little case on its merits, and I'm going to put some damn good work into it." "If you're sure it's all right." "My dear man, if you hadn't been here, I'd have sent for you. Now, let's get to business. Of course, I'm setting off with the assumption that old Gerald didn't do it." "I'm sure he didn't," agreed Parker. No, said Wimsey. "That isn't your line. Nothing rash about you, nothing trustful. You are expected to throw cold water on my hopes, and doubt all my conclusions." "Right-ho," said Parker. "Where would you like to begin?" Peter considered. "I think we'll start from Cathcart's bedroom," he said. The bedroom was of moderate size, with a single window overlooking the front door. The bed was on the right-hand side, the dressing-table before the window. On the left was the fireplace, with an armchair before it and a small writing-table. "Everything's as it was," said Parker. "Craik's had that much sense." "Yes," said Lord Peter. "Very well. Gerald says that when he charged Cathcart with being a scamp, Cathcart jumped up, nearly knocking the table over. That's the writing-table, then. So Cathcart was sitting in the armchair. Yes, he was. He pushed it back violently and rumpled up the carpet. See? So far so good. Now, what was he doing there? He wasn't reading, because there's no book about, and we know that he rushed straight out of the room and never came back. Very good. Was he writing? No. Virgin sheet of blotting paper? He might have been writing in pencil, suggested Parker. That's true, old killjoy. So he might. Well, if he was, he shoved the paper into his pocket when Gerald came in, because it isn't here. But he didn't, because it wasn't found on his body. So he wasn't writing. Unless he threw the paper away somewhere else, said Parker. I haven't been all over the grounds, you know, and at the smallest computation, if we accept the shot heard by Hardraw at 11:50 as the shot, there's an hour and a half unaccounted for. Very well, let's say there is nothing to show he was writing. Will that do? Well, then. Lord Peter drew out a lens and scrutinized the surface of the armchair carefully before sitting down in it. Nothing helpful there, he said. To proceed. Cathcart sat where I am sitting. He wasn't writing. You're sure this room hasn't been touched? Certain. Then he wasn't smoking. Why not? He might have chucked the stub of a cigar or a cigarette into the fire when Denver came in. Not a cigarette, said Peter, or we should find traces somewhere on the floor or in the grate. That light ash blows about so. But a cigar, well, he might have smoked a cigar without leaving a sign, I suppose, but I hope he didn't. Why? Because, old son, I'd rather Gerald's account had some element of truth in it. A nervy man doesn't sit down to the delicate enjoyment of a cigar before bed and cherish the ash with such scrupulous care. On the other hand, if Freddie's right, and Cathcart was feeling unusually sleek and pleased with life, that's just the sort of thing he would do. Do you think Mr. Arbuthnot would have invented all that, as a matter of fact? Said Parker thoughtfully. He doesn't strike me that way. He'd have to be imaginative and spiteful to make it up, and I really don't think he's either. I know, said Lord Peter. I've known old Freddie all my life, and he wouldn't hurt a fly. Besides, he simply hasn't the wits to make up any sort of a story. But what bothers me is that Gerald most certainly hasn't the wits either to invent that Adelphi drama between him and Cathcart. On the other hand, said Parker, if we allow for a moment that he shot Cathcart, he had an incentive to invent it. He would be trying to get his head out of when anything important is at stake, it's wonderful how it sharpens one's wits. And the story being so far-fetched does rather suggest an unpractised storyteller. True, O king. Well, you've sat on all my discoveries so far. Never mind. My head is bloody but unbowed. Cathcart was sitting here, so your brother said. Curse you, I say he was. At least somebody was. He's left the impression of his sit-me-down upon the cushion. That might have been earlier in the day. Rot. They were out all day. You needn't overdo this Sadducee attitude, Charles. I say Cathcart was sitting here, and Hullo. He leaned forward and stared into the grate. There's some burnt paper here, Charles. I know. I was frightfully excited about that yesterday, but I found it was just the same in several of the rooms. They often let the bedroom fires go out when everybody's out during the day, and relight them about an hour before dinner. There's only the cook, housemaid, and Fleming here, you see, and they've got a lot to do with such a large party. Lord Peter was picking the charred fragments over. I cannot find anything to contradict your suggestion, he sadly said, and this fragment of the Morning Post rather confirms it. Then we can only suppose that Cathcart sat here in a brown study, doing nothing at all. That doesn't get us much further, I'm afraid. He got up and went to the dressing-table. I like these tortoise-shell sets, he said, and the perfume is Baiser du Soir, very nice too, new to me. I must draw Bunter's attention to it. A charming manicure set, isn't it? You know, I like being clean and neat and all that, but Cathcart was the kind of man who always impressed you as being just a little too well turned out. Poor devil! And he'll be buried at Golders Green after all. I only saw him once or twice, you know. He impressed me as knowing about everything there was to know. I was rather surprised at Mary's taking to him, but then I know really awfully little about Mary. You see, she's 5 years younger than me. When the war broke out, she'd just left school and gone to a place in Paris, and I joined up, and she came back and did nursing and social work, so I only saw her occasionally. At that time she was rather taken up with a new scheme for putting the world to rights, and hadn't a lot to say to me, and she got hold of some pacifist fellow who was a bit of a stummer, I fancy. Then I was ill, you know, and after I got the chuck from Barbara, I didn't feel much like bothering about other people's heart-to-hearts. Then I got mixed up in the Attenbury diamond case, and the result is I know uncommonly little about my own sister. But it looks as though her taste in men had altered. I know my mother said Cathcart had charm. That means he was attractive to women, I suppose. No man can see what makes that in another man. But mother is usually right. What's become of this fellow's papers? He left very little here, replied Parker. There's a cheque-book on Cox's Charing Cross branch, but it's a new one and not very helpful. Apparently he only kept a small current account with them for convenience when he was in England. The cheques are mostly to self, with an occasional hotel or tailor. Any pass-book? I think all his important papers are in Paris. He has a flat there, near the river somewhere. We're in communication with the Paris police. He had a room in the Albany. I've told them to lock it up till I get there. I thought of running up to town tomorrow. Yes, you'd better. Any pocket-book? Yes, here you are, about £30 in various notes, a wine merchant's card, and a bill for a pair of riding breeches. No correspondence? Not a line. No, said Wimsey. He was the kind, I imagine, that didn't keep letters. Much too good an instinct of self-preservation. Yes, I asked the servants about his letters, as a matter of fact. They said he got a good number, but never left them about. They couldn't tell me much about the ones he wrote, because all the outgoing letters are dropped into the post-bag, which is carried down to the post office as it is and opened there, or handed over to the postman when or if he calls. The general impression was that he didn't write much. The housemaid said she never found anything to speak of in the waste-paper basket. "Well, that's uncommonly helpful. Wait a moment. Here's his fountain pen. Very handsome, Onoto, with complete gold casing. Dear me, entirely empty. Well, I don't know that one can deduce anything from that exactly. I don't see any pencil about, by the way. I'm inclined to think you're wrong in supposing that he was writing letters." "I didn't suppose anything," said Parker mildly. "I dare say you're right." Lord Peter left the dressing-table, looked through the contents of the wardrobe, and turned over the 2 or 3 books on the pedestal beside the bed. La Rôtisserie de la Reine Pédoc, L'Anneau d'Améthyste, South Wind. Our young friend works out very true to type. Chronique d'un cadet de Coutras. Tut, tut, Charles. Manon Lescaut. Is there anything else in this room I ought to look at? I don't think so. Where'd you like to go now? We'll follow 'em down. Wait a jiff. Who are in the other rooms? Oh, yes. Here's Gerald's room. Helen's at church. In we go. Of course, this has been dusted and cleaned up and generally ruined for purposes of observation. I'm afraid so. I could hardly keep the Duchess out of her bedroom. No. Here's the window Gerald shouted out of. Nothing in the grate here, naturally. The fire's been lit since. I say, I wonder where Gerald did put that letter to Freeborn's, I mean. Nobody's been able to get a word out of him about it, said Parker. Old Mr. Murbles had a fearful time with him. The Duke insists simply that he destroyed it. Mr. Murbles says that's absurd. So it is. If he was going to bring that sort of accusation against his sister's fiance, he'd want some evidence of a method in his madness, wouldn't he? Or was he one of those Roman brothers who say simply, "As the head of the family, I forbid the banns, and that's enough"? Gerald, said Wimsey, is a good, clean, decent, thoroughbred public school boy, and a shocking ass. But I don't think he's so medieval as that. But if he has the letter, why not produce it? Why, indeed. Letters from old college friends in Egypt aren't, as a rule, compromising. You don't suppose, suggested Parker tentatively, that this Mr. Freeborn referred in his letter to any old, entanglements which your brother wouldn't wish the Duchess to know about? Lord Peter paused, while absently examining a row of boots. That's an idea, he said. There were occasions, mild ones, but Helen would make the most of them. He whistled thoughtfully. Still, when it comes to the gallows... Do you suppose, Wimsey, that your brother really contemplates the gallows? Asked Parker. I think Murbles put it to him pretty straight, said Lord Peter. Quite so, but does he actually realize, imaginatively, that it is possible to hang an English peer for murder on circumstantial evidence? Lord Peter considered this. Imagination isn't Gerald's strong point, he admitted. I suppose they do hang peers. They can't be beheaded on Tower Hill or anything? I'll look it up, said Parker. but they certainly hanged Earl Ferrers in 1760. Did they, though? Said Lord Peter. Ah, well, as the old pagan said of the Gospels, after all, it was a long time ago, and we'll hope it wasn't true. It's true enough, said Parker. And he was dissected and anatomized afterwards. But that part of the treatment is obsolete. We'll tell Gerald about it, said Lord Peter, and persuade him to take the matter seriously. Which are the boots he wore Wednesday night? These, said Parker. But the fools cleaned them. Yes, said Lord Peter bitterly. A good heavy lace-up boot, the sort that sends the blood to the head. He wore leggings, too, said Parker. These. Rather elaborate preparations for a stroll in the garden. But, as you were just going to say, the night was wet. I must ask Helen if Gerald ever suffered from insomnia. I did. She said she thought not as a rule, but that he occasionally had toothache, which made him restless. It wouldn't send one out of doors on a cold night, though. Well, let's get downstairs. They passed through the billiard-room, where the Colonel was making a sensational break, and into the small conservatory which led from it. Lord Peter looked gloomily round at the chrysanthemums and boxes of bulbs. "These damn flowers look jolly healthy," he said. "Do you mean you've been letting the gardener swarm in here every day to water 'em?" "Yes," said Parker apologetically, "I did. But he's had strict orders only to walk on these mats." "Good," said Lord Peter. "Take 'em up, then, and let's get to work." With his lens to his eye, he crawled cautiously over the floor. "They all came through this way, I suppose?" he said. "Yes," said Parker. "I've identified most of the marks. People went in and out. Here's the Duke. He comes in from outside. He trips over the body." Parker had opened the outer door and lifted some matting to show a trampled patch of gravel, discolored with blood. "He kneels by the body. Here are his knees and toes. Afterwards he goes into the house through the conservatory, leaving a good impression in black mud and gravel just inside the door." Lord Peter squatted carefully over the marks. "It's lucky the gravel's so soft here," he said. "Yes, it's just a patch. The gardener tells me it gets very trampled and messy just here, owing to his coming to fill cans from the water trough. They filled the trough up from the well every so often, and then carried the water away in cans. It got extra bad this year, and they put down fresh gravel a few weeks ago." "Pity they didn't extend their labours all the way down the path while they were about it," grunted Lord Peter, who was balancing himself precariously on a small piece of sacking. "Well, that bears out old Gerald so far. Here's an elephant been over this bit of box border. Who's that?" "Oh, that's a constable. I put him at 18 stone. He's nothing. And this rubber sole with a patch on it is Craig's. He's all over the place. This squelchy-looking thing is Mr. Arbuthnot in bedroom slippers, and the galoshes are Mr. Pettigrew Robinson. We can dismiss all those. But now here, just coming over the threshold, is a woman's foot in a strong shoe. I make that out to be Lady Mary's. Here it is again, just at the edge of the well. She came out to examine the body." "Quite so," said Peter. "And then she came in again, with a few grains of red gravel on her shoes. Well, that's all right. Hullo!" On the outer side of the conservatory were some shelves for small plants, and beneath these a damp and dismal bed of earth occupied in a sprawling and lackadaisical fashion by stringy cactus plants and a sporadic growth of maidenhair fern, and masked by a row of large chrysanthemums in pots. "What have you got?" inquired Parker, seeing his friend peering into this green retreat. Lord Peter withdrew his long nose from between two pots, and said, "Who put what down here?" Parker hastened to the place. There, among the cacti, was certainly the clear mark of some oblong object with corners that had been stood out of sight on the earth behind the pots. "It's a good thing Gerald's gardener ain't one of those conscientious blighters that can't even let a cactus alone for the winter," said Lord Peter, "or he'd have tenderly lifted these little drooping heads. Oh, damn and blast the beastly plant for a crimson porcupine! You measure it." Parker measured it. 2½ feet by 6 inches, he said, "and fairly heavy, for it's sunk in and broken the plants about. Was it a bar of anything?" "I fancy not," said Lord Peter. "The impression is deeper on the farther side. I think it was something bulky set up on edge and leaned against the glass. If you ask for my private opinion, I should guess that it was a suitcase." "A suitcase?" exclaimed Parker. "Why a suitcase?" "Why, indeed? I think we may assume that it didn't stay here very long. It would have been exceedingly visible in the daytime. But somebody might very well have shoved it in here if they were caught with it, say at 3 o'clock in the morning, and didn't want it to be seen." "Then when did they take it away?" "Almost immediately, I should say. Before daylight, anyhow. Or even Inspector Crakes could hardly have failed to see it." "It's not the doctor's bag, I suppose?" "No, unless the doctor's a fool. Why put a bag inconveniently in a damp and dirty place out of the way, when every law of sense and convenience would urge him to pop it down handy by the body? No, unless Crakes or the gardener has been leaving things about, it was thrust away there on Wednesday night by Gerald, by Cathcart, or, I suppose, by Mary. Nobody else could be supposed to have anything to hide." "Yes," said Parker, "one person." "Who's that?" "The person unknown." "Who's he?" For answer, Mr. Parker proudly stepped to a row of wooden frames, carefully covered with matting. Stripping this away with the air of a bishop unveiling a memorial, he disclosed a V-shaped line of footprints. "These," said Parker, "belong to nobody. To nobody I've ever seen or heard of, I mean." "Hooray!" said Peter. "Then downwards from the steep hill's edge they tracked the footmarks small, only they're largish." "No such luck," said Parker. "It's more a case of they followed from the earthy bank those footsteps one by one into the middle of the plank, and farther there were none." "Great poet, Wordsworth," said Lord Peter. "How often I've had that feeling. Now let's see. These footmarks, a man's number 10, with worn-down heels, and a patch on the left inner side, advance from the hard bit of the path, which shows no footmarks. They come to the body here, where the pool of blood is. I say, that's rather odd, don't you think? No, perhaps not. There are no footmarks under the body? Can't say. It's such a mess. Well, the unknown gets so far. Here's a footmark deeply pressed in. Was he just going to throw Cathcart into the well? He hears a sound, he starts, he turns, he runs on tiptoe into the shrubbery, by Jove! Yes, said Parker, and the tracks come out on one of the grass paths in the wood, and there's an end of them. Well, we'll follow them later. Now, where did they come from? Together the two friends followed the path away from the house. The gravel, except for the little patch before the conservatory, was old and hard, and afforded but little trace, particularly as the last few days had been rainy. Parker, however, was able to assure Wimsey that there had been definite traces of dragging and bloodstains. What sort of bloodstains? Smears? Yes, smears mostly. There were pebbles displaced, too, all the way. And now here is something odd. It was the clear impression of the palm of a man's hand, heavily pressed into the earth of a herbaceous border, the fingers pointing towards the house. On the path the gravel had been scraped up into long furrows. There was blood on the grass border between the path and the bed, and the edge of the grass was broken and trampled. "I don't like that," said Lord Peter. "Ugly, isn't it?" agreed Parker. "Poor devil," said Peter. "He made a determined effort to hang on here. That explains the blood by the conservatory door. But what kind of a devil drags a corpse that isn't quite dead?" A few yards farther the path ran into the main drive. This was bordered with trees, widening into a thicket. At the point of intersection of the two paths were some further indistinct marks, and in another 20 yards or so they turned aside into the thicket. A large tree had fallen at some time and made a little clearing, in the midst of which a tarpaulin had been carefully spread out and pegged down. The air was heavy with the smell of fungus and fallen leaves. "Scene of the tragedy," said Parker briefly, rolling back the tarpaulin. Lord Peter gazed down sadly. Muffled in an overcoat and a thick grey scarf, he looked, with his long, narrow face, like a melancholy adjutant stork. The writhing body of the fallen man had scraped up the dead leaves and left a depression in the sodden ground. At one place the darker earth showed where a great pool of blood had soaked into it, and the yellow leaves of a Spanish poplar were rusted with no autumnal stain. "That's where they found the handkerchief and revolver," said Parker. "I looked for finger marks, but the rain and mud had messed everything up." Wimsey took out his lens, lay down, and conducted a personal tour of the whole space, slowly, on his stomach, Parker moving mutely after him. "He paced up and down for some time," said Lord Peter. "He wasn't smoking. He was turning something over in his mind, or waiting for somebody. What's this? Aha! Here's our number 10-foot again, coming in through the trees on the farther side. No signs of a struggle. That's odd. Cathcart was shot close up, wasn't he? Yes, it singed his shirt front. Quite so. Why did he stand still to be shot at?" "I imagine," said Parker, "that if he had an appointment with number 10 Boots, it was somebody he knew, who could get close to him without arousing suspicion. Then the interview was a friendly one, on Cathcart's side, anyhow. But the revolver's a difficulty. How did number 10 get hold of Gerald's revolver?" "The conservatory door was open," said Parker dubiously. "Nobody knew about that except Gerald and Fleming," retorted Peter. "Besides, do you mean to tell me that number 10 walked in here, went to the study, fetched the revolver, walked back here, and shot Cathcart? It seems a clumsy method. If he wanted to do any shooting, why didn't he come armed in the first place?" "It seems more probable that Cathcart brought the revolver," said Parker. "Then why no signs of a struggle?" "Perhaps Cathcart shot himself," said Parker. "Then why should number 10 drag him into a conspicuous position and then run away?" "Wait a minute," said Parker. "How's this? Number 10 has an appointment with Cathcart to blackmail him, let's say. He somehow gets word of his intention to him between 9:45 and 10:15. That would account for the alteration in Cathcart's manner, and allow both Mr. Arbuthnot and the Duke to be telling the truth. Cathcart rushes violently out after his row with your brother. He comes down here to keep his appointment. He paces up and down, waiting for number 10. Number 10 arrives and parleys with Cathcart. Cathcart offers him money. Number 10 stands out for more. Cathcart says he really hasn't got it. Number 10 says in that case he blows the gaff. Cathcart retorts, in that case you go to the devil. I'm going there myself. Cathcart, who has previously got hold of the revolver, shoots himself. Number 10 is seized with remorse. He sees that Cathcart isn't quite dead. He picks him up and part drags, part carries him to the house. He's smaller than Cathcart and not very strong, and finds it a hard job. They have just got to the conservatory door when Cathcart has a final hemorrhage and gives up the ghost. Number 10 suddenly becomes aware that his position in somebody else's grounds, alone with a corpse at 3 a.m., wants some explaining. He drops Cathcart and bolts. Enter the Duke of Denver and falls over the body. Tableau. "That's good," said Lord Peter. "That's very good. But when do you suppose it happened? Gerald found the body at 3 a.m. The doctor was here at 4:30, and said Cathcart had been dead several hours. Very well. Now, how about that shot my sister heard at 3 o'clock?" "Look here, old man," said Parker. "I don't want to appear rude to your sister. May I put it like this? I suggest that that shot at 3 a.m. was poachers." "Poachers, by all means," said Lord Peter. "Well, really, Parker, I think that hangs together. Let's adopt that explanation provisionally. The first thing to do is now to find number 10, since he can bear witness that Cathcart committed suicide. And that, as far as my brother is concerned, is the only thing that matters a rap. But for the satisfaction of my own curiosity, I'd like to know, what was number 10 blackmailing Cathcart about? Who hid a suitcase in the conservatory? And what was Gerald doing in the garden at 3 a.m.? "Well," said Parker, "suppose we begin by tracing where number 10 came from." "Hi, hi!" cried Wimsey, as they returned to the trail. "Here's something. Here's real treasure trove, Parker." From amid the mud and the fallen leaves he retrieved a tiny glittering object, a flash of white and green between his fingertips. It was a little charm such as women hang upon a bracelet, a diminutive diamond cat with eyes of bright emerald. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Clouds of Witness by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mudstains and Bloodstains. Other things are all very well in their way, but give me blood, we say. There it is, that's blood. It is an actual matter of fact. We point it out. It admits of no doubt. We must have blood, you know. David Copperfield. Hitherto, said Lord Peter, as they picked their painful way through the little wood on the trail of gents number 10s, I have always maintained that those obliging criminals who strew their tracks with little articles of personal adornment, here he is on a squashed fungus, were an invention of detective fiction for the benefit of the author. I see that I have still something to learn about my job. Well, you haven't been at it very long, have you? Said Parker. Besides, we don't know that the Diamond Cat is the criminal's. It may belong to a member of your own family, and have been lying here for days. It may belong to Mr. What's-his-name in the States, or to the last tenant but one, and have been lying here for years. This broken branch may be our friend. I think it is. I'll ask the family, said Lord Peter, and we could find out in the village, if anyone's ever inquired for a lost cat. They're puka stones. It ain't the sort of thing one would drop without making a fuss about. I've lost him altogether. It's all right. I've got him. He's tripped over a root. Serve him glad, said Lord Peter viciously, straightening his back. I say, I don't think the human frame is very thoughtfully constructed for this sleuth-hound business. If one could go on all fours, or had eyes in one's knees, it would be a lot more practical. There are many difficulties inherent in a teleological view of creation, said Parker placidly. Ah, here we are at the park palings. And here's where he got over, said Lord Peter, pointing to a place where the chevaux de frise on the top was broken away. Here's the dent where his heels came down, and here's where he fell forward on hands and knees. Give us a back, old man, would you? Thanks. An old break, I see. Mr. Montague, now in the States, should keep his palings in better order. Number 10 tore his coat on the spikes, all the same. He left a fragment of Burberry behind him. What luck! Here's a deep, damp ditch on the other side, which I shall now proceed to fall into. A slithering crash proclaimed that he had carried out his intention. Parker, thus callously abandoned, looked round, and, seeing that they were only 100 yards or so from the gate, ran along and was let out decorously by Hardraw, the gamekeeper, who happened to be coming out of the lodge. By the way, said Parker to him, did you ever find any signs of any poachers on Wednesday night, after all? Nay, said the man, not so much as a dead rabbit. I reckon t' lady were mistaken, and 'twere the shot I heard as killed Captain. Possibly, said Parker. Do you know how long the spikes have been broken off the palings over there? A month or two, happen. They should have been put right, but the man's sick. The gates locked at night, I suppose? Aye. Anybody wishing to get in would have to waken you? Aye, that he would. You didn't see any suspicious character loitering about outside these palings last Wednesday, I suppose? "Nay, sir, but my wife may 'a done. Hey, lass?" Mrs. Hardraw, thus summoned, appeared at the door with a small boy clinging to her skirts. "Wednesday," said she. "Nay, I saw no loiterin' folks. I keep a look-out for tramps and such, as it be such a lonely place. Wednesday. Now, John, that would be to-day the young man come with the motor-bike." "Young man with a motor-bike?" "I reckon 'twas. He said he'd had a puncture, and asked for a bucket of water." "Was that all the asking he did?" "He asked what were to name at place, and whose house it were." "Did you tell him the Duke of Denver was living here?" "Aye, sir, and he said he supposed a many gentlemen came up for shooting." "Did he say where he was going?" "He said he'd come up fra Weardale, and were making a trip into Cumberland." "And how long was he here?" "Happen half an hour, and then he tried to get his machine started, and I see him hoppetin' away towards King's Fenton." She pointed away to the right, where Lord Peter might be seen gesticulating in the middle of the road. "What sort of a man was he?" Like most people, Mrs. Hardraw was poor at definition. She thought he was youngish and tallish, neither dark nor fair, in such a long coat as motor bicyclists use, with a belt round it. "Was he a gentleman?" Mrs. Hardraw hesitated, and Mr. Parker mentally classed the stranger as not quite. "You didn't happen to notice the number of the bicycle?" Mrs. Hardraw had not. "But it had a side-car," she added. Lord Peter's gesticulations were becoming quite violent, and Mr. Parker hastened to rejoin him. "Come on, gossiping old thing," said Lord Peter unreasonably. "This is a beautiful ditch. From such a ditch as this, when the soft wind did gently kiss the trees, and they did make no noise, from such a ditch our friend, methinks, mounted the Troyan walls, and wiped his soles upon the greasy mud. Look at my trousers." "It's a bit of a climb from this side," said Parker. "It is. He stood here in the ditch, and put one foot into this place, where the paling's broken away, and one hand on the top, and hauled himself up. Number 10 must have been a man of exceptional height, strength, and agility. I couldn't get my foot up, let alone reaching the top with my hand. I'm 5'9". Could you?" Parker was 6 foot, and could just touch the top of the wall with his hand. "I might do it on one of my best days," he said, "for an adequate object, or after adequate stimulant." "Just so," said Lord Peter. "Hence we deduce number 10's exceptional height and strength." "Yes," said Parker. "It's a bit unfortunate that we had to deduce his exceptional shortness and weakness just now, isn't it?" "Oh," said Peter, well, as you so rightly say, that is a bit unfortunate." "Well, it may clear up presently. He didn't have a confederate to give him a back or a leg, I suppose?" "Not unless the confederate was a being without feet or any visible means of support," said Lord Peter, indicating the solitary print of a pair of patched 10s. "By the way, how did he make straight in the dark for the place where the spikes were missing? Looks as though he belonged to the neighborhood, or had reconnoitered previously." Arising out of that reply, said Parker, I will now relate to you the entertaining gossip I have had with Mrs. Hardraw. Said Wimsey at the end of it. That's interesting. We'd better make inquiries at Riddlesdale and King's Fenton. Meanwhile, we know where number 10 came from. Now, where did he go after leaving Cathcart's body by the well? The footsteps went into the preserve, said Parker. I lost them there. There's a regular carpet of dead leaves and bracken. Well, but we needn't go through all that sleuth grind again, objected his friend. The fellow went in, and, as he presumably is not there still, he came out again. He didn't come out through the gate, or Hardraw would have seen him. He didn't come out the same way he went in, or he would have left some traces. Therefore he came out elsewhere. Let's walk round the wall. Then we'll turn to the left, said Parker, since that's the side of the preserve, and he apparently went through there. True, O King, and as this isn't a church, there's no harm in going round Widdershins. Talking of church, there's Helen coming back. Get a move on, old thing. They crossed the drive, passed the cottage, and then, leaving the road, followed the paling across some open grass fields. It was not long before they found what they sought. From one of the iron spikes above them dangled forlornly a strip of material. With Parker's assistance, Wimsey scrambled up in a state of almost lyric excitement. "Here we are," he cried, "the belt of a Burberry. No sort of precaution here. Here are the toe prints of a fellow sprinting for his life. He tore off his Burberry. He made desperate leaps. 1, 2, 3, at the palings. At the third leap, he hooked it onto the spikes. He scrambled up, scoring long scrabbling marks on the paling. He reached the top. Oh, here's a bloodstain run into this crack. He tore his hands. He dropped off. He wrenched the coat away, leaving the belt dangling." "I wish you'd drop off," grumbled Parker. "You're breaking my collarbone." Peter dropped off obediently and stood there holding the belt between his fingers. His narrow grey eyes wandered restlessly over the field. Suddenly he seized Parker's arm and marched briskly in the direction of the wall on the farther side, a low erection of unmortared stone in the fashion of the country. Here he hunted along like a terrier, nose foremost, the tip of his tongue caught absurdly between his teeth, then jumped over and, turning to Parker, said, "Did you ever read The Lay of the Last Minstrel?" "I learnt a good deal of it at school," said Parker. "Why?" "Because there was a goblin page boy in it," said Lord Peter, "who was always yelling 'Found, found, found' at the most unnecessary moments. I always thought him a terrible nuisance, but now I know how he felt. See here." Close under the wall, and sunk heavily into the narrow and muddy lane, which ran up here at right angles to the main road, was the track of a side-car combination. "Very nice, too," said Mr. Parker approvingly. "New Dunlop tire on the front wheel, old tire on the back, gaiter on the side-car tire. Nothing could be better. Tracks come in from the road and go back to the road, Fellow shoved the machine in here in case anybody of an inquisitive turn of mind should pass on the road and make off with it, or take its number. Then he went round on Shank's mare to the gap he'd spotted in the daytime, and got over. After the Cathcart affair he took fright, bolted into the preserve, and took the shortest way to his bus regardless. Well, now, he sat down on the wall, and, drawing out his notebook, began to jot down a description of the man from the data already known. "Things begin to look a bit more comfortable for old Jerry," said Lord Peter. He leaned on the wall and began whistling softly, but with great accuracy, that elaborate passage of Bach which begins, "Let Zion's children." "I wonder," said the Honourable Freddie Arbuthnot, "what damn silly fool invented Sunday afternoon." He shovelled coals onto the library fire with a vicious clatter, waking Colonel Marchbanks, who said, "Eh? Yes, quite right," and fell asleep again instantly. "Don't you grumble, Freddie," said Lord Peter, who had been occupied for some time in opening and shutting all the drawers of the writing-table in a thoroughly irritating manner, and idly snapping to and fro the catch of the French window. "Think how dull old Jerry must feel. Suppose I'd better write him a line." He returned to the table and took a sheet of paper. "Do people use this room much to write letters in, do you know?" "No idea," said the Honourable Freddie. "Never write 'em myself. Where's the point of writin' when you can wire? Encourages people to write back, that's all. I think Denver writes here, when he writes anywhere, and I saw the Colonel wrestlin' with pen and ink a day or two ago. Didn't you, Colonel?" The Colonel grunted, answering to his name like a dog that wags its tail in its sleep. "What's the matter? Ain't there any ink?" "I only wondered," replied Peter placidly. He slipped a paper knife under the top sheet of the blotting-pad and held it up to the light. "Quite right, old man. Give you full marks for observation. Here's Jerry's signature, and the Colonel's, and a big sprawly hand, which I should judge to be feminine." He looked at the sheet again, shook his head, folded it up, and placed it in his pocket-book. "Doesn't seem to be anything there," he commented. "But you never know. 5 something of fine something. Grouse, probably. O.E. is F.O.U. is found, I suppose. Well, it can't do any harm to keep it." He spread out his paper and began. "Dear Jerry, here I am, the family sleuth on the trail, and it's damned exciting." The Colonel snored. Sunday afternoon. Parker had gone with the car to King's Fenton, with orders to look in at Riddlesdale on the way and inquire for a green-eyed cat, also for a young man with a side-car. The Duchess was lying down. Mrs. Pettigrew Robinson had taken her husband for a brisk walk. Upstairs somewhere, Mrs. Marchbanks enjoyed a perfect communion of thought with her husband. Lord Peter's pen gritted gently over the paper, stopped, moved on again, stopped altogether. He leaned his long chin on his hands and stared out of the window, against which there came sudden little swishes of rain, and from time to time a soft dead leaf. The Colonel snored. The fire tinkled. The Honourable Freddie began to hum and tap his fingers on the arms of his chair. The clock moved slothfully on to 5 o'clock, which brought tea-time and the Duchess. "How's Mary?" asked Lord Peter, coming suddenly into the firelight. "I'm really worried about her," said the Duchess. "She is giving way to her nerves in the strangest manner. It is so unlike her. She will hardly let anybody come near her. I have sent for Dr. Thorpe again." "Don't you think she'd be better if she got up and came downstairs a bit?" suggested Wimsey. "Gets broodin' about things all by herself, I shouldn't wonder. Wants a bit of Freddie's intellectual conversation to cheer her up." "You forget. Poor girl," said the Duchess. "She was engaged to Captain Cathcart. Everybody isn't as callous as you are." "Any more letters, your Grace?" asked the footman, appearing with the post-bag. "Oh, are you going down now?" said Wimsey. "Yes, here you are, and there's one other, if you don't mind waiting a minute while I write it. Wish I could write at the rate people do on the cinema," he added, scribbling rapidly as he spoke. "Dear Lilian, your father has killed Mr. William Snooks, and unless you send me £1,000 by bearer, I shall disclose all to your husband. Sincerely, Earl of Digglesbrake. That's the style, and all done in one scrape of the pen. Here you are, Fleming." The letter was addressed to Her Grace, the Dowager Duchess of Denver. From the Morning Post of Monday, November 19 Abandoned motorcycle. A singular discovery was made yesterday by a cattle drover. He is accustomed to water his animals in a certain pond lying a little off the road about 12 miles south of Ripley. On this occasion he saw that one of them appeared to be in difficulties. On going to the rescue, he found the animal entangled in a motorcycle, which had been driven into the pond and abandoned. With the assistance of a couple of workmen, he extricated the machine. It is a Douglas with dark grey sidecar. The number plates and license holder have been carefully removed. The pond is a deep one, and the outfit was entirely submerged. It seems probable, however, that it could not have been there for more than a week, since the pond is much used on Sundays and Mondays for the watering of cattle. The police are making search for the owner. The front tire of the bicycle is a new Dunlop, and the sidecar tire has been repaired with a gaiter. The machine is a 1914 model, much worn. "That seems to strike a chord," said Lord Peter musingly. He consulted a timetable for the time of the next train to Ripley, and ordered the car. "And send Bunter to me," he added. That gentleman arrived just as his master was struggling into an overcoat. "What was that thing in last Thursday's paper about a number plate, Bunter?" inquired his lordship. Mr. Bunter produced, apparently by legerdemain, a cutting from an evening paper. Number plate mystery. The Reverend Nathaniel Foulis, of St. Simon's, North Falkirk, was stopped at 6 o'clock this morning for riding a motorcycle without number plates. The reverend gentleman seemed thunderstruck when his attention was called to the matter. He explained that he had been sent for in great haste at 4 a.m. to administer the sacrament to a dying parishioner 6 miles away. He hastened out on his motorcycle, which he confidingly left by the roadside while executing his sacred duties.
Mr. Foulis left the house at 5:30 without noticing that anything was wrong. Mr. Foulis is well known in North Falkirk and the surrounding country, and there seems little doubt that he has been the victim of a senseless practical joke. North Falkirk is a small village, a couple miles north of Ripley. "I'm going to Ripley, Bunter," said Lord Peter. "Yes, my lord. Does your lordship require me?" "No," said Lord Peter, "but who has been ladies-maiding my sister, Bunter?" "Ellen, my lord, the housemaid." "Then I wish you to exercise your powers of conversation on Ellen." "Very good, my lord." "Does she mend my sister's clothes, and brush her skirts, and all that?" "I believe so, my lord." "Nothing she may think is of any importance, you know, Bunter." "I wouldn't suggest such a thing to a woman, my lord. It goes to their heads, if I may say so." "When did Mr. Parker leave for town?" "At 6 o'clock this morning, my lord." Circumstances favoured Mr. Bunter's inquiries. He bumped into Ellen as she was descending the back stairs with an armful of clothing. A pair of leather gauntlets was jerked from the top of the pile, and, picking them up, he apologetically followed the young woman into the servants' hall. "There," said Ellen, flinging her burden on the table. "And the work I've had to get them, I'm sure. Tantrums, that's what I call it. Pretending you've got such a headache you can't let a person into the room to take your things down to brush, and as soon as they're out of the way, hopping out of bed and traipsing all over the place. 'Tisn't what I call a headache, would you now? But there, I dare say you don't get them like I do. Regular fit to split my head is sometimes. Couldn't keep on my feet, not if the house was burning down. I just have to lay down and keep laying. Something cruel it is, and gives a person such wrinkles in one's forehead." "I'm sure I don't see any wrinkles," said Mr. Bunter, "but perhaps I haven't looked hard enough." An interlude followed, during which Mr. Bunter looked hard enough and close enough to distinguish wrinkles. "No," said he, "wrinkles? I don't believe I'd see any if I was to take his lordship's big microscope he keeps up in town." "Lor, now, Mr. Bunter," said Ellen, fetching a sponge and a bottle of benzine from the cupboard, "what would his lordship be using a thing like that for, now?" "Why, in our hobby, you see, Miss Ellen, which is criminal investigation, we might want to see something magnified extra big, as it might be handwriting in a forgery case, to see if anything's been altered, or rubbed out, or if different kinds of ink have been used. Or we might want to look at the roots of a lock of hair to see if it's been torn out or fallen out. Or take bloodstains, now. We'd want to know if it was animal's blood, or human blood, or maybe only a glass of port." "Now, is it really true, Mr. Bunter," said Ellen, laying a tweed skirt out upon the table and unstoppering the benzine, "that you and Lord Peter can find out all that?" "Of course we aren't analytical chemists," Mr. Bunter replied, "but his lordship's dabbled in a lot of things, enough to know when anything looks suspicious, and if we've any doubts we send to a very famous scientific gentleman." He gallantly intercepted Ellen's hand as it approached the skirt with a benzine-soaked sponge. "For instance, now, here's a stain on the hem of this skirt just at the bottom of the side seam. Now, supposing it was a case of murder, we'll say, and the person that had worn this skirt was suspected, I should examine that stain.
Here Mr. Bunter whipped a lens out of his pocket. "Then I might try it at one edge with a wet handkerchief." He suited the action to the word. "And I should find, you see, that it came off red. Then I should turn the skirt inside out. I should see that the stain went right through, and I should take my scissors," Mr. Bunter produced a small, sharp pair, "and snip off a tiny bit of the inside edge of the seam, like this." He did so. "And pop it into a little pill-box, so." The pill-box appeared magically from an inner pocket. "And seal it up both sides with a wafer, and write on the top, Lady Mary Wimsey's skirt, and the date. Then I should send it straight off to the analytical gentleman in London, and he'd look through his microscope and tell me right off that it was rabbit's blood, maybe, and how many days it had been there, and that would be the end of that," finished Mr. Bunter triumphantly, replacing his nail-scissors and thoughtlessly pocketing the pill-box with its contents. "Well, he'd be wrong then," said Ellen, with an engaging toss of the head, "because it's bird's blood, and not rabbit's at all, because her ladyship told me so. And wouldn't it be quicker just to go and ask the person than getting fiddling round with your silly old microscope and things?" "Well, I only mentioned rabbits for an example," said Mr. Bunter. "Funny she should have got a stain down there. Must have regularly knelt in it." "Yes, bled a lot, hasn't it, poor thing? Somebody must have been shootin' careless like. 'Twasn't his Grace, nor yet the captain, poor man. Perhaps it was Mr. Arbuthnot. He shoots a bit wild sometimes. It's a nasty mess anyway, and it's so hard to clean off, being left so long. I'm sure I wasn't thinking about cleaning nothing the day the poor captain was killed. And then the coroner's inquest. 'Orrid it was. And his Grace being took off like that. Well, there, it upset me. I suppose I'm a bit sensitive. Anyhow, we was all at 6s and 7s for a day or two, and then her ladyship shuts herself up in her room and won't let me go near the wardrobe. 'Ow,' she says, 'do leave that wardrobe door alone. Don't you know how it squeaks? And my head's so bad, and my nerves so bad I can't stand it,' she says. 'I was only going to brush your skirts, my lady,' I says. 'Bother my skirts,' says her ladyship. 'And do go away, Ellen. I shall scream if I see you fidgeting about there. You get on my nerves,' she says. Well, I don't see why I should go on, not after being spoken to like that. It's very nice to be a ladyship, and all your tempers coddled and called nervous prostration. I know I was dreadfully cut up about poor Bert, my young man what was killed in the war. Nearly cried my eyes out, I did. But law, Mr. Bunter, I'd be ashamed to go on so. Besides, between you and I and the gate-post, Lady Mary wasn't that fond of the captain, never appreciated him. That's what I said to cook at the time, and she agreed with me. He had a way with him, the captain had, always quite the gentleman, of course, and never said anything as wasn't his place. I don't mean that, but I mean as it was a pleasure to do anything for him. Such a handsome man as he was, too, Mr. Bunter." "Ah," said Mr. Bunter. "So, on the whole, her ladyship was a bit more upset than you expected her to be?" "Well, to tell you the truth, Mr. Bunter, I think it's just temper. She wanted to get married and away from home. Drat this stain! It's regular dried in. She and his Grace could never get on, and when she was away in London during the war she had a rare old time, nursing officers, and going about with all kinds of queer people his Grace didn't approve of. Then she had some sort of love affair with some quite low-down sort of fellow, so cook says. I think he was one of them dirty Russians as wants to blow us all to smithereens, as if there hadn't been enough people blown up in the war already. Anyhow, his Grace made a dreadful fuss, and stopped supplies, and sent for her ladyship home, and ever since then she's been just mad to be off with somebody. Full of notions, she is. Makes me tired, I can tell you. Now, I'm sorry for his Grace. I can see what he thinks. Poor gentleman. And then to be taken up for murder and put in jail, just like one of them nasty tramps. Fancy! Ellen, having exhausted her breath and finished cleaning off the bloodstains, paused and straightened her back. "Hard work it is," she said, rubbing. "I quite ache." "If you would allow me to help you," said Mr. Bunter, appropriating the hot water, the benzine bottle, and the sponge. He turned up another breadth of the skirt. "Have you got a brush handy," he asked, "to take this mud off?" "You're as blind as a bat, Mr. Bunter," said Ellen, giggling. "Can't you see it's just in front of you?" Yes," said the valet, "but that's not as hard a one as I'd like. Just you run and get me a real hard one, there's a dear good girl, and I'll fix this for you." "Cheek," said Ellen. "But," she added, relenting before the admiring gleam in Mr. Bunter's eye, "I'll get the clothes-brush out of the hall for you. That's as hard as a brickbat, that is." No sooner was she out of the room than Mr. Bunter produced a pocket-knife and 2 more pill-boxes. In a twinkling of an eye he had scraped the surface of the skirt in 2 places, and written 2 fresh labels. Gravel from Lady Mary's skirt, about 6 inches from hem. Silver sand from hem of Lady Mary's skirt. He added the date, and had hardly pocketed the boxes when Ellen returned with the clothes-brush. The cleaning process continued for some time, to the accompaniment of desultory conversation. A 3rd stain on the skirt caused Mr. Bunter to stare critically. "Hullo," he said, "her ladyship's been trying her hand at cleaning this herself." "What?" cried Ellen. She peered closely at the mark, which at one edge was smeared and whitened, and had a slightly greasy appearance. "Well, I never!" she exclaimed. "So she has. Whatever's that for, I wonder? And her pretending to be so ill she couldn't raise her head off the pillow. She's a sly one, she is." "Couldn't it have been done before?" suggested Mr. Bunter. "Well, she might have been at it between the day the captain was killed and the inquest," agreed Ellen, "though you wouldn't think that was a time to choose to begin learning domestic work. She ain't much hand at it, anyhow, for all her nursing. I never believed that came to anything." "She's used soap," said Mr. Bunter, benzining away resolutely. "Can she boil water in her room?" "Now, whatever should she do that for, Mr. Bunter?" exclaimed Ellen, amazed. "You don't think she keeps a kettle? I bring up her morning tea. Ladyships don't want to boil water." "No," said Mr. Bunter. "And why didn't she get it from the bathroom?" He scrutinized the stain more carefully still. "Very amateurish," he said, "distinctly amateurish. Interrupted, I fancy. An energetic young lady, but not ingenious." The last remarks were addressed in confidence to the benzine bottle. Ellen had put her head out of the window to talk to the gamekeeper. The police superintendent at Ripley received Lord Peter at first frigidly, and later, when he found out who he was, with a mixture of the official attitude to private detectives and the official attitude to a duke's son. "I've come to you," said Wimsey, "because you can do this home-and-out business a sight better than an amateur like myself. I suppose your fine organization's hard at work already, what?" "Naturally," said the superintendent. "But it's not altogether easy to trace a motorcycle without knowing the number. Look at the Bournemouth murder." He shook his head regretfully and accepted a Villars-y-Villars. "We didn't think at first of connecting him with the number-plate business," the superintendent went on in a careless tone, which somehow conveyed to Lord Peter that his own remarks within the last half-hour had established the connection in the official mind for the first time. "Of course, if he'd been seen going through Ripley without a number-plate, he'd have been noticed and stopped. Whereas with Mr. Foolis's he was as safe as the Bank of England," he concluded in a burst of originality. "Obviously," said Wimsey. "Very agitatin' for the parson, poor chap. So early in the morning, too. I suppose it was just taken to be a practical joke?" "Just that," agreed the superintendent. "But after hearing what you have to tell us, we shall use our best efforts to get the man. I expect his Grace won't be any too sorry to hear he's found. You may rely on us, and if we find the man, or the number-plates—" "Lord bless and save us, man," broke in Lord Peter with unexpected vivacity. "You are not going to waste your time looking for number-plates. What do you suppose he'd pinch the curate's plates for, if he wanted to advertise his own about the neighbourhood? Once you drop on them, you've got his name and address. As long as they're in his trousers pocket, you're up a gum tree. Now forgive me, superintendent, for shoving along with my own opinion, but I simply can't bear to think of you taking all that trouble for nothing, dragging ponds and turning over rubbish heaps, looking for number-plates that ain't there. You just scour the railway stations for a young man 6'1" or 2", with a number 10 shoe, and dressed in a Burberry that's lost its belt, with a deep scratch on one of his hands. And look here, here's my address, and I'll be very grateful if you'll let me know anything that turns up. So awkward for my brother, you know. Sensitive man, feels it keenly. By the way, I'm a very uncertain bird, always hopping about. You might wire me any news in duplicate to Riddlesdale and to town, 110 Piccadilly. Always delighted to see you, by the way, if ever you're in town. You'll forgive me sloping off now, won't you? I've got a lot to do." Returning to Riddlesdale, Lord Peter found a new visitor seated at the tea-table. At Peter's entry he rose into towering height, and extended a shapely, expressive hand that would have made an actor's fortune. He was not an actor, but he found this hand useful, nevertheless, in the exploitation of dramatic moments. His magnificent build and the mobility of his head and mask were impressive. His features were flawless, his eyes ruthless. The Dowager Duchess had once remarked, "Sir Impey Biggs is the handsomest man in England, and no woman will ever care twopence for him." He was, in fact, 38 and a bachelor, and was celebrated for his rhetoric and his suave but pitiless dissection of hostile witnesses. The breeding of canaries was his unexpected hobby, and besides their song, he could appreciate no music but review airs. He answered Wimsey's greeting in his beautiful, resonant, and exquisitely controlled voice. Tragic irony, cutting contempt, or a savage indignation were the emotions by which Sir Impey Biggs swayed court and jury. He prosecuted murderers of the innocent, defended in actions for criminal libel, and, moving others, was himself as stone. Wimsey expressed himself delighted to see him, in a voice, by contrast, more husky and hesitant even than usual. "You just come from Jerry?" he asked. "Fresh toast, please, Fleming. How is he? Enjoyin' it? I never knew a fellow like Jerry for getting the least possible out of any situation. I'd rather like the experience myself, you know, only I'd hate being shut up and watching the other idiots bungling my case. No reflection on Murbles and you, Biggs. I mean myself. I mean the man who'd be me if I was Jerry. You follow me?" "I was just saying to Sir Impey," said the Duchess, "that he really must make Gerald say what he was doing in the garden at 3 in the morning. If only I'd been at Riddlesdale, none of this would have happened. Of course, we all know that he wasn't doing any harm, but we can't expect the jurymen to understand that. The lower orders are so prejudiced. It is absurd of Gerald not to realize that he must speak out. He has no consideration." "I am doing my very best to persuade him, Duchess," said Sir Impey, "but you must have patience. Lawyers enjoy a little mystery, you know. Why, if everybody came forward and told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, straight out, we should all retire to the workhouse." "Captain Cathcart's death is very mysterious," said the Duchess, "though when I think of the things that have come out about him, it really seems quite providential, as far as my sister-in-law is concerned." "I suppose you couldn't get him to bring it in death by the visitation of God, could you, Biggs?" suggested Lord Peter. "Sort of judgment for wanting to marry into our family, what?" "I have known less reasonable verdicts," returned Biggs dryly. "It's wonderful what you can suggest to a jury if you try. I remember once at the Liverpool Assizes—" He steered skilfully away into a quiet channel of reminiscence. Lord Peter watched his statuesque profile against the fire. It reminded him of the severe beauty of the charioteer of Delphi, and was about as communicative. It was not until after dinner that Sir Impey opened his mind to Wimsey. The Duchess had gone to bed, and the two men were alone in the library. Peter, scrupulously in evening dress, had been valeted by Bunter, and had been more than usually rambling and cheerful all evening. He now took a cigar, retired to the largest chair, and effaced himself in a complete silence. Sir Impey Biggs walked up and down for some half-hour, smoking. Then he came across with determination, brutally switched on a reading lamp right into Peter's face, sat down opposite to him, and said, "Now, Wimsey, I want to know all you know." "Do you, though?" said Peter. He got up, disconnected the reading lamp, and carried it away to a side table. No bullying of the witness, though," he added, and grinned. "I don't care, so long as you wake up," said Biggs, unperturbed. "Now then." Lord Peter removed his cigar from his mouth, considered it with his head on one side, turned it carefully over, decided that the ash could hang on to its parent leaf for another minute or two, smoked without speaking until collapse was inevitable, took the cigar out again, deposited the ash entire in the exact centre of the ashtray, and began his statement, omitting only the matter of the suitcase and Bunter's information obtained from Ellen. Sir Impey Biggs listened with what Peter irritably described as a cross-examining countenance, putting a sharp question every now and again. He made a few notes, and when Wimsey had finished, sat tapping his notebook thoughtfully. "I think we can make a case out of this," he said, "even if the police don't find your mysterious man. Denver's silence is an awkward complication, of course." He hooded his eyes for a moment. "Did you say you'd put the police on to find this fellow?" "Yes." "Have you a very poor opinion of the police?" "Not for that kind of thing. That's in their line. They have all the facilities, and do it very well." "Ah. You expect to find this man, do you?" "I hope to." "Ah. What do you think is going to happen to my case if you do find him, Wimsey?" "What do I—" "See here, Wimsey," said the barrister, "you are not a fool, and it's no use trying to look like a country policeman. You are really trying to find this man?" "Certainly." "Just as you like, of course. But my hands are rather tied already. Has it ever occurred to you that perhaps he'd better not be found?" Wimsey stared at the lawyer with such honest astonishment as actually to disarm him. "Remember this," said the latter earnestly, "that if once the police get hold of a thing or a person, it's no use relying on my or Merbles's or anybody's professional discretion. Everything's raked out into the light of common day, and very common it is. Here's Denver accused of murder, and he refuses, in the most categorical way, to give me the smallest assistance. Jerry's an ass. He doesn't realize—" "Do you suppose," broke in Biggs, "I have not made it my business to make him realize? All he says is, 'They can't hang me. I didn't kill the man, though I think it's a jolly good thing he's dead. It's no business of theirs what I was doing in the garden.' Now, I ask you, Wimsey, is that a reasonable attitude for a man in Denver's position to take up?" Peter muttered something about never had any sense. "Had anybody told Denver about this other man?" "Something vague was said about footsteps at the inquest, I believe." "The Scotland Yard man is a personal friend, I'm told?" "Yes." "So much the better. He can hold his tongue." "Look here, Biggs, this is all damned impressive and mysterious, but what are you getting at? Why shouldn't I lay hold of the beggar if I can?" "I'll answer that question by another." Sir Impey leaned forward a little. "Why is Denver screening him?" Sir Impey Biggs was accustomed to boast that no witness could perjure himself in his presence undetected. As he put the question, He released the other's eyes from his, and glanced down with finest cunning at Wimsey's long flexible mouth and nervous hands. When he glanced up again a second later, he met the eyes passing, guarded and inscrutable, through all the changes expressive of surprised enlightenment. But by that time it was too late. He had seen a little line at the corner of the mouth fade out, and the fingers relaxed ever so slightly. The first movement had been one of relief. "By Jove," said Peter, "I never thought of that. What sleuths you lawyers are! If that's so, I'd better be careful, hadn't I? Always was a bit rash. My mother says—" "You're a clever devil, Wimsey," said the barrister. "I may be wrong. Find your man, by all means. There's just one thing I'd like to ask. Whom are you screening?" "Look here, Biggs," said Wimsey, "you're not paid to ask that kind of question here, you know. You can jolly well wait till you get into court. It's your job to make the best of the stuff we serve up to you, not to give us the third degree. Suppose I murdered Cathcart myself." "You didn't." "I know I didn't. But if I did, I'm not going to have you asking questions and looking at me in that tone of voice. However, just to oblige you, I don't mind saying plainly that I don't know who did away with the fellow. When I do, I'll tell you." "You will?" "Yes, I will, but not till I'm sure. You people can make such a little circumstantial evidence go such a damn long way. You might hang me while I was only in the early stages of suspecting myself." Said Biggs. "Meanwhile, I tell you candidly, I am taking the line that they can't make out a case." "Not proven, eh? Well, anyhow, Biggs, I swear my brother shan't hang for lack of my evidence." "Of course not," said Biggs, adding inwardly, "but you hope it won't come to that." A spurt of rain plashed down the wide chimney and sizzled on the logs. Craven Hotel, Strand, W.C., Tuesday. My dear Wimsey, a line, as I promised, to report progress, but it's precious little. On the journey up, I sat next to Mrs. Pettigrew Robinson, and opened and shut the window for her, and looked after her parcels. She mentioned that when your sister roused the household on Thursday morning, she went first to Mr. Arbuthnot's room, a circumstance which the lady seemed to think odd, but which is natural enough when you come to think of it, the room being directly opposite the head of the staircase. It was Mr. Arbuthnot who knocked up the Pettigrew Robinsons, and Mr. P. ran downstairs immediately. Mrs. P. then saw that Lady Mary was looking very faint, and tried to support her. Your sister threw her off, rudely, Mrs. P. says, declined in a most savage manner all offers of assistance, rushed to her own room, and locked herself in. Mrs. Pettigrew Robinson listened at the door to make sure, as she says, that everything was all right, but, hearing her move about and slamming cupboards, she concluded that she would have more chance of poking her finger into the pie downstairs, and departed. If Mrs. Marchbanks had told me this, I admit I should have thought the episode worth looking into, but I feel strongly that if I were dying I should still lock the door between myself and Mrs. Pettigrew Robinson. Mrs. P. was quite sure that at no time had Lady Mary anything in her hand. She was dressed as described at the inquest, a long coat over her pyjamas, sleeping suit was Mrs. P.'s expression, stout shoes, and a woolly cap, and she kept these garments on throughout the subsequent visit of the doctor. Another odd little circumstance is that Mrs. Pettigrew Robinson, who was awake, you remember, from 2 a.m. onwards, is certain that just before Lady Mary knocked on Mr. Arbuthnot's door, she heard a door slam somewhere in the passage. I don't know what to make of this. Perhaps there's nothing in it, but I just mention it. I've had a rotten time in town. Your brother-in-law elect was a model of discretion. His room in Albany is a desert from a detecting point of view. No papers, except a few English bills and receipts and invitations. I looked up a few of his inviters, but they were mostly men who had met him at the club or knew him in the army, and could tell me nothing about his private life. He is known at several night clubs. I made the round of them last night, or rather this morning. General verdict: generous, but impervious. By the way, poker seems to have been his great game. No suggestion of anything crooked. He won pretty consistently on the whole, but never very spectacularly. I think the information we want must be in Paris. I have written to the Sûreté and the Crédit Lyonnais to produce his papers, especially his account and cheque-book. I'm pretty dead with yesterday's and today's work. Dancing all night on top of a journey is a jolly poor joke. Unless you want me, I'll wait here for the papers, or I may run over to Paris myself. Cathcart's books here consist of a few modern French novels of the usual kind, and another copy of Manon, with what the catalogues call curious plates. He must have had a life somewhere, mustn't he? The enclosed bill from a beauty specialist in Bond Street may interest you. I called on her. She says he came regularly every week when he was in England. I drew quite a blank at King's Fenton on Sunday. Oh, but I told you that. I don't think the fellow ever went there. I wonder if he slunk off up into the moor. Is it worth rummaging about, do you think? Rather like looking for a needle in a bundle of hay. It's odd about that diamond cat. You've got nothing out of the household, I suppose? It doesn't seem to fit number 10 somehow, and yet you'd think somebody would have heard about it in the village if it had been lost. Well, so long. Yours ever, Charles Parker. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Clouds of Witness by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. And his daughter much afraid. The women also looked pale and wan. The Pilgrim's Progress. Mr. Bunter brought Parker's letter up to Lord Peter in bed on the Wednesday morning. The house was almost deserted, everybody having gone to attend the police court proceedings at Northallerton. The thing would be purely formal, of course, but it seemed only proper that the family should be fully represented. The Dowager Duchess, indeed, was there. She had promptly hastened to her son's side, and was living heroically in furnished lodgings. But the younger Duchess thought her mother-in-law more energetic than dignified. There was no knowing what she might do if left to herself.
She might even give an interview to a newspaper reporter. Besides, at these moments of crisis, a wife's right place is at her husband's side. Lady Mary was ill, and nothing could be said about that, and if Peter chose to stay smoking cigarettes in his pyjamas, while his only brother was undergoing public humiliation, that was only what might be expected. Peter took after his mother. How that eccentric strain had got into the family, her Grace could easily guess. The dowager came of a good Hampshire family, but there was foreign blood at the roots of her family tree. Her own duty was clear, and she would do it. Lord Peter was awake, and looked rather fagged, as though he had been sleuthing in his sleep. Mr. Bunter wrapped him solicitously in a brilliant oriental robe, and placed the tray on his knees. "Bunter," said Lord Peter, rather fretfully, "your café au lait is the one tolerable incident in this beastly place." "Thank you, my lord. Very chilly again this morning, my lord, but not actually raining." Lord Peter frowned over his letter. "Anything in the paper, Bunter?" "Nothing urgent, my lord. A sale next week at Northbury Hall. Mr. Fleetwhite's library, my lord. A Caxton Confessio Amantis." "What's the good of telling me that when we're stuck up here for God knows how long? I wish to heaven I'd stuck to books and had never touched crime. Did you send those specimens up to Lubbock?" "Yes, my lord," said Bunter gently. Dr. Lubbock was the analytical gentleman. "Must have facts," said Lord Peter. "Facts. When I was a small boy I always hated facts. Thought of 'em as nasty hard things, all knobs, uncompromisin'." "Yes, my lord. My old mother—" "Your mother, Bunter? Didn't know you had one. I always imagined you were turned out ready-made, so to speak. Excuse me, infernally rude of me. Beg your pardon, I'm sure." "Not at all, my lord. My mother lives in Kent, my lord, near Maidstone. 75, my lord, and an extremely active woman for her years, if you'll excuse my mentioning it. I was one of 7. "That is an invention, Bunter. I know better. You are unique. But I interrupted you. You were going to tell me about your mother." "She always says, my lord, that facts are like cows. If you look them in the face hard enough, they generally run away. She is a very courageous woman, my lord." Lord Peter stretched out his hand impulsively, but Mr. Bunter was too well trained to see it. He had, indeed, already begun to strop a razor. Lord Peter suddenly bundled out of bed with a violent jerk, and sped across the landing to the bathroom. Here he revived sufficiently to lift up his voice in "Come unto these yellow sands." Thence, feeling in a Purcellish mood, he passed to "I attempt from love's sickness to fly," with such improvement of spirits that, against all custom, he ran several gallons of cold water into the bath and sponged himself vigorously. Wherefore, after a rough toweling, he burst explosively from the bathroom and caught his shin somewhat violently against the lid of a large oak chest which stood at the head of the staircase, so violently indeed that the lid lifted with the shock and shut down with a protesting bang. Lord Peter stopped to say something expressive, and to caress his leg softly with the palm of his hand. Then a thought struck him.
He set down his towels, soap, sponge, loofah, bath-brush, and other belongings, and quietly lifted the lid of the chest. Whether, like the heroine of Northanger Abbey, he expected to find anything gruesome inside was not apparent. It is certain that, like her, he beheld nothing more startling than certain sheets and counterpanes neatly folded at the bottom. Unsatisfied, he lifted the top one of these gingerly and inspected it for a few moments in the light of the staircase window. He was just returning it to its place, whistling softly the while, when a little hiss of indrawn breath caused him to look up with a start. His sister was at his elbow. He had not heard her come, but she stood there in her dressing-gown, her hands clutched together on her breast. Her blue eyes were dilated till they looked almost black, and her skin seemed nearly the colour of her ash-blonde hair. Wimsey stared at her over the sheet he held in his arms, and the terror in her face passed over into his, stamping them suddenly with the mysterious likeness of blood relationship. Peter's own impression was that he stared, quote, like a stuck pig, end quote, for about a minute. He knew, as a matter of fact, that he had recovered himself in a fraction of a second. He dropped the sheet into the chest and stood up. "Hullo, Polly, old thing," he said. "Where have you been hidin' all this time? First time I've seen you. 'Fraid you've been havin' a pretty thin time of it." He put his arm round her and felt her shrink. "What's the matter?" he demanded. "What's up, old girl? Look here, Mary, we've never seen enough of each other, but I am your brother. Are you in trouble? Can't I—" "Trouble?" she said. "Why, you silly old Peter, of course I'm in trouble. Don't you know they've killed my man and put my brother in prison? Isn't that enough to be troubled about?" She laughed, and Peter suddenly thought, "She's talking like somebody in a blood and thunder novel." She went on more naturally. "It's all right, Peter, truly, only my head's so bad. I really don't know what I'm doing. What are you after? You made such a noise I came out. I thought it was a door banging." "You'd better toddle back to bed," said Lord Peter. "You're getting all cold. Why do girls wear such mimsy little pajim-jams in this damn cold climate? There, don't you worry. I'll drop in on you later, and we'll have a jolly old powwow. What?" Not today, Peter. I'm going mad, I think." Sensation fiction again, thought Peter. "Are they trying Gerald today?" "Not exactly trying," said Peter, urging her gently along to her room. "It's just informal, you know. The old jolly magistrate bird hears the charge read, and then old Murbles pops up and says please he wants only formal evidence given, as he has to instruct counsel. That's biggie, you know. Then they hear the evidence of arrest, and Murbles says old Gerald reserves his defence. That's all, till the assizes. Evidence before the grand jury, a lot of bosh. That'll be early next month, I suppose. You'll have to buck up then, and to be fit by then." Mary shuddered. No. Couldn't I get out of it? I couldn't go through it all again. I should be sick. I'm feeling awful. No, don't come in. I don't want you. Ring the bell for Ellen. No, let go. Go away. I don't want you, Peter." Peter hesitated, a little alarmed. "Much better not, my lord, if you'll excuse me," said Bunter's voice at his ear. "Only produce hysterics," he added, as he drew his master gently from the door. very distressing for both parties, and altogether unproductive of results. Better to wait for the return of her Grace the Dowager." "Quite right," said Peter. He turned back to pick up his paraphernalia, but was dexterously forestalled. Once again he lifted the lid of the chest and looked in. "What did you say you found on that skirt, Bunter?" "Gravel, my lord, and silver sand." "Silver sand." Behind Riddlesdale Lodge the moor stretched starkly away and upward. The heather was brown and wet, and the little streams had no colour in them. It was 6 o'clock, but there was no sunset. Only a paleness had moved behind the thick sky from east to west all day. Lord Peter, tramping back after a long and fruitless search for tidings of the man with the motorcycle, voiced the dull suffering of his gregarious spirit. "I wish old Parker was here," he muttered, and squelched down a sheep track. He was making not directly for the lodge, but for a farmhouse about 2½ miles distant from it, known as Grider's Hole. It lay almost due north of Riddlesdale village, a lonely outpost on the edge of the moor, in a valley of fertile land between two wide swells of heather. The track wound down from the height called Wemmeling Fell, skirted a vile swamp, and crossed the little river Rid about half a mile before reaching the farm. Peter had small hope of hearing any news at Grider's Hole, but he was filled with a sudden determination to leave no stone unturned. Privately, however, he felt convinced that the motorcycle had come by the high road, Parker's investigations notwithstanding, and perhaps passed directly through King's Fenton without stopping or attracting attention. Still, he had said he would search the neighbourhood, and Grider's Hole was in the neighbourhood. He paused to relight his pipe, then squelched steadily on. The path was marked with stout white posts at regular intervals, and presently with hurdles. The reason for this was apparent as one came to the bottom of the valley, for only a few yards on the left began the stretch of rough, reedy tussocks, with slobbering black bog between them, in which anything heavier than a water wagtail would speedily suffer change into a succession of little bubbles. Wimsey stooped for an empty sardine tin which lay, horribly battered, at his feet, and slung it idly into the quag. It struck the surface with a noise like a wet kiss, and vanished instantly. With that instinct which prompts one when depressed to wallow in every circumstance of gloom, Peter leaned sadly upon the hurdles, and abandoned himself to a variety of shallow considerations upon 1. The vanity of human wishes. 2. Mutability. 3. First love. 4. The decay of idealism. 5. The aftermath of the Great War. 6. Birth control. And 7. The fallacy of free will. This was his nadir, however. Realizing that his feet were cold and his stomach empty, and that he still had some miles to go, he crossed the stream on a row of slippery stepping-stones, and approached the gate of the farm, which was not an ordinary 5-barred one, but solid and uncompromising. A man was leaning over it, sucking a straw. He made no attempt to move at Wimsey's approach. "Good evening," said that nobleman in a sprightly manner,
laying his hand on the catch. "Chilly, ain't it?" The man made no reply, but leaned more heavily and breathed. He wore a rough coat and breeches, and his leggings were covered with manure. "Seasonable, of course, what?" said Peter. "Good for the sheep, I dare say. Makes their wool curl, and so on." The man removed the straw and spat in the direction of Peter's right boot. "Do you lose many animals in the bog?" went on Peter, carelessly unlatching the gate and leaning upon it in the opposite direction. "I see you have a good wall all round the house. Must be a bit dangerous in the dark, what, if you're thinking of taking a little evening stroll with a friend?" The man spat again, pulled his hat over his forehead, and said briefly, "What dost want?" "Well," said Peter, "I thought of paying a little friendly call on on the owner of this farm, that is to say. Country neighbours and all that. Lonely kind of country, don't you see? Is he in, do you think?" The man grunted. "I'm glad to hear it," said Peter. "It's so uncommonly jolly finding all you Yorkshire people so kind and hospitable, what? Never mind who you are, always a seat at the fireside and that kind of thing. Excuse me, but do you know you're leaning on the gate so's I can't open it? I'm sure it's a pure oversight, only you mayn't realize that just where you're standing you get the maximum of leverage. What an awfully charming house this is, isn't it? All so jolly stark and grim and all the rest of it. No creepers or little rose-grown porches or anything suburban of that sort. Who lives in it?" The man surveyed him up and down for some moments, and replied, "Mr. Grimethorpe." "No, does he now?" said Lord Peter. "To think of that! Just the fellow I want to see. Model farmer, what? Wherever I go throughout the length and breadth of the North Riding, I hear of Mr. Grimethorpe. Grimethorpe's butter is the best. Grimethorpe's fleeces never go to pieces. Grimethorpe's pork melts on the fork. For Irish stews, take Grimethorpe's ewes. A tummy lined with Grimethorpe's beef never comes to grief. It has been my life's ambition to see Mr. Grimethorpe in the flesh. And you, no doubt, are his sturdy henchman and right-hand man. You leap from bed before the breaking day to milk the kine amid the scented hay. You, when the shades of evening gather deep, home from the mountain lead your mild-eyed sheep. You, by the ingle's red and welcoming blaze, tell your sweet infants tales of olden days. A wonderful life, though a trifle monotonous, perhaps, in the winter. Allow me to clasp your honest hand." Whether the man was moved by this lyric outburst, or whether the failing light was not too dim to strike a pale sheen from the metal in Lord Peter's palm, at any rate he moved a trifle back from the gate. "Thanks awfully, old bean," said Peter, stepping briskly past him. "I take it I shall find Mr. Grimethorpe in the house?" The man said nothing till Wimsey had proceeded about a dozen yards up the flagged path. Then he hailed him, but without turning round. "Mester?" "Yes, old thing," said Peter, affably, returning. "'Appen he'll set dog on the—" "You don't say so," said Peter. "The faithful hound welcomes the return of the prodigal. Scene of family rejoicing. My own long-lost boy. Sobs and speeches, beer all round for the delighted tenantry. Glees by the old fireside till the rafters ring and all the smoked hams tumble down.
to join in the revelry. Good night, sweet prince, until the cows come home, and the dogs eat Jezebel in the portion of Jezreel, when the hounds of spring are on winter's traces. I suppose," he added to himself, "they will have finished tea." As Lord Peter approached the door of the farm, his spirits rose. He enjoyed paying this kind of visit, although he had taken to detecting as he might, with another conscience or constitution, have taken to Indian hemp for its exhilarating properties, at a moment when life seemed dust and ashes. He had not primarily the detective temperament. He expected next to nothing from inquiries at Grider's Hole, and if he had, he might probably have extracted all the information he wanted by a judicious display of treasury notes to the glum man at the gate. Parker would in all likelihood have done so. He was paid to detect and to do nothing else, and neither his natural gifts nor his education at Barrow-in-Furness Grammar School prompted him to stray into side tracks at the beck of an ill-regulated imagination. But to Lord Peter the world presented itself as an entertaining labyrinth of side issues. He was a respectable scholar in 5 or 6 languages, a musician of some skill and more understanding, something of an expert in toxicology, a collector of rare editions, an entertaining man about town, and a common sensationalist. He had been seen at 12:30 on a Sunday morning, walking in Hyde Park in a top hat and frock coat, reading News of the World. His passion for the unexplored led him to hunt up obscure pamphlets in the British Museum, to unravel the emotional history of income tax collectors, and to find out where his own drains led to. In this case, the fascination problem of a Yorkshire farmer who habitually set the dogs on casual visitors imperatively demanded investigation in a personal interview. The result was unexpected. His first summons was unheeded, and he knocked again. This time there was a movement, and a surly male voice called out, "Well, let 'un in, then, dang 'un, and dang thee," established by the sound of something falling or thrown across the room. The door was opened unexpectedly by a little girl of about 7, very dark and pretty, and rubbing her arm, as though the missile had caught her there. She stood defensively, blocking the threshold, till the same voice growled impatiently, "Well, 'oo is it?" "Good evening," said Wimsey, removing his hat. "I hope you'll excuse me droppin' in like this. I'm livin' at Riddlesdale Lodge." "What of it?" demanded the voice. Above the child's head Wimsey saw the outline of a big, thick-set man smoking in the inglenook of an immense fireplace. There was no light but firelight, for the window was small and dusk had already fallen. It seemed to be a large room, but a high oak settle on the farther side of the chimney ran out across it, leaving a cavern of impenetrable blackness beyond. "May I come in?" said Wimsey. "If thou must," said the man ungraciously. "Shut door, lass. What art staring at? Go to the mother and bid her mend thy manners for thee." This seemed a case of the pot lecturing the kettle on cleanliness, but the child vanished hurriedly into the blackness behind the settle, and Peter walked in. "Are you Mr. Grindthorpe?" he asked politely. "What if I am?" retorted the farmer. "I've no call to be ashamed of my name." "Rather not," said Lord Peter, "nor of your farm. Delightful place, what? My name's Wimsey, by the way, Lord Peter Wimsey, in fact, the Duke of Denver's brother, you know. I'm sure I hate interrupting you. You must be busy with the sheep and all that. But I thought you wouldn't mind if I just ran over in a neighbourly way. Lonely sort of country, ain't it? I like to know the people next door and all that sort of thing. I'm used to London, you see, where people live pretty thick on the ground. I suppose very few strangers ever pass this way?" "None," said Mr. Grimethorpe with decision. "Well, perhaps it's as well," pursued Lord Peter. "Makes one appreciate one's home circle more, what? Often think one sees too many strangers in town. Nothing like one's family when all's said and done. Cosy, don't you know? You a married man, Mr. Grimethorpe?" "What the hell's that to you?" growled the farmer, rounding on him with such ferocity that Wimsey looked about quite nervously for the dogs before mentioned. "Oh, nothing," he replied. "Only I thought that charming little girl might be yours." "And if I thought she weren't," said Mr. Grimethorpe, "I'd strangle the bitch and her mother together. What hast got to say to that?" As a matter of fact, the remark, considered as a conversational formula, seemed to leave so much to be desired that Wimsey's natural loquacity suffered a severe check. He fell back, however, on the usual resource of the male, and offered Mr. Grimethorpe a cigar, thinking to himself as he did so, "What a hell of a life that woman must lead." The farmer declined the cigar with a single word, and was silent. Wimsey lit a cigarette for himself, and became meditative, watching his companion. He was a man about 45 apparently, rough, harsh, and weather-beaten, with great ridgy shoulders and short thick thighs, a bull-terrier with a bad temper. Deciding that delicate hints would be wasted on such an organism, Wimsey adopted a franker method. "To tell the truth, Mr. Grimethorpe," he said, "I didn't blow in without any excuse at all. Always best to provide oneself with an excuse for a call, what? Though it's so perfectly delightful to see you, I mean, no excuse might appear necessary. But the fact is, I'm looking for a young man, an acquaintance of mine, who said he'd be roaming about this neighbourhood some time or other about now. Only I'm afraid I may have missed him. You see, I've only just got over from Corsica, interesting country and all that, Mr. Grimethorpe, but a trifle out of the way, and from what my friend said, I think he must have turned up here about a week ago and found me out. Just my luck. But he didn't leave his card, so I can't be quite sure, you see. You didn't happen to come across him by any chance? Tall fellow, with big feet, on a motorcycle with a sidecar. I thought he might have come rooting about here. Hullo, do you know him?" The farmer's face had become swollen and almost black with rage. "What day, says thou?" he demanded thickly. "I should think last Wednesday night or Thursday morning," said Peter, with a hand on his heavy Malacca cane. "I knew it," growled Mr. Grimethorpe. "The slut, and all these doomed women with their dirty ways. Look here, mester, the tyke were a friend o' thine? Well, I wor at Stapley Wednesday and Thursday. Thou knew that, didn't thou? And so did the friend, didn't 'un? And if I hadn't, it'd have been worse for 'un. He'd a been in Peter's pot, and I'd a caught un, and that's where thou'll be the send in a minute, blast thou. And if I find un sneaking here again, I'll blast every bone in his body, and send un to look for thee there." And with these surprising words, he made for Peter's throat, like a bulldog. "That won't do," said Peter, disentangling himself with an ease which astonished his opponent, and catching his wrist in a grip of mysterious and excruciating agony. "'Tisn't wise, you know. Might murder a fella like that. Nasty business, murder. Coroner's inquest and all that sort of thing. Counsel for the prosecution, asking all sorts of inquisitive questions, and a fellow putting a string round your neck. Besides, your method's a bit primitive. Stand still, you fool, or you'll break your arm. Feeling better? That's right. Sit down. You'll get into trouble one of these days, behaving like that when you're asked a civil question." "Get out the house," said Mr. Grimethorpe sullenly. "Certainly," said Peter. "I have to thank you for a very entertaining evening, Mr. Grimethorpe. I'm sorry you can give me no news of my friend." Mr. Grimethorpe sprang up with a blasphemous ejaculation, and made for the door, shouting, "Jabez!" Lord Peter stared after him for a moment, and then stared round the room. "Something fishy here," he said. "Fella knows something. Murderous sort of brute. I wonder." He peered round the settle, and came face to face with a woman, a dim patch of whiteness in the thick shadow. "You!" she said in a low, hoarse gasp. You are mad to come here. Quick, quick, he has gone for the dogs." She placed her 2 hands on his breast, thrusting him urgently back. Then, as the firelight fell upon his face, she uttered a stifled shriek, and stood petrified, a Medusa head of terror. Medusa was beautiful, says the tale, and so was this woman. A broad white forehead under massed dusky hair, black eyes glowing under straight brows, a wide passionate mouth, a shape so wonderful that even in that strenuous moment 16 generations of feudal privilege stirred in Lord Peter's blood. His hands closed over hers instinctively, but she pulled herself hurriedly away and shrank back. "Madam," said Wimsey, recovering himself, "I don't quite—" 1,000 questions surged up in his mind, but before he could frame them, a long yell, and another, and then another, came from the back of the house. "Run, run," she said. "The dogs! My God, what will become of me? Go, if you don't want to see me killed. Go, go, have pity." "Look here," said Peter, "can't I stay and protect—" "You can stay and murder me," said the woman. "Go." Peter cast public school tradition to the winds, caught up his stick, and went. The brutes were at his heels as he fled. He struck the foremost with his stick, and it dropped back, snarling. The man was still leaning on the gate, and Grimethorpe's hoarse voice was heard shouting to him to seize the fugitive. Peter closed with him. There was a scuffle of dogs and men, and suddenly Peter found himself thrown bodily over the gate. As he picked himself up and ran, he heard the farmer cursing the man, and the man retorting that he couldn't help it. Then the woman's voice, uplifted in a frightened wail. He glanced over his shoulder. The man and the woman, and a second man who had now joined the party, were beating the dogs back,
and seemed to be persuading Grimethorpe not to let them through. Apparently their remonstrances had some effect, for the farmer turned moodily away, and the second man called the dogs off, with much whip-cracking and noise. The woman said something, and her husband turned furiously upon her and struck her to the ground. Peter made a movement to go back, but a strong conviction that he could only make matters worse for her arrested him. He stood still and waited till she had picked herself up and gone in, wiping the blood and dirt from her face with her shawl. The farmer looked round, shook his fist at him, and followed her into the house. Jabez collected the dogs and drove them back, and Peter's friend returned to lean over the gate. Peter waited till the door had closed upon Mr. and Mrs. Grimethorpe. Then he pulled out his handkerchief and, in the half-darkness, signalled cautiously to the man, who slipped through the gate and came slowly down to him. "Thanks very much," said Wimsey, putting money in his hand. "I'm afraid I've done unintentional mischief." The man looked at the money and at him. "'Tes t'master's way with them as comes to look at missus," he said. "Tha's best keep away, if so be thou wouldna have her blood on the head." "See here," said Peter, "did you by any chance meet a young man with a motorcycle wandering round here last Wednesday or thereabouts?" "Nay, Wednesday? 'Twould be day t'master went to Stapley, I reckon, after machines. Na, I seed nowt." "All right. If you find anybody who did, let me know. Here's my name, and I'm staying at Riddlesdale Lodge. Good night. Many thanks." The man took the card from him and slouched back without a word of farewell. Lord Peter walked slowly, his coat-collar turned up and his hat pulled over his eyes. The cinematographic episode had troubled his logical faculty. With an effort, he sorted out his ideas and arranged them in some kind of order. "First item," said he, "Mr. Grimethorpe. A gentleman who will stick at nothing. Hefty, unamiable, inhospitable, dominant characteristic, jealousy of his very astonishing wife. Was at Stapley last Wednesday and Thursday buying machinery. Helpful gentleman at the gate corroborates this, by the way, so that at this stage of the proceedings one may allow it as a sound alibi. Did not, therefore, see our mysterious friend with the sidecar, if he was there, but is disposed to think he was there, and has very little doubt about what he came for, which raises an interesting point. Why the sidecar? Awkward thing to tour about with. Very good. But if our friend came after Mrs. G., he obviously didn't take her. Good again. Second item, Mrs. Grimethorpe. Very singular item, by Jove." He paused meditatively to reconstruct a thrilling moment. "Let us admit at once that if number 10 came for the purpose suspected, he had every excuse for it. Well, Mrs. G. goes in terror of her husband, who thinks nothing of knocking her down on suspicion. I wish to God, but I'd only have made things worse. Only thing you can do for the wife of a brute like that is to keep away from her. Hope there won't be murder done. One's enough at a time. Where was I? Yes, well, Mrs. Grimethorpe knows something.
and she knows somebody. She took me for somebody who had every reason for not coming to Grider's Hole. Where was she, I wonder, while I was talking to Grimethorpe? She wasn't in the room. Perhaps the child warned her. No, that won't wash. I told the child who I was. Aha! Wait a minute. Do I see a light? She looked out of the window and saw a bloke in an aged Burberry. Number 10 is a bloke in an aged Burberry. Now let's suppose for a moment she takes me for number 10. What does she do? She sensibly keeps out of the way. Can't think why I'm such a fool as to turn up. Then, when Grimethorpe runs out shoutin' for the kennel man, she nips down, with her life in her hands, to warn her, shall we say boldly, her lover, to get away. She finds it isn't her lover, but only a gaping ass of, I fear, a very comin'-on disposition. New compromisin' position. She tells the ass to save himself and herself by clearin' out. Ass clears, not too gracefully. The next instalment of this enthrallin' drama will be shown in this theatre. When? I'd jolly well like to know. He tramped on for some time. All the same, he retorted upon himself, all this throws no light on what number 10 was doing at Riddlesdale Lodge. At the end of his walk he had reached no conclusion. Whatever happens, he said to himself, and if it can be done without danger to her life, I must see Mrs. Grimethorpe again. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Clouds of Witness by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Rue Saint-Honoré and the Rue de la Paix. I think it was the cat. HMS Pinafore. Mr. Parker sat disconsolate in a small apartment in the Rue Saint-Honoré. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Paris was full of a subdued but cheerful autumn sunlight, but the room faced north and was depressing, with its plain dark furniture and its deserted air. It was a man's room, well appointed after the manner of a discreet club, a room that kept its dead owner's counsel imperturbably. 2 large saddle-bag chairs in crimson leather stood by the cold hearth. On the mantelpiece was a bronze clock, flanked by 2 polished German shells, a stone tobacco jar, and an oriental brass bowl containing a long cold pipe. There were several excellent engravings in narrow pear-wood frames, and the portrait in oils of a rather florid lady of the period of Charles II. The window curtains were crimson, and the floor covered with a solid Turkey carpet. Opposite the fireplace stood a tall mahogany bookcase with glass doors, containing a number of English and French classics, a large collection of books on history and international politics, various French novels, a number of works on military and sporting subjects, and a famous French edition of the Decameron, with the additional plates. Under the window stood a large bureau. Parker shook his head, took out a sheet of paper, and began to write a report. He had breakfasted on coffee and rolls at 7. He had made an exhaustive search of the flat. He had interviewed the concierge, the manager of the Crédit Lyonnais, and the prefect of police for the quartier, and the result was very poor indeed.
Information obtained from Captain Cathcart's papers. Before the war, Dennis Cathcart had undoubtedly been a rich man. He had considerable investments in Russia and Germany, and a large share in a prosperous vineyard in Champagne. After coming into his property at the age of 21, he had concluded his 3 years' residence at Cambridge, and had then travelled a good deal, visiting persons of importance in various countries, and, apparently, studying with a view to a diplomatic career. During the period from 1913 to 1918, the story told by the books became intensely interesting, baffling, and depressing. At the outbreak of war, he had taken a commission in the 15th Lancashires. With the help of the cheque-book, Parker reconstructed the whole economic life of a young British officer. Clothes, horses, equipment, travelling, wine and dinners when on leave, bridge debts, rent of the flat in the Rue Saint-Honoré, club subscriptions, and what not. This outlay was strictly moderate and proportioned to his income. Receipted bills, neatly docketed, occupied one drawer of the bureau, and a careful comparison of these with the cheque-book and the returned cheques revealed no discrepancy. But beyond these, there appeared to have been another heavy drain upon Cathcart's resources. Beginning in 1913, certain large cheques, payable to self, appeared regularly at every quarter, and sometimes at shorter intervals. As to the destination of these sums, the Bureau preserved the closest discretion. There were no receipts, no memoranda of their expenditure. The great crash, which in 1914 shook the credits of the world, was mirrored in the little pass-book. The credits from Russian and German sources stopped dead. Those from the French shares slumped to a quarter of the original amount, as the tide of war washed over the vineyards and carried the workers away. For the first year or so, there were substantial dividends from capital invested in French rente. Then came an ominous entry of 20,000 francs on the credit side of the account, and 6 months after, another of 30,000 francs. After that, the landslide followed fast. Parker could picture those curt notes from the front directing the sale of government securities as the savings of the past 6 years whirled away in the maelstrom of rising prices and collapsing currencies. The dividends grew less and less, and ceased. Then, more ominous still, came a series of debits representing the charges on renewal of promissory notes. About 1918 the situation had become acute, and several entries showed a desperate attempt to put matters straight by gambling in foreign exchanges. There were purchases through the bank of German marks, Russian roubles, and Romanian lei. Mr. Parker sighed sympathetically when he saw this, thinking of the £12 worth of these delusive specimens of the engraver's art laid up in his own desk at home. He knew them to be waste paper, yet his tidy mind could not bear the thought of destroying them. Evidently Cathcart had found marks and roubles very broken reeds. It was about this time that Cathcart's pass-book began to reveal the paying in of various sums of cash, some large, some small, at irregular dates, and with no particular consistency. In December 1919 there had been one of these amounting to as much as 35,000 francs. Parker at first supposed that these sums might represent dividends from some separate securities, which Cathcart was handling for himself, without passing them through the bank. He made a careful search of the room, in the hope of finding either the bonds themselves, or at least some memorandum concerning them, but the search was in vain, and he was forced to conclude either that Cathcart had deposited them in some secret place, or that the credits in question represented some different source of income. Cathcart had apparently contrived to be demobilized almost at once, owing no doubt to his previous frequentation of distinguished governmental personages, and to have taken a prolonged holiday upon the Riviera. Subsequently, a visit to London coincided with the acquisition of £700, which, converted into francs at the then rate of exchange, made a very respectable item in the account. From that time on, the outgoings and receipts presented a similar aspect, and were more or less evenly balanced, the cheques to self becoming rather larger and more frequent as time went on, while during 1921 the income from the vineyard began to show signs of recovery. Mr. Parker noted down all this information in detail, and, leaning back in his chair, looked round the flat. He felt, not for the first time, distaste for his profession, which cut him off from the great masculine community whose members take each other for granted and respect privacy. He relighted his pipe, which had gone out, and proceeded with his report. Information obtained from M. Turgot, the manager of the Crédit Lyonnais, confirmed the evidence of the pass-book in every particular. M. Cathcart had recently made all his payments in notes, usually in notes of small denominations. Once or twice he had had an overdraft, never very large, and always made up within a few months. He had, of course, suffered a diminution of income, like everybody else, but the account had never given the bank any uneasiness. At the moment it was some 14,000 francs on the right side. M. Cathcart was always very agreeable, but not communicative. Très correct. Information obtained from the concierge. One did not see much of M. Cathcart, but he was très gentil. He never failed to say bonjour, bourgeois, when he came in or out. He received visitors, sometimes gentlemen in evening dress. One made card parties. M. Bourgeois had never directed any ladies to his rooms, except once last February, when he had given a lunch party to some ladies, très comme il faut, who brought with them his fiancée, une jolie blonde. M. Cathcart used the flat as a pied-à-terre, and often he would shut it up and go away for several weeks or months. He was un jeune homme très rangé. He had never kept a valet. Madame Leblanc, the cousin of one's late wife, kept his appartement clean. Madame Leblanc was very respectable, but certainly Monsieur might have Madame Leblanc's address. Information obtained from Madame Leblanc. Monsieur Cathcart was a charming young man, and very pleasant to work for, very generous, and took a great interest in the family. Madame Leblanc was desolated to hear that he was dead, and on the eve of his marriage to the daughter of the English milady. Madame Leblanc had seen Mademoiselle last year when she visited Monsieur Cathcart in Paris. She considered the young lady very fortunate. Very few young men were as serious as Monsieur Cathcart, especially when they were so good-looking. Madame Leblanc had had experience of young men, and she could relate many histories if she were disposed, but none of Monsieur Cathcart. He would not always be using his rooms. He had the habit of letting her know when he would be at home, and she then went round to put the flat in order. He kept his things very tidy. He was not like English gentlemen in that respect. Madame Leblanc had known many of them who kept their affairs sans dessus-dessous. Monsieur Cathcart was always very well dressed. He was particular about his bath. He was like a woman for his toilet, the poor gentleman, and so he was dead. Le pauvre garçon. Really, it had taken Madame Leblanc's appetite. Information obtained from Monsieur the Prefect of Police. Absolutely nothing. Monsieur Cathcart had never caught the eye of the police in any way. With regard to the sums of money mentioned by Monsieur Parker, if Monsieur would give him the numbers of some of the notes, efforts would be made to trace them. Where had the money gone? Parker could think only of two destinations: an irregular establishment or a blackmailer. Certainly a handsome man like Cathcart might very well have a woman or two in his life, even without the knowledge of the concierge. Certainly a man who habitually cheated at cards, if he did cheat at cards, might very well have got himself into the power of somebody who knew too much. It was noteworthy that his mysterious receipts in cash began just as his economies were exhausted. It seemed likely that they represented irregular gains from gambling in the casinos, on the Exchange, or, if Denver's story had any truth in it, from crooked play. On the whole, Parker rather inclined to the blackmailing theory. It fitted in with the rest of the business, as he and Lord Peter had reconstructed it at Riddlesdale. 2 or 3 things, however, still puzzled Parker. Why should the blackmailer have been trailing about the Yorkshire moors with a cycle and sidecar? Whose was the green-eyed cat? It was a valuable trinket. Had Cathcart offered it as part of his payment? That seemed somehow foolish. One could only suppose that the blackmailer had tossed it away with contempt. The cat was in Parker's possession, and it occurred to him that it might be worth while to get a jeweller to estimate its value. But the sidecar was a difficulty, the cat was a difficulty, and, more than all, Lady Mary was a difficulty. Why had Lady Mary lied at the inquest? For that she had lied, Parker had no manner of doubt. He disbelieved the whole story of the second shot which had awakened her. What had brought her to the conservatory door at 3 o'clock in the morning? Whose was the suitcase, if it was a suitcase, that had lain concealed among the cactus plants? Why this prolonged nervous breakdown with no particular symptoms, which prevented Lady Mary from giving evidence before the magistrate or answering her brother's inquiries? Could Lady Mary have been present at the interview in the shrubbery? If so, surely Wimsey and he would have found her footprints. Was she in league with the blackmailer? That was an unpleasant thought. Was she endeavouring to help her fiance? She had an allowance of her own, a generous one, as Parker knew from the Duchess. Could she have tried to assist Cathcart with money? But in that case, why not tell all she knew? The worst about Cathcart, always supposing that card-sharping were the worst, was now matter of public knowledge, and the man himself was dead. If she knew the truth, Why did she not come forward and save her brother? And at this point he was visited by a thought even more unpleasant. If, after all, it had not been Denver whom Mrs. Marchbanks had heard in the library, but somebody else, someone who had likewise an appointment with the blackmailer, someone who was on his side as against Cathcart, who knew that there might be danger in the interview. Had he himself paid proper attention to the grass lawn between the house and the thicket? Might Thursday morning perhaps have revealed here and there a trodden blade that rain and sap had since restored to uprightness? Had Peter and he found all the footsteps in the wood? Had some more trusted hand fired that shot at close quarters? Once again, whose was the green-eyed cat? Surmises and surmises, each uglier than the last, thronged into Parker's mind. He took up a photograph of Cathcart, with which Wimsey had supplied him, and looked at it long and curiously. It was a dark, handsome face. The hair was black, with a slight wave, the nose large and well-shaped, the big dark eyes at once pleasing and arrogant. The mouth was good, though a little thick, with a hint of sensuality in its close curves. The chin showed a cleft. Frankly, Parker confessed to himself, it did not attract him. He would have been inclined to dismiss the man as a Byronic blighter, but experience told him that this kind of face might be powerful with a woman, either for love or hatred. Coincidences usually have the air of being practical jokes on the part of Providence. Mr. Parker was shortly to be favoured, if the term is a suitable one, with a special display of this Olympian humour. As a rule, that kind of thing did not happen to him. It was more in Wimsey's line. Parker had made his way from modest beginnings to a respectable appointment in the C.I.D. rather by a combination of hard work, shrewdness, and caution, than by spectacular displays of happy guesswork, or any knack for taking fortune's tide at the flood. This time, however, he was given a leading from above, and it was only part of the nature of things and men that he should have felt distinctly ungrateful for it. He finished his report, replaced everything tidily in the desk, and went round to the police station to arrange with the prefect about the keys after the fixing of the seals. It was still early in the evening, and not too cold. He determined, therefore, to banish gloomy thoughts by a café cognac in the Boule Miche, followed by a stroll through the Paris of the shops. Being of a kindly domestic nature, indeed, he turned over in his mind the idea of buying something Parisian for his elder sister, who was unmarried and lived a rather depressing life in Barrow-in-Furness. Parker knew that she would take pathetic delight in some filmy scrap of lace underwear which no one but herself would ever see. Mr. Parker was not the kind of man to be deterred by the difficulty of buying ladies' underwear in a foreign language. He was not very imaginative. He remembered that a learned judge had one day asked in court what a camisole was, and recollected that there had seemed to be nothing particularly embarrassing about the garment when explained. He determined that he would find a really Parisian shop and ask for a camisole. That would give him a start, and then Mademoiselle would show him other things without being asked further. Accordingly, towards 6 o'clock, he was strolling along the Rue de la Paix with a little carton under his arm. He had spent rather more money than he intended,
but he had acquired knowledge. He knew for certain what a camisole was, and he had grasped for the first time in his life that crêpe de chine had no recognizable relation to crape, and was astonishingly expensive for its bulk. The young lady had been charmingly sympathetic, and, without actually insinuating anything, had contrived to make her customer feel just a little bit of a dog. He felt that his French accent was improving. The street was crowded with people, slowly sauntering past the brilliant shop windows. Mr. Parker stopped and gazed nonchalantly over a gorgeous display of jewellery, as though hesitating between a pearl necklace valued at 80,000 francs and a pendant of diamonds and aquamarines set in platinum. And there, balefully winking at him from under a label inscribed Bonne Fortune, hung a green-eyed cat. The cat stared at Mr. Parker, and Mr. Parker stared at the cat. It was no ordinary cat. It was a cat with a personality. Its tiny arched body sparkled with diamonds, and its platinum paws, set close together, and its erect and glittering tail, were instinct in every line with the sensuous delight of friction against some beloved object. Its head, cocked slightly to one side, seemed to demand a titillating finger under the jaw. It was a minute work of art, by no journeyman hand. Mr. Parker fished in his pocket-book. He looked from the cat in his hand to the cat in the window. They were alike. They were astonishingly alike. They were identical. Mr. Parker marched into the shop. "I have here," said Mr. Parker to the young man at the counter, "a diamond cat which greatly resembles one which I perceive in your window. Could you have the obligingness to inform me what would be the value of such a cat?" The young man replied instantly, "But certainly, monsieur. The price of the cat is 5,000 francs. It is, as you perceive, made of the finest materials. Moreover, it is the work of an artist. It is worth more than the market value of the stones." "It is, I suppose, a mascot?" "Yes, monsieur. It brings great luck, especially at cards. Many ladies buy these little objects. We have here other mascots, but all of this special design are of similar quality and price. Monsieur may rest assured that his cat is a cat of pedigree." "I suppose that such cats are everywhere obtainable in Paris?" said Mr. Parker nonchalantly. "But no, monsieur. If you desire to match your cat, I recommend you to do it quickly. Monsieur Briquet had only a score of these cats to begin with, and there are now only 3 left, including the one in the window. I believe that he will not make any more. To repeat a thing often is to vulgarize it. There will, of course, be other cats." "I don't want another cat," said Mr. Parker, suddenly interested. "Do I understand you to say that cats such as this are only sold by Monsieur Briquet? That my cat originally came from this shop?" "Undoubtedly, monsieur. It is one of our cats. These little animals are made by a workman of ours, a genius, who is responsible for many of our finest articles." "It would, I imagine, be impossible to find out to whom this cat was originally sold?" "If it was sold over the counter for cash, it would be difficult, but if it was entered in our books, it might not be impossible to discover, if monsieur desired it." "I do desire it very much,"
said Parker, producing his card. "I am an agent of the British police, and it is of the greatest importance that I should know to whom this cat originally belonged." "In that case," said the young man, "I shall do better to inform Monsieur the proprietor." He carried away the card into the back premises, and presently emerged with a stout gentleman, whom he introduced as Monsieur Briquet. In Monsieur Briquet's private office the books of the establishment were brought out and laid on the desk. "You will understand, monsieur," said Monsieur Briquet, "that I can only inform you of the names and addresses of such purchasers of these cats as have had an account sent them. It is, however, unlikely that an object of such value was paid for in cash. Still, with rich Anglo-Saxons, such an incident may occur. We need not go back further than the beginning of the year when these cats were made." He ran a podgy finger down the pages of the ledger. "The first purchase was on January 19th. Mr. Parker noted various names and addresses, and at the end of half an hour Monsieur Briquet said, in a final manner, "That is all, monsieur. How many names have you there?" "13," said Parker. "And there are still 3 cats in stock. The original number was 20, so that 4 must have been sold for cash. If monsieur wishes to verify the matter, we can consult the day-book." The search in the day-book was longer and more tiresome, but eventually 4 cats were duly found to have been sold. One on January 31st, another on February 6th, the third on May 17th, and the last on August 9th. Mr. Parker had risen and embarked upon a long string of compliments and thanks, when a sudden association of ideas and dates prompted him to hand Cathcart's photograph to Monsieur Briquet and ask whether he recognized it. Monsieur Briquet shook his head. "I am sure he is not one of our regular customers," he said, "and I have a very good memory for faces. I make a point of knowing anyone who has any considerable account with me, and this gentleman has not everybody's face. But we will ask my assistants." The majority of the staff failed to recognize the photograph, and Parker was on the point of putting it back in his pocket-book when a young lady, who had just finished selling an engagement ring to an obese and elderly Jew, arrived and said, without any hesitation, "Mais oui, je l'ai vu, ce monsieur-là. It is the Englishman who bought a diamond cat for the jolie blonde." "Mademoiselle," said Parker, eagerly, "I beseech you to do me the favour to remember all about it." "Parfaitement," said she. "It is not the face one would forget, especially when one is a woman. The gentleman bought a diamond cat and paid for it. No, I am wrong. It was the lady who bought it, and I remember now to have been surprised that she should pay like that at once in money, because ladies do not usually carry such large sums. The gentleman bought 2. He bought a diamond and tortoise-shell comb for the lady to wear, and then she said she must give him something pour porter bonheur, and asked me for a mascot that was good for cards. I showed her some jewels more suitable for a gentleman, but she saw these cats and fell in love with them, and said he should have a cat and nothing else. She was sure it would bring him good hands. She asked me if it was not so, and I said undoubtedly, and monsieur must be sure never to play without it. And he laughed very much, and promised always to have it upon him when he was playing." "And how was she, this lady?" "Blonde, monsieur, and very pretty, rather tall and svelte, and very well dressed. a big hat and dark blue costume. Quoi encore? Voyons. Yes, she was a foreigner. English? I do not know. She spoke French very, very well, almost like a French person, but she had just the little suspicion of accent. What language did she speak with the gentleman? French, monsieur. You see, we were speaking together, and they both appealed to me continually, and so all the talk was in French. The gentleman spoke French à merveille. It was only by his clothes and a je ne sais quoi in his appearance that I guessed he was English. The lady spoke equally fluently, but one remarked just the accent from time to time. Of course, I went away from them once or twice to get goods from the window, and they talked then, I do not know in what language. Now, mademoiselle, can you tell me how long ago this was? Ah, mon Dieu, ça c'est plus difficile. Monsieur sait que les jours se suivent et se ressemblent. Voyons. We can see by the day-book, put in Monsieur Briquet, on what occasion a diamond comb was sold with a diamond cat. Of course, said Parker hastily. Let us go back. They went back and turned to the January volume, where they found no help. But on February 6th they read, Peine en écaillé diamant, 7,500 francs. Chat en diamant, dessin C5, 5,000 francs. That settles it, said Parker gloomily. Monsieur does not appear content, suggested the jeweller. Monsieur, said Parker, I am more grateful than I can say for your very great kindness. But I will frankly confess that of all the 12 months in the year, I had rather it had been any other. Parker found this whole episode so annoying to his feelings that he bought 2 comic papers, and, carrying them away to Boudet's at the corner of the Rue Auguste Leopold, read them solemnly through over his dinner by way of settling his mind. Then, returning to his modest hotel, he ordered a drink and sat down to compose a letter to Lord Peter. It was a slow job, and he did not appear to relish it very much. His concluding paragraph was as follows. I have put down all these things for you without any comment. You will be able to draw your own inferences as well as I can. Better, I hope, for my own are perplexing and worrying me no end. They may be all rubbish. I hope they are. I dare say something will turn up at your end to put quite a different interpretation upon the facts. But I do feel that they must be cleared up. I would offer to hand over the job, but another man might jump at conclusions even faster than I do, and make a mess of it. But, of course, if you say so, I will be taken suddenly ill at any moment. Let me know. If you think I'd better go on grubbing about over here, can you get hold of a photograph of Lady Mary Wimsey, and find out, if possible, about the diamond comb and the green-eyed cat? Also, at exactly what date Lady Mary was in Paris in February. Does she speak French as well as you do? Let me know how you are getting on. Yours ever, Charles Parker. He reread the letter and report carefully, and sealed them up. Then he wrote to his sister, did up his parcel neatly, and rang for the valet de chambre. I want this letter sent off at once, registered, he said, and the parcel is to go to-morrow as a colis postal. After which he went to bed, and read himself to sleep, with a commentary on the Epistle to the Hebrews. Lord Peter's reply arrived by return. Dear Charles, don't worry. I don't like the look of things myself, frightfully,
But I'd rather you tackled the business than anyone else. As you say, the ordinary police bloke doesn't mind whom he arrests, provided he arrests someone, and is altogether a most damnable fellow to have poking about in one's affairs. I'm putting my mind to getting my brother cleared. That is the first consideration, after all, and really anything else would be better than having Jerry hanged for a crime he didn't commit. Whoever did it, it's better the right person should suffer than the wrong. So go ahead. I enclose 2 photographs, all I can lay hands on for the moment. The one in nursing kit is rather rotten, and the other's all smothered up in a big hat. I had a damn queer little adventure here on Wednesday, which I'll tell you about when we meet. I've found a woman who obviously knows more than she ought, and a most promising ruffian. Only I'm afraid he's got an alibi. Also, I've got a faint suggestion of a clue about number 10. Nothing much happened at Northallerton, except that Jerry was, of course, committed for trial. My mother is here, thank God, and I'm hoping she'll get some sense out of Mary. But she's been worse these last 2 days. Mary, I mean, not my mother. Beastly sick, and all that sort of thing. Dr. Thingamummy, who is an ass, can't make it out. Mother says it's as clear as noonday, and she'll stop it if I have patience a day or 2. I made her ask about the comb and the cat. M denies the cat altogether, but admits to a diamond comb bought in Paris. Says she bought it herself. It's in town. I'll get it and send it on. She says she can't remember where she bought it, has lost the bill, but it didn't cost anything like 7,500 francs. She was in Paris from February 2nd to February 20th. My chief business now is to see Lubbock and clear up a little matter concerning silver sand. The assizes will be the first week in November, in fact, the end of next week. This rushes things a bit, but it doesn't matter, because they can't try him there. Nothing will matter but the grand jury, who are bound to find a true bill on the face of it. After that we can hang matters up as long as we like. It's going to be a deuce of a business. Parliament sitting and all that. Old Biggs is fearfully perturbed under that marble outside of his. I hadn't really grasped what a fuss it was to try peers. It's only happened about once in every 60 years, and the procedure's about as old as Queen Elizabeth. They have to appoint a Lord High Steward for the occasion, and God knows what. They have to make it frightfully clear in the commission that it is only for the occasion, because somewhere about Richard III's time the LHS was such a terrifically big pot that he got to ruling the roost. So when Henry IV came to the throne, and the office came into the hands of the Crown, he jolly well kept it there. And now they only appoint a man pro tem for the coronation and shows like Jerry's. The king always pretends not to know there isn't a LHS till the time comes, and is no end surprised at having to think of somebody to take on the job. Did you know all this? I didn't. I got it out of Biggie. Cheer up, and pretend you don't know that any of these people are relations of mine. My mother sends you her kindest regards and what not, and hopes she'll see you again soon. Bunter sends something correct and respectful, I forget what. Yours in the Brotherhood of Detection, P.W. It may as well be said at once that the evidence from the photographs was wholly inconclusive. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Clouds of Witness by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary, quite contrary. I am striving to take into public life what any man gets from his mother. Lady Astor. On the opening day of the York Assizes, the grand jury brought in a true bill against Gerald, Duke of Denver, for murder. Gerald, Duke of Denver, being accordingly produced in the court, the judge affected to discover, what indeed every newspaper in the country had been announcing to the world for the last fortnight, that he, being but a common or garden judge, with a plebeian jury, was incompetent to try a peer of the realm. He added, however, that he would make it his business to inform the Lord Chancellor, who also, for the last fortnight, had been secretly calculating the accommodation in the Royal Gallery and choosing lords to form the Select Committee. Order being taken accordingly, the noble prisoner was led away. A day or two later, in the gloom of a London afternoon, Mr. Charles Parker rang the bell of a second-floor flat at No. 110A Piccadilly. The door was opened by Bunter, who informed him with a gracious smile that Lord Peter had stepped out for a few minutes, but was expecting him, and would he kindly come in and wait. "We only came up this morning," added the valet, "and are not quite straight yet, sir, if you will excuse us. Would you feel inclined for a cup of tea?" Parker accepted the offer and sank luxuriously into a corner of the Chesterfield. After the extraordinary discomfort of French furniture, there was solace in the enervating springiness beneath him, the cushions behind his head, and Wimsey's excellent cigarettes. What Bunter had meant by saying that things were not quite straight yet, he could not divine. A leaping wood fire was merrily reflected in the spotless surface of the black baby grand. The mellow calf bindings of Lord Peter's rare editions glowed softly against the black and primrose walls. The vases were filled with tawny chrysanthemums. The latest editions of all the papers were on the table, as though the owner had never been absent. Over his tea, Mr. Parker drew out the photographs of Lady Mary and Dennis Cathcart from his breast pocket. He stood them up against the teapot and stared at them, looking from one to the other, as if trying to force a meaning from their faintly smirking, self-conscious gaze. He referred again to his Paris notes, ticking off various points with a pencil. "Damn," said Mr. Parker, gazing at Lady Mary. "Damn, damn, damn." The train of thought he was pursuing was an extraordinarily interesting one. Image after image, each rich in suggestion, crowded into his mind. Of course one couldn't think properly in Paris. It was so uncomfortable, and the houses were central heated. Here, where so many problems had been unravelled, there was a good fire. Cathcart had been sitting before the fire. Of course he wanted to think out a problem. When cats sat staring into the fire, they were thinking out problems. It was odd he should not have thought of that before. When the green-eyed cat sat before the fire, one sank right down into a sort of rich, black, velvety suggestiveness, which was most important. It was luxurious to be able to think so lucidly as this, because otherwise it would be a pity to exceed the speed limit, and the black moors were reeling by so fast. But now he had really got the formula. He wouldn't forget it again. The connection was just there, close, thick, richly coherent. "The glass-blower's cat is Bompstable," said Mr. Parker aloud and distinctly. "I'm charmed to hear it," replied Lord Peter, with a friendly grin. "Had a good nap, old man?" What?" said Mr. Parker. "Hullo, what you mean, nap? I had got hold of the most important train of thought, and you've put it out of my head. What was it? Cat, cat, cat," he groped wildly. "You said the glass-blower's cat is Bompstable," retorted Lord Peter. "It's a perfectly rippin' word, but I don't know what you mean by it." "Bompstable?" said Mr. Parker, blushing slightly. "Bomp? Oh, well, perhaps you're right. I may have dozed off. But, you know, I thought I'd just got the clue to the whole thing. I attached the greatest importance to that phrase. Even now? No, now I come to think of it, my train of thought doesn't seem quite to hold together. What a pity. I thought it was so lucid." "Never mind," said Lord Peter. "Just back? Crossed last night. Any news? Lots? Good? No." Parker's eyes wandered to the photographs. "I don't believe it," he said obstinately. "I'm damned if I'm going to believe a word of it." "A word of what?" "Of whatever it is." "You'll have to believe it, Charles, as far as it goes," said his friend softly, filling his pipe with decided little digs of the fingers. "I don't say, dig, that Mary, dig, shot Cathcart, dig, dig, but she has lied, dig, again and again, dig, dig. She knows who did it, dig. She was prepared for it, dig. She's malingering and lying to keep the fellow shielded, dig. And we shall have to make her speak." Here he struck a match and lit the pipe in a series of angry little puffs. "If you can think," said Mr. Parker with some heat, "that woman," he indicated the photographs, "had any hand in murdering Cathcart, I don't care what your evidence is, you... Hang it all, Wimsey, she's your own sister." "Gerald is my brother," said Wimsey quietly. "You don't suppose I'm exactly enjoying this business, do you? But I think we shall get along very much better if we try to keep our tempers." "I'm awfully sorry," said Parker. "Can't think why I said that. Rotten bad form. Beg pardon, old man." "The best thing we can do," said Wimsey, "is to look the evidence in the face, however ugly, and I don't mind admittin' that some of it's a positive gargoyle. My mother turned up at Riddlesdale on Friday. She marched upstairs at once and took possession of Mary, while I drooped about in the hall and teased the cat, generally made a nuisance of myself, you know. Presently old Dr. Thorpe called. I went and sat on the chest on the landing. Presently the bell rings, and Ellen comes upstairs. Mother and Thorpe popped out and caught her just outside Mary's room, and they jibber-jabbered a lot, and presently Mother came barging down the passage to the bathroom, with her heels tapping and her earrings simply dancing with irritation.
I sneaked after 'em to the bathroom, but I couldn't see anything because they were blocking the doorway. But I heard Mother say, 'There now, what did I tell you?' And Ellen said, 'Lawks, your Grace, who'd have thought it?' And my mother said, 'All I can say is, if I had to depend on you people to save me from being murdered with arsenic, or that other stuff with the name like anemones, you know what I mean, that very attractive-looking man with the preposterous beard used to make away with his wife and mother-in-law, who was vastly the more attractive of the two, poor things, I might be being cut up and analysed by Dr. Spilsbury now. Such a horrid, distasteful job he must have of it, poor man, and the poor little rabbits, too.' Wimsey paused for breath, and Parker laughed, in spite of his anxiety. 'I won't vouch for the exact words,' said Wimsey, 'but it was to that effect. You know my mother's style. Old Thorpe tried to look dignified, but Mother ruffled up like a little hen and said, looking beadily at him, "In my day we called that kind of thing hysterics and naughtiness. We didn't let little girls pull the wool over our eyes like that. I suppose you call it neurosis, or a suppressed desire, or a reflex, and coddle it. You might have let that silly child make herself really ill. You are all perfectly ridiculous, and no more fit to take care of yourselves than a lot of babies. Not but what there are plenty of poor little things in the slums that look after whole families and show more sense than the lot of you put together. I am very angry with Mary, advertising herself in this way, and she's not to be pitied.' 'You know,' said Wimsey, 'I think there's often a great deal in what one's mother says.' 'I believe you,' said Parker. 'Well, I got hold of Mother afterwards and asked her what it was all about. She said Mary wouldn't tell her anything about herself or her illness, just asked to be let alone. Then Thorpe came along and talked about nervous shock, said he couldn't understand these fits of sickness, or the way Mary's temperature hopped about. Mother listened, and told him to go and see what the temperature was now, which he did, and in the middle Mother called him away to the dressing-table. But being a wily old bird, you see, she kept her eyes on the looking-glass and nipped round just in time to catch Mary stimulating the thermometer to terrific leaps on the hot water bottle. 'Well, I'm damned,' said Parker. 'So was Thorpe. All Mother said was that if he wasn't too old a bird yet to be taken in by that hoary trick, he'd no business to be getting himself up as a grey-haired family practitioner. So then she asked the girl about the sick fits, when they happened and how often, and was it after meals or before, and so on, and at last she got out of them that it generally happened a bit after breakfast, and occasionally at other times. Mother said she couldn't make it out at first, because she'd hunted all over the room for bottles and things, till at last she asked who made the bed, thinkin', you see, Mary might have hidden something under the mattress. So Ellen said she usually made it while Mary had her bath. 'When's that?' says Mother. 'Just before her breakfast,' bleats the girl. 'God forgive you all for a set of nincompoops,' says my mother. 'Why didn't you say so before?' So away they all trailed to the bathroom, and there, sittin' up quietly on the bathroom shelf among the bath salts, and the Elliman's embrocation, and the Crucian feelings, and toothbrushes and things, was the family bottle of ipecacuanha, 3/4 empty. Mother said, well, I told you what she said. By the way, how do you spell ipecacuanha?' Mr. Parker spelt it. 'Damn you,' said Lord Peter. 'I did think I'd stumped you that time. I believe you went and looked it up beforehand. No decent-minded person would know how to spell Ipecacuanha out of his head. Anyway, as you were saying, it's easy to see which side of the family has the detective instinct." "I didn't say so." "I know. Why didn't you? I think my mother's talents deserve a little acknowledgment. I said so to her as a matter of fact, and she replied in these memorable words: 'My dear child, you can give it a long name if you like, but I'm an old-fashioned woman, and I call it mother-wit. And it's so rare for a man to have it, that if he does, you write a book about him and call him Sherlock Holmes.' However, apart from all that, I said to Mother, in private, of course, 'It's all very well, but I can't believe that Mary has been going to all this trouble to make herself horribly sick and frighten us all, just to show off. Surely she isn't that sort.' Mother looked at me, steady as an owl, and quoted a whole lot of examples of hysteria, ending up with the servant girl who threw paraffin about all over somebody's house to make them think it was haunted, and finished up that if all these newfangled doctors went out of their way to invent subconsciousness and kleptomania and complexes and other fancy descriptions to explain away when people had done naughty things, she thought one might just as well take advantage of the fact." "Wimsey," said Parker, much excited, "did she mean she suspected something?" "My dear old chap," replied Lord Peter, "whatever can be known about Mary by putting two and two together, my mother knows. I told her all we knew up to that point, and she took it all in her funny way, you know, never answering anything directly, and then she put her head on one side and said, 'If Mary had listened to me and done something useful instead of that V.A.D. work, which never came to much if you ask me, not that I have anything against V.A.D.s in a general way, but that silly woman Mary worked under was the most terrible snob on God's earth, and there were very much more sensible things which Mary might really have done well, only that she was so crazy to get to London. I shall always say it was the fault of that ridiculous club. What could you expect of a place where you ate such horrid food, all packed into an underground cellar painted pink, and talking away at the tops of their voices, and never any evening dress, only Soviet jumpers and side whiskers? Anyhow, I've told that silly old man what to say about it, and they'll never be able to think of a better explanation for themselves." "Indeed, you know," said Peter, "I think if any of them start getting inquisitive, they'll have Mother down on them like a ton of bricks." "What do you really think yourself?" asked Parker. "I haven't come to the unpleasantest bit of the lot," said Peter. "I've only just heard it, and it did give me a nasty jar, I'll admit. Yesterday I got a letter from Lubbock, saying he would like to see me, so I trotted up here and dropped in on him this morning. You remember I sent him a stain off one of Mary's skirts, which Bunter had cut out for me. I had taken a squint at it myself, and didn't like the look of it, so I sent it up to Lubbock, ex abundantia cautile, and I'm sorry to say he confirms me. It's human blood, Charles, and I'm afraid it's Cathcart's." "But I've lost the thread of this a bit." "Well, the skirt must have got stained the day Cathcart died, as that was the last day on which the party was out on the moors. And if it had been there earlier, Ellen would have cleaned it off. Afterwards, Mary strenuously resisted Ellen's efforts to take the skirt away, and made an amateurish effort to tidy it up herself with soap. So I think we may conclude that Mary knew the stains were there, and wanted to avoid discovery. She told Ellen that the blood was from a grouse, which must have been a deliberate untruth. "Perhaps," said Parker, struggling against hope to make out a case for Lady Mary, "she only said, 'Oh, one of the birds must have bled,' or something like that." "I don't believe," said Peter, "that one could get a great patch of human blood on one's clothes like that, and not know what it was. She must have knelt right in it. It was 3 or 4 inches across." Parker shook his head dismally, and consoled himself by making a note. "Well, now," went on Peter, "on Wednesday night everybody comes in and dines and goes to bed, except Cathcart, who rushes out and stays out. At 11:50 the gamekeeper, Hardra, hears a shot, which may very well have been fired in the clearing where let's say the accident took place. The time also agrees with the medical evidence about Cathcart having already been dead 3 or 4 hours when he was examined at 4:30. Very well. At 3 a.m. Jerry comes home from somewhere or other and finds the body. As he is bending over it, Mary arrives in the most apropos manner from the house, in her coat and cap and walking shoes. Now, what is her story? She says that at 3 o'clock she was awakened by a shot. Now, nobody else heard that shot, and we have the evidence of Mrs. Pettigrew Robinson, who slept in the next room to Mary, with her window open, according to her immemorial custom, that she lay broad awake from 2 a.m. till a little after 3 a.m., when the alarm was given, and heard no shot. According to Mary, the shot was loud enough to waken her on the other side of the building. It's odd, isn't it, that the person already awake should swear so positively that she heard nothing of a noise loud enough to waken a healthy young sleeper next door? And in any case, if that was the shot that killed Cathcart, he can barely have been dead when my brother found him. And again, in that case, how was there time for him to be carried up from the shrubbery to the conservatory? "We've been all over this ground," said Parker, with an expression of distaste. "We agreed that we couldn't attach any importance to the story of the shot." "I'm afraid we've got to attach a great deal of importance to it," said Lord Peter gravely. "Now, what does Mary do? Either she thought the shot—" "There was no shot." "I know that, but I'm examining the discrepancies of her story. She said she did not give alarm because she thought it was probably only poachers. But if it was poachers, it would be absurd to go down and investigate. So she explains that she thought it might be burglars. Now, how does she dress to go and look for burglars? What would you or I have done? I think we would have taken a dressing gown, a stealthy kind of pair of slippers, and perhaps a poker or a stout stick. Not a pair of walking shoes, a coat, and a cap, of all things." "It was a wet night," mumbled Parker. "My dear chap, if it's burglars you're looking for, you don't expect to go and hunt them round the garden. Your first thought is that they're getting into the house, and your idea is to slip down quietly and survey them from the staircase or behind the dining-room door. Anyhow, fancy a present-day girl, who rushes about bareheaded in all weathers, stopping to embellish herself in a cap for a burglar hunt. Damn it all, Charles, it won't wash, you know. And she walks straight off to the conservatory, comes upon the corpse, exactly as if she knew where to look for it beforehand." Parker shook his head again. Well now, she sees Gerald stooping over Cathcart's body. What does she say? Does she ask what's the matter? Does she ask who is it? She exclaims, "Oh God, Gerald, you've killed him." And then she says, as if on second thought, "Oh, it's Dennis. What has happened? Has there been an accident?" Now, does that strike you as natural? No. But it rather suggests to me that it wasn't Cathcart she expected to see there, but somebody else. Does it? It rather sounds to me as if she was pretending not to know who it was. First, she says, "You've killed him," and then, recollecting that she isn't supposed to know who he is, she says, "Why, it's Dennis." In any case, then, if her first exclamation was genuine, she didn't expect to find the man dead. No, we must remember that. The death was a surprise. Very well, then Gerald sends Mary up for help, and here's where a little bit of evidence comes in that you picked up and sent along. Do you remember what Mrs. Pettigrew Robinson said to you in the train? About the door slamming on the landing, do you mean? Yes. Now I'll tell you something that happened to me the other morning. I was bursting out of the bathroom in my usual breezy way, when I caught myself a hell of a whack on that old chest on the landing, and the lid lifted up and shut down, plonk. That gave me an idea, and I thought I'd have a squint inside. I'd got the lid up and was looking at some sheets and stuff that were folded up at the bottom, when I heard a sort of gasp, and there was Mary staring at me as white as a ghost. She gave me a turn, by Jove, but nothing like the turn I'd given her. Well, she wouldn't say anything to me and got hysterical, and I hauled her back to her room. But I'd seen something on those sheets. What? Silver sand. Silver... Do you remember those cacti in the greenhouse, and the place where somebody'd put a suitcase or something down? Yes. Well, there was a lot of silver sand scattered about, the sort people stick round some kinds of bulbs and things. And that was inside the chest, too? Yes. Wait a moment. After the noise Mrs. Pettigrew Robinson heard, Mary woke up Freddie, and then the Pettigrew Robinsons, and then what? She locked herself into her room. Yes. And shortly afterwards she came down and joined the others in the conservatory, and it was at this point everybody remembered noticing that she was wearing a cap and coat and walking shoes over pyjamas and bare feet. You are suggesting, said Parker, that Lady Mary was already awake and dressed at 3 o'clock, that she went out by the conservatory door with her suitcase, expecting to meet the murderer of her... Damn it, Wimsey. We needn't go so far as that, said Peter. We decided that she didn't expect to find Cathcart dead. No, well, she went, presumably, to meet somebody. Shall we say, pro tem, she went to meet number 10? Suggested Wimsey softly. I suppose we may as well say so. When she turned on the torch and saw the Duke stooping over Cathcart, she thought, "By Jove, Wimsey, I was right after all. When she said you've killed him, she meant number 10. She thought it was number 10's body." "Of course," cried Wimsey. "I'm a fool. Yes. Then she said, 'It's Dennis. What has happened?' That's quite clear. And meanwhile, what did she do with the suitcase?" "I see it all now," cried Parker. "When she saw that the body wasn't the body of number 10, she realized that number 10 must be the murderer. So her game was to prevent anybody knowing that number 10 had been there. So she shoved the suitcase behind the cacti. Then, when she went upstairs, she pulled it out again and hid it in the oak chest on the landing. She couldn't take it into her room, of course, because if anybody'd heard her come upstairs, it would seem odd that she should run to her room before calling the others. Then she knocked up Arbuthnot and the Pettigrew Robinsons. She'd be in the dark, and they'd be flustered and wouldn't see exactly what she had on. Then she escaped from Mrs. P., ran into her room, took off the skirt, in which she had knelt by Cathcart's side, and the rest of her clothes, and put on her pyjamas and the cap, which someone might have noticed, and the coat, which they must have noticed, and the shoes, which had probably left footmarks already. Then she could go down and show herself. Meantime, she'd concocted the burglar story for the coroner's benefit. "That's about it," said Peter. "I suppose she was so desperately anxious to throw us off the scent of number 10 that it never occurred to her that her story was going to help implicate her brother." "She realized it at the inquest," said Parker eagerly. "Don't you remember how hastily she grasped at the suicide theory? And when she found that she was simply saving her, number 10, in order to hang her brother, she lost her head, took to her bed, and refused to give any evidence at all. Seems to me there's an extra allowance of fools in my family," said Peter gloomily. "Well, what could she have done, poor girl?" asked Parker. He had been growing almost cheerful again. "Anyway, she's cleared—" "After a fashion," said Peter. "But we're not out of the wood yet by a long way. Why is she hand in glove with number 10, who is at least a blackmailer, if not a murderer? How did Gerald's revolver come on the scene? And the green-eyed cat? How much did Mary know of that meeting between number 10 and Dennis Cathcart? And if she was seeing and meeting the man, she might have put the revolver into his hands any time." "No, no," said Parker. "Wimsey, don't think such ugly things as that." "Hell!" cried Peter, exploding. "I'll have the truth of this beastly business if we all go to the gallows together." At this moment Bunter entered with a telegram addressed to Wimsey. Lord Peter read as follows: "Party traced, London. Seen Marylebone, Friday. Further information from Scotland Yard. Police Superintendent Gosling, Ripley." "Good egg!" cried Wimsey. "Now we're getting down to it. Stay here, there's a good man, in case anything turns up. I'll run round to the Yard now. They'll send you up dinner, and tell Bunter to give you a bottle of the Chateau Yquem. It's rather decent. So long." He leapt out of the flat, and a moment later his taxi buzzed away up Piccadilly. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Clouds of Witness by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Club and the Bullet. "He is dead, and by my hand. It were better that I were dead myself, for the guilty wretch I am." Adventures of Sexton Blake. Hour after hour Mr. Parker sat, waiting for his friend's return. Again and again he went over the Riddlesdale case, checking his notes here, amplifying them there, involving his tired brain in speculations of the most fantastic kind. He wandered about the room, taking down here and there a book from the shelves, strumming a few unskilful bars upon the piano, glancing through the weeklies, fidgeting restlessly. At length he selected a volume from the criminological section of the bookshelves, and forced himself to read with attention that most fascinating and dramatic of poison trials, the Seddon case. Gradually the mystery gripped him, as it invariably did, and it was with a start of astonishment that he looked up at a long and vigorous whirring of the door-bell, to find that it was already long past midnight. His first thought was that Wimsey must have left his latch-key behind, and he was preparing a facetious greeting when the door opened, exactly as in the beginning of a Sherlock Holmes story, to admit a tall and beautiful young woman in an extreme state of nervous agitation, with halo of golden hair, violet blue eyes, and disordered apparel all complete, for as she threw back her heavy travelling coat, he observed that she wore evening dress, with light green silk stockings, and heavy brogue shoes, thickly covered with mud. "His lordship has not yet returned, my lady," said Mr. Bunter, "but Mr. Parker is here waiting for him, and we are expecting him at any minute now. Will your ladyship take anything?" "No, no," said the vision hastily. "Nothing, thanks. I'll wait. Good evening, Mr. Parker. Where's Peter?" "He has been called out, Lady Mary," said Parker. "I can't think why he isn't back yet. Do sit down." "Where did he go?" "To Scotland Yard, but that was about 6 o'clock. I can't imagine—" Lady Mary made a gesture of despair. "I knew it! Oh, Mr. Parker, what am I to do?" Mr. Parker was speechless. "I must see Peter," cried Lady Mary. "It's a matter of life and death. Can't you send for him?" "But I don't know where he is," said Parker. "Please, Lady Mary—" "He's doing something dreadful. He's all wrong," cried the young woman, wringing her hands with desperate vehemence. "I must see him, tell him. Oh, did anybody ever get into such dreadful trouble? Oh!" Here the lady laughed loudly and burst into tears. "Lady Mary, I beg you, please don't," cried Mr. Parker anxiously, with a strong feeling that he was being incompetent and rather ridiculous. "Please sit down, drink a glass of wine. You'll be ill if you cry like that. If it is crying," he added dubiously to himself. "It sounds like hiccups. Bunter!" Mr. Bunter was not far off. In fact, he was just outside the door with a small tray. With a respectful "Allow me, sir," he stepped forward to the writhing Lady Mary and presented a small phial to her nose. The effect was startling. The patient gave 2 or 3 fearful whoops, and sat up, erect and furious. "How dare you, Bunter?" said Lady Mary. "Go away at once." "Your ladyship had better take a drop of brandy," said Mr. Bunter, replacing the stopper in the smelling bottle, but not before Mr. Parker had caught the pungent reek of ammonia. "This is the 1800 Napoleon brandy, my lady. Please don't snort so, if I may make the suggestion. His lordship would be greatly distressed to think that any of it should be wasted."
Did your ladyship dine on the way up? No? Most unwise, my lady, to undertake a long journey on a vacant interior. I will take the liberty of sending in an omelette for your ladyship. Perhaps you would like a little snack of something yourself, sir, as it is getting late. Anything you like, said Mr. Parker, waving him off hurriedly. Now, Lady Mary, you're feeling better, aren't you? Let me help you off with your coat. No more of an exciting nature was said until the omelette was disposed of, and Lady Mary comfortably settled on the Chesterfield. She had by now recovered her poise. Looking at her, Parker noticed how her recent illness, however produced, had left its mark upon her. Her complexion had nothing of the brilliance which he remembered. She looked strained and white, with purple hollows under her eyes. "I am sorry I was so foolish just now, Mr. Parker," she said, looking into his eyes with a charming frankness and confidence. "But I was dreadfully distressed, and I came up from Riddlesdale so hurriedly." "Not at all," said Parker, meaninglessly. "Is there anything I can do in your brother's absence?" "I suppose you and Peter do everything together?" "I think I may say that neither of us knows anything about this investigation which he has not communicated to the other." "If I tell you it's the same thing?" "Exactly the same thing, if you can bring yourself to honour me with your confidence." "Wait a minute, Mr. Parker. I'm in a difficult position. I don't quite know what I ought. Can you tell me just how far you've got? What you have discovered?" Mr. Parker was a little taken aback. Although the face of Lady Mary had been haunting his imagination ever since the inquest, and although the agitation of his feelings had risen to boiling point during this romantic interview, the official instinct of caution had not wholly deserted him. Holding as he did proof of Lady Mary's complicity in the crime, whatever it was, he was not so far gone as to fling all his cards on the table. "I'm afraid," he said, "that I can't quite tell you that. You see, so much of what we've got is only suspicion as yet. I might accidentally do great mischief to an innocent person." "Ah, you definitely suspect somebody, then?" "Indefinitely would be a better word for it," said Mr. Parker, with a smile. "But if you have anything to tell us which may throw light on the matter, I beg you to speak. We may be suspecting a totally wrong person." "I shouldn't be surprised," said Mary, with a sharp, nervous little laugh. Her hand strayed to the table and began pleating the orange envelope into folds. "What do you want to know?" she asked suddenly, with a change of tone. Parker was conscious of a new hardness in her manner, something braced and rigid. He opened his notebook, and as he began his questioning, his nervousness left him. The official reasserted himself. "You were in Paris last February?" Lady Mary assented. "Do you recollect going with Captain Cathcart? Oh, by the way, you speak French, I presume?" "Yes, very fluently." "As well as your brother, practically without accent?" "Quite as well. We always had French governesses as children, and mother was very particular about it." "I see. Well, now, do you remember going with Captain Cathcart on February 6th to a jeweller's in the Rue de la Paix and buying, or his buying for you, a tortoiseshell comb set with diamonds, and a diamond and platinum cat with emerald eyes? He saw a lurking awareness come into the girl's eyes. "Is that the cat you have been making inquiries about in Riddlesdale?" she demanded. It being never worth while to deny the obvious, Parker replied yes. "It was found in the shrubbery, wasn't it? Had you lost it, or was it Cathcart's? If I said it was his, I should be ready to believe you. Was it his?" "No." A long breath. "It was mine." "When did you lose it?" "That night." "Where?" "I suppose in the shrubbery, wherever you found it. I didn't miss it till later." "Is it the one you bought in Paris?" "Yes." "Why did you say before that it was not yours?" "I was afraid." "And now?" "I'm going to speak the truth." Parker looked at her again. She met his eye frankly, but there was a tenseness in her manner which showed that it had cost her something to make up her mind. "Very well," said Parker. "We shall all be glad of that, for I think there were one or two points at the inquest on which you didn't tell the truth, weren't there?" "Yes." "Do believe," said Parker, "that I am sorry to have to ask these questions. The terrible position in which your brother is placed—" "In which I helped to place him." "I don't say that." "I do. I helped to put him in jail. Don't say I didn't, because I did." "Well," said Parker, "don't worry. There's plenty of time to put it all right again. Shall I go on?" "Yes." "Well now, Lady Mary, it wasn't true about hearing that shot at 3 o'clock, was it?" "No." "Did you hear the shot at all?" "Yes." "When?" "At 11:50. "What was it, then, Lady Mary, you hid behind the plants in the conservatory?" "I hid nothing there." "And in the oak chest on the landing?" "My skirt." "You went out. Why? To meet Cathcart?" "Yes." "Who was the other man?" "What other man?" "The other man who was in the shrubbery. A tall, fair man, dressed in a Burberry." "There was no other man." "Oh, pardon me, Lady Mary. We saw his footmarks all the way up from the shrubbery to the conservatory." "It must have been some tramp. I know nothing about him." "But we have proof that he was there, of what he did, and how he escaped. For heaven's sake, and your brother's sake, Lady Mary, tell us the truth. For that man in the Burberry was the man who shot Cathcart." "No," said the girl with a white face. "That is impossible." "Why impossible?" "I shot Dennis Cathcart myself." "So that's how the matter stands, you see, Lord Peter," said the Chief of Scotland Yard, rising from his desk with a friendly gesture of dismissal. "The man was undoubtedly seen at Marylebone on the Friday morning, and though we have unfortunately lost him again for the moment, I have no doubt whatever that we shall lay hands on him before long. The delay has been due to the unfortunate illness of the porter, Morrison, whose evidence has been so material. But we are wasting no time now." "I'm sure I may leave it to you with every confidence, Sir Andrew," replied Wimsey, cordially shaking hands. "I'm digging away too. Between us we ought to get something.
You in your small corner, and I in mine, as the hymn says. Or is it a hymn? I remember readin' it in a book about missionaries when I was small. Did you want to be a missionary in your youth? I did. I think most kids do, some time or another, which is odd, seeing how unsatisfactory most of us turn out. Meanwhile, said Sir Andrew Mackenzie, if you run across the man yourself, let us know. I would never deny your extraordinary good fortune, or it may be good judgment, in running across the criminals we may be wanting. If I catch the bloke, said Lord Peter, I'll come and shriek under your windows till you let me in, if it's the middle of the night and you in your little nightshirt. And, talking of nightshirts, reminds me that we hope to see you down at Denver one of these days, as soon as this business is over. Mother sends kind regards, of course. Thanks very much, replied Sir Andrew. I hope you feel that all is going well. I had Parker in here this morning to report, and he seemed a little dissatisfied. He's been doing a lot of ungrateful routine work, said Wimsey, and being altogether the fine, sound man he always is. He's been a damn good friend to me, Sir Andrew, and it's a real privilege to be allowed to work with him. Well, so long, Chief. He found that his interview with Sir Andrew Mackenzie had taken up a couple of hours, and that it was nearly 8 o'clock. He was just trying to make up his mind where to dine when he was accosted by a cheerful young woman with bobbed red hair, dressed in a short checked shirt, brilliant jumper, corduroy jacket, and a rakish green velvet tam-o'-shanter. Surely, said the young woman, extending a shapely, ungloved hand, it's Lord Peter Wimsey. How are you, and how's Mary? But Jove, said Wimsey gallantly, it's Miss Tarrant. How perfectly rippin' to see you again. Absolutely delightful. Thanks. Mary ain't as fit as she might be, worryin' about this murder business, you know. You've heard that we're what the poor so kindly and tactfully call in trouble, I s'pect, what? Yes, of course, replied Miss Tarrant eagerly. And, of course, as a good socialist, I can't help rejoicing, rather, when a peer gets taken up, because it does make him look so silly, you know, and the House of Lords is silly, isn't it? But really, I'd rather it was anybody else's brother. Mary and I were such great friends, you know, and, of course, you do investigate things, don't you? Not just live on your own estates in the country and shoot birds. So I suppose that makes a difference. That's very kind of you, said Peter. If you can prevail upon yourself to overlook the misfortune of my birth and my other deficiencies, perhaps you would honour me by coming along and having a bit of dinner somewhere, what? Oh, I'd have loved to, cried Miss Tarrant with enormous energy, but I've promised to be at the club tonight. There's a meeting at 9. Mr. Coke, the Labour leader, you know, is going to make a speech about converting the Army and Navy to communism. We expect to be raided, and there's going to be a grand hunt for spies before we begin. But look here, do come along and dine with me there, and if you like, I'll try to smuggle you into the meeting, and you'll be seized and turned out. I suppose I oughtn't to have told you anything about it, because you ought to be a deadly enemy, but I really can't believe you're dangerous. I'm just an ordinary capitalist, I expect, said Lord Peter, highly obnoxious. Well, come to dinner anyhow. I do so want to hear all the news. Peter reflected that the dinner at the Soviet Club would be worse than execrable, and was just preparing an excuse when it occurred to him that Miss Tarrant might be able to tell him a good many of the things
that he didn't know, and really ought to know, about his own sister. Accordingly, he altered his polite refusal into a polite acceptance, and, plunging after Miss Tarrant, was led at a reckless pace, and by a series of grimy short-cuts, into Gerrard Street, where an orange door, flanked by windows with magenta curtains, sufficiently indicated the Soviet Club. The Soviet Club, being founded to accommodate free thinking rather than high living, had that curious amateur air which pervades all worldly institutions planned by unworldly people. Exactly why it made Lord Peter instantly think of mission teas he could not say, unless it was that all the members looked as though they cherished a purpose in life, and that the staff seemed rather sketchily trained and strongly in evidence. Wimsey reminded himself that in so democratic an institution one could hardly expect the assistants to assume that air of superiority which marks the servants in a West End club. For one thing, they would not be such capitalists. In the dining-room below, the resemblance to a mission tea was increased by the exceedingly heated atmosphere, the babble of conversation, and the curious inequalities of the cutlery. Miss Tarrant secured seats at a rather crumby table near the serving hatch, and Peter wedged himself in with some difficulty next to a very large, curly-haired man in a velvet coat, who was earnestly conversing with a thin, eager young woman in a Russian blouse, Venetian beads, a Hungarian shawl, and a Spanish comb, looking like a personification of the united front of the Internationale. Lord Peter endeavoured to please his hostess by a question about the great Mr. Coke, but was checked by an agitated "Hush! Please don't shout about it," said Miss Tarrant, leaning across till her auburn mop positively tickled his eyebrows. "It's so secret." "I'm awfully sorry," said Wimsey apologetically. "I say, d'you know you're dipping those jolly little beads of yours in the soup?" "Oh, am I?" cried Miss Tarrant, withdrawing hastily. "Oh, thank you so much, especially as the colour runs. I hope it isn't arsenic or anything." Then, leaning forward again, she whispered hoarsely, "The girl next to me is Erica Heath Warburton, the writer, you know." Wimsey looked with a new respect at the lady in the Russian blouse. Few books were capable of calling up a blush to his cheek, but he remembered that one of Miss Heath Warburton's had done it. The authoress was just saying impressively to her companion, "Ever know a sincere emotion to express itself in a subordinate clause?" "Joyce has freed us from the superstition of syntax," agreed the curly man. "Scenes which make emotional history," said Miss Heath Warburton, "should ideally be expressed in a series of animal squeals." "The D.H. Lawrence formula," said the other. "Or even Dada," said the authoress. "We need a new notation," said the curly-haired man, putting both elbows on the table and knocking Wimsey's bread on the floor. "Have you heard Robert Snoats recite his own verse, do the tom-tom and the penny-whistle?" Lord Peter with difficulty detached his attention from this fascinating discussion to find that Miss Tarrant was saying something about Mary. "One misses your sister very much," she said. "Her wonderful enthusiasm. She spoke so well at meetings.
She had such a real sympathy with the worker. "It seems astonishing to me," said Wimsey, "seeing Mary's never had to do a stroke of work in her life." "Oh," cried Miss Tarrant, "but she did work. She worked for us wonderfully. She was secretary to our propaganda society for nearly 6 months. And then she worked so hard for Mr. Goyles, to say nothing of her nursing in the war. Of course, I don't approve of England's attitude in the war, but nobody would say the work wasn't hard." "Who is Mr. Goyles?" "Oh, one of our leading speakers. Quite young, but the government are really afraid of him. I expect he'll be here tonight. He has been lecturing in the north, but I believe he's back now." "I say, do look out," said Peter. "Your beads are in your plate again?" "Are they? Well, perhaps they'll flavour the mutton. I'm afraid the cooking isn't very good here, but the subscription's so small, you see. I wonder Mary never told you about Mr. Goyles. They were so very friendly, you know, some time ago. Everybody thought she was going to marry him, but it seemed to fall through. And then your sister left town. Do you know about it?" "That was the fellow, was it? Yes. Well, my people didn't altogether see it, you know. Thought Mr. Goyles wasn't quite the son-in-law they'd take to. Family row and so on. Wasn't there myself. Besides, Mary'd never listen to me. Still, that's what I gathered." "Another instance of the absurd old-fashioned tyranny of parents," said Miss Tarrant warmly. "You wouldn't think it could still be possible in post-war times." "I don't know," said Wimsey, "that you could exactly call it that. Not parents, exactly. My mother's a remarkable woman. I don't think she interfered. In fact, I fancy she wanted to ask Mr. Goyles to Denver, but my brother put his foot down." "Oh, well, what can you expect?" said Miss Tarrant scornfully. "But I don't see what business it was of his." "Oh, none," agreed Wimsey. "Only, owing to my late father's circumscribed ideas of what was owing to women, my brother has the handling of Mary's money till she marries with his consent. I don't say it's a good plan. I think it's a rotten plan. But there it is." "Monstrous," said Miss Tarrant, shaking her head so angrily that she looked like shock-headed Peter. "Barbarous. Simply feudal, you know. But, after all, what's money?" "Nothing, of course," said Peter. "But if you've been brought up to having it, it's a bit awkward to drop it suddenly. Like baths, you know." "I can't understand how it could have made any difference to Mary," persisted Miss Tarrant mournfully. "She liked being a worker. We once tried living in a workman's cottage for 8 weeks, 5 of us, on 18 shillings a week. It was a marvellous experience, on the very edge of the New Forest." "In the winter?" "Well, no. We thought we'd better not begin with winter. But we had 9 wet days, and the kitchen chimney smoked all the time. You see, the wood came out of the forest, so it was all damp." "I see. It must have been uncommonly interesting." "It was an experience I shall never forget," said Miss Tarrant. "One felt so close to the earth and the primitive things. If only we could abolish industrialism! I'm afraid, though, we shall never get it put right without a bloody revolution, you know. It's very terrible, of course, but salutary and inevitable. Shall we have coffee? We shall have to carry it upstairs ourselves, if you don't mind. The maids don't bring it up after dinner." Miss Tarrant settled her bill and returned, thrusting a cup of coffee into his hand. It had already overflowed into the saucer, and as he groped his way round a screen and up a steep and twisted staircase, it overflowed quite an amount more. Emerging from the basement, they almost ran into a young man with fair hair, who was hunting for letters in a dark little row of pigeonholes. Finding nothing, he retreated into the lounge. Miss Tarrant uttered an exclamation of pleasure. "Why, there is Mr. Goyles!" she cried. Wimsey glanced across, and at the sight of the tall, slightly stooping figure with the untidy fair hair and the gloved right hand, he gave an irrepressible little gasp. "Won't you introduce me?" he said. "I'll fetch him," said Miss Tarrant. She made off across the lounge and addressed the young agitator, who started, looked across at Wimsey, shook his head, appeared to apologize, gave a hurried glance at his watch, and darted out by the entrance. Wimsey sprang forward in pursuit. "Extraordinary!" cried Miss Tarrant, with a blank face. "He says he has an appointment, but he can't surely be missing the—" "Excuse me," said Peter. He dashed out in time to perceive a dark figure retreating across the street. He gave chase. The man took to his heels and seemed to plunge into the dark little alley which leads into the Charing Cross Road. Hurrying in pursuit, Wimsey was almost blinded by a sudden flash and smoke nearly in his face. A crashing blow on the left shoulder and a deafening report whirled his surroundings away. He staggered violently and collapsed onto a second-hand brass bedstead. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Clouds of Witness by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Parker takes notes. A man was taken to the zoo and shown the giraffe. After gazing at it a little in silence, "I don't believe it," he said. Parker's first impulse was to doubt his own sanity. His next, to doubt Lady Mary's. Then, as the clouds rolled away from his brain, he decided that she was merely not speaking the truth. "Come, Lady Mary," he said encouragingly, but with an accent of reprimand, as to an over-imaginative child. "You can't expect us to believe that, you know." "But you must," said the girl gravely. "It's a fact. I shot him. I did, really. I didn't exactly mean to do it. It was a sort of accident." Mr. Parker got up and paced about the room. "You have put me in a terrible position, Lady Mary," he said. "You see, I'm a police officer. I never really imagined—" "It doesn't matter," said Lady Mary. "Of course you'll have to arrest me, or detain me, or whatever you call it. That's what I came for. I'm quite ready to go quietly. That's the right expression, isn't it? I'd like to explain about it, though, first. Of course, I ought to have done it long ago, but I'm afraid I lost my head. I didn't realize that Gerald would get blamed. I hoped they'd bring it in suicide. Do I make a statement to you now, or do I do it at the police station?" Parker groaned. "They won't They won't punish me so badly if it was an accident, will they?" There was a quiver in the voice. "No, of course not, of course not. But if only you had spoken earlier—" "No," said Parker, stopping suddenly short in his distracted pacing and sitting down beside her. "It's impossible, absurd." He caught the girl's hand suddenly in his own. "Nothing will convince me," he said. "It's absurd. It's not like you." "But an accident?" "I don't mean that. You know I don't mean that. But that you should keep silence. I was afraid. I'm telling you now." "No, no, no!" cried the detective. "You're lying to me. Nobly, I know, but it's not worth it. No man could be worth it. Let him go, I implore you. Tell the truth. Don't shield this man. If he murdered Dennis Cathcart—" "No!" The girl sprang to her feet, wrenching her hand away. "There was no other man. How dare you say it or think it? I killed Dennis Cathcart, I tell you, and you shall believe it. I swear to you that there was no other man." Parker pulled himself together. "Sit down, please. Lady Mary, you are determined to make this statement?" "Yes." "Knowing that I have no choice but to act upon it?" "If you will not hear it, I shall go straight to the police." Parker pulled out his notebook. "Go on," he said. With no other sign of emotion than a nervous fidgeting with her gloves, Lady Mary began her confession in a clear, hard voice, as though she were reciting it by heart. "On the evening of Wednesday, October 13th, I went upstairs at 9:30. I sat up writing a letter. At 10:15 I heard my brother and Dennis quarrelling in the passage. I heard my brother call Dennis a cheat, and tell him that he was never to speak to me again. I heard Dennis run out. I listened for some time, but did not hear him return. At 11:30 I became alarmed. I changed my dress and went out to try and find Dennis and bring him in. I feared he might do something desperate. After some time I found him in the shrubbery. I begged him to come in. He refused, and he told me about my brother's accusation and the quarrel. I was very much horrified, of course. He said, where was the good of denying anything, as Gerald was determined to ruin him, and asked me to go away and marry him and live abroad. I said I was surprised that he should suggest such a thing in the circumstances. We both became very angry. I said, come in now. Tomorrow you can leave by the first train. He seemed almost crazy. He pulled out a pistol and said that he'd come to the end of things, that his life was ruined, that we were a lot of hypocrites, and that I had never cared for him, or I shouldn't have minded what he'd done. Anyway, he said, if I wouldn't come with him it was all over, and he might as well be hanged for a sheep as a lamb. He'd shoot me and himself. I think he was quite out of his mind. He pulled out a revolver. I caught his hand. We struggled. I got the muzzle right up against his chest, and either I pulled the trigger or it went off of itself. I'm not clear which. It was all in such a whirl." She paused. Parker's pen took down the words, and his face showed growing concern. Lady Mary went on. "He wasn't quite dead. I helped him up. We struggled back nearly to the house. He fell once." "Why," asked Parker, Did you not leave him and run into the house to fetch help?" Lady Mary hesitated. "It didn't occur to me. It was a nightmare. I could only think of getting him along. I think I wanted him to die." There was a dreadful pause. "He did die. He died at the door. I went into the conservatory and sat down. I sat for hours and tried to think. I hated him for being a cheat and a scoundrel. I'd been taken in, you see, made a fool of by a common sharper. I was glad he was dead. I must have sat there for hours without a coherent thought. It wasn't till my brother came along that I realized what I'd done, and that I might be suspected of murdering him. I was simply terrified. I made up my mind all in a moment that I'd pretend I knew nothing, that I'd heard a shot and come down. You know what I did." "Why, Lady Mary," said Parker in a perfectly toneless voice, "why did you say to your brother, 'Good God, Gerald, you've killed him'?" Another hesitant pause. "I never said that. I said, 'Good God, Gerald, he's killed then.' I never meant to suggest anything but suicide." "You admitted to those words at the inquest?" "Yes." Her hands knotted the gloves into all manner of shapes. "By that time I had decided on a burglar story, you see." The telephone bell rang, and Parker went to the instrument. A voice came thinly over the wire. "Is that 110A Piccadilly? This is Charing Cross Hospital. A man was brought in to-night who says he is Lord Peter Wimsey. He was shot in the shoulder and struck his head in falling. He has only just recovered consciousness. He was brought in at 9:15. No, he will probably do very well now. Yes, come round, by all means." "Peter has been shot," said Parker. "Will you come round with me to Charing Cross Hospital? They say he is in no danger. Still—" "Oh, quick!" cried Lady Mary. Gathering up Mr. Bunter as they hurried through the hall, detective and self-accused rushed hurriedly out into Piccadilly, and, picking up a belated taxi at Hyde Park Corner, drove madly away through the deserted streets. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Clouds of Witness by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Goyles. "And the moral of that is," said the Duchess. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. A party of 4 were assembled next morning at a very late breakfast, or very early lunch, in Lord Peter's flat. Its most cheerful member, despite a throbbing shoulder and a splitting headache, was undoubtedly Lord Peter himself, who lay upon the Chesterfield, surrounded with cushions, and carousing upon tea and toast. Having been brought home in an ambulance, he had instantly fallen into a healing sleep, and had woken at 9 o'clock, aggressively clear and active in mind. In consequence, Mr. Parker had been dispatched in a hurry, half fed and burdened with the secret memory of last night's disclosures, to Scotland Yard. Here he had set in motion the proper machinery for catching Lord Peter's assassin. "Only don't you say anything about the attack on me," said his lordship. "Tell him he's to be detained in connection with the Riddlesdale case. That's good enough for them."
It was now 11, and Mr. Parker had returned, gloomy and hungry, and was consuming a belated omelette and a glass of claret. Lady Mary Wimsey was hunched up in the window-seat. Her bobbed golden hair made a little blur of light about her in the pale autumn sunshine. She had made an attempt to breakfast early, and now sat gazing out into Piccadilly. Her first appearance that morning had been made in Lord Peter's dressing-gown, but she now wore a serge skirt and jade-green jumper, which had been brought to town for her by the fourth member of the party, now composedly eating a mixed grill and sharing the decanter with Parker. This was a rather short, rather plump, very brisk elderly lady, with bright black eyes like a bird's, and very handsome white hair, exquisitely dressed. Far from looking as though she had just taken a long night journey, she was easily the most composed and trim of the four. She was, however, annoyed, and said so at considerable length. This was the Dowager Duchess of Denver. "It is not so much, Mary, that you went off so abruptly last night, just before dinner too, inconveniencing and alarming us very much. Indeed, poor Helen was totally unable to eat her dinner, which was extremely distressing to her feelings, because you know she always makes such a point of never being upset about anything. I really don't know why, for some of the greatest men have not minded showing their feelings. I don't mean Southerners necessarily, but, as Mr. Chesterton very rightly points out, Nelson, too, who was certainly English, if he wasn't Irish or Scotch, I forget, but United Kingdom anyway, if that means anything nowadays with a free state, such a ridiculous title, especially as it always makes one think of the Orange Free State, and I'm sure they wouldn't care to be mixed up with that, being so very green themselves. And going off without even proper clothes, and taking the car, so that I had to wait till the 1:15 from Northallerton, a ridiculous time to start, and such a bad train too, not getting up till 10:30. Besides, if you must run off to town, why do it in that unfinished manner? If you had only looked up the trains before starting, you would have seen you would have half an hour's wait at Northallerton, and you could quite easily have packed a bag. It's so much better to do things neatly and thoroughly, even stupid things. And it was very stupid of you indeed to dash off like that, to embarrass and bore poor Mr. Parker with a lot of twaddle, though I suppose it was Peter you meant to see. You know, Peter, if you will haunt low places full of Russians and sucking socialists taking themselves seriously, you ought to know better than to encourage them by running after them, however futile, and given to drinking coffee and writing poems with no shape to them, and generally ruining their nerves. And in any case, it makes not the slightest difference. I could have told Peter all about it myself, if he doesn't know already, as he probably does." Lady Mary turned very white at this, and glanced at Parker, who replied rather to her than to the Dowager. "No, Lord Peter and I haven't had time to discuss anything yet." "Lest it should ruin my shattered nerves, and bring a fever to my aching brow," added that gentleman amiably, "you're a kind, thoughtful soul, Charles, and I don't know what I should do without you. I wish that rotten old second-hand dealer had been a bit brisker about taking his stock in trade for the night. Perfectly extraordinary number of knobs there are on a brass bedstead. Saw it coming, you know, and couldn't stop myself. However, what's a mere brass bedstead? The great detective, though at first stunned and dizzy from his brutal treatment by the 15 veiled assassins, all armed with meat choppers, soon regained his senses, thanks to his sound constitution and healthy manner of life, despite the severe gassing he had endured in the underground room, eh? A telegram? Oh, thanks, Bunter. Lord Peter appeared to read the message with great inward satisfaction, for his long lips twitched at the corners, and he tucked the slip of paper away in his pocket-book with a little sigh of satisfaction. He called to Bunter to take away the breakfast tray and to renew the cooling bandage about his brow. This done, Lord Peter leaned back among his cushions, and with an air of malicious enjoyment launched at Mr. Parker the inquiry, "Well, now, how did you and Mary get on last night? Polly, did you tell him you'd done the murder?" Few things are more irritating than to discover, after you have been at great pains to spare a person some painful intelligence, that he has known it all along, and is not nearly so much affected by it as he properly should be. Mr. Parker quite simply and suddenly lost his temper. He bounded to his feet and exclaimed, without the least reason, "Oh, it's perfectly hopeless trying to do anything." Lady Mary sprang from the window-seat. "Yes, I did," she said. "It's quite true. Your precious case is finished, Peter." The dowager said, without the least discomposure, "You must allow your brother to be the best judge of his own affairs, my dear." "As a matter of fact," replied his lordship, "I rather fancy Polly's right. Hope so, I'm sure. Anyway, we've got the fellow, so now we shall know." Lady Mary gave a sort of gasp, and stepped forward with her chin up and her hands tightly clenched. It caught at Parker's heart to see overwhelming catastrophe so bravely faced. The official side of him was thoroughly bewildered, but the human part ranged itself instantly in support of that gallant defiance. "Whom have they got?" he demanded, in a voice quite unlike his own. "The Goyles person," said Lord Peter carelessly. "Uncommon quick work, what? But since he'd no more original idea than to take the boat train to Folkestone, they didn't have much difficulty." "It isn't true," said Lady Mary. She stamped. "It's a lie. He wasn't there. He's innocent. I killed Dennis." "Fine," thought Parker. "Fine. Damn Goyles, anyway. And what's he done to deserve it?" Lord Peter said, "Mary, don't be an ass." "Yes," said the dowager placidly. "I was going to suggest to you, Peter, that this Mr. Goyles, such a terrible name, Mary dear, I can't say I ever cared for it, even if there had been nothing else against him, especially as he would sign himself G.E.O. Goyles, G.E.O., you know, Mr. Parker, for George, and I never could help reading it as Gargoyles. I very nearly wrote to you, my dear, mentioning Mr. Goyles, and asking if you could see him in town, because there was something, when I came to think about it, about that Ipecacuanha business that made me feel he might have something to do with it." "Yes," said Peter with a grin, "you always did find him a bit sickening, didn't you?" "How can you, Wimsey?" growled Parker reproachfully, with his eyes on Mary's face. "Never mind him," said the girl. "If you can't be a gentleman, Peter—" "Damn it all!" cried the invalid explosively. "Here's a fellow who, without the slightest provocation, plugs a bullet into my shoulder, breaks my collarbone, brings me up head foremost on a knobbly second-hand brass bedstead, and vamooses, and when, in what seems to me jolly mild parliamentary language, I call him a sickening feller, my own sister says I'm no gentleman. Look at me.
In my own house, forced to sit here with a perfectly beastly headache, and lap up toast and tea, while you people distend and bloat yourselves on mixed grills and omelettes and a damn good vintage claret." "Silly boy," said the Duchess. "Don't get so excited. And it's time for your medicine. Mr. Parker, kindly touch the bell." Mr. Parker obeyed in silence. Lady Mary came slowly across and stood looking at her brother. "Peter," she said, "what makes you say that he did it?" "Did what?" "Shot you." The words were only a whisper. The entrance of Mr. Bunter at this moment with a cooling draught dissipated the tense atmosphere. Lord Peter quaffed his potion, had his pillows rearranged, submitted to having his temperature taken and his pulse counted, asked if he might have an egg for his lunch, and lit a cigarette. Mr. Bunter retired, people distributed themselves into more comfortable chairs, and felt happier. "Now, Polly, old girl," said Peter, "cut out the sob stuff. I accidentally ran into this Goyles chap last night at your Soviet Club. I asked that Miss Tarrant to introduce me, but the minute Goyles heard my name, he made tracks. I rushed out after him, only meanin' to have a word with him, when the idiot stopped at the corner of Newport Court, potted me, and bunked. Silly-ass thing to do. I knew who he was. He couldn't help getting caught." "Peter," said Mary, in a ghastly voice. "Look here, Polly," said Wimsey, "I did think of you. Honest Injun, I did. I haven't had the man arrested. I've made no charge at all, have I, Parker? What did you tell him to do when you were down at the yard this morning?" "To detain Goyles, pending inquiries, because he was wanted as a witness in the Riddlesdale case," said Parker slowly. "He knows nothing about it," said Mary, doggedly now. "He wasn't anywhere near. He is innocent of that." "Do you think so?" said Lord Peter gravely. "If you know he is innocent, why tell all those lies to screen him? It won't do, Mary. You know he was there, and you think he's guilty." "No!" "Yes," said Wimsey, grasping her with his sound hand as she shrank away. "Mary, have you thought what you are doing? You are perjuring yourself and putting Gerald in peril of his life, in order to shield from justice a man whom you suspect of murdering your lover, and who has most certainly tried to murder me." "Oh," cried Parker in agony, "all this interrogation is horribly irregular." "Never mind him," said Peter. "Do you really think you're doing the right thing, Mary?" The girl looked helplessly at her brother for a minute or two. Peter cocked up a whimsical, appealing eye from under his bandages. The defiance melted out of her face. "I'll tell the truth," said Lady Mary. "Good egg," said Peter, extending a hand. "I'm sorry. I know you like the fellow, and we appreciate your decision enormously. Truly we do. Now, sail ahead, old thing, and you take it down, Parker." "Well, it really all started years ago with George. You were at the front then, Peter, but I suppose they told you about it, and put everything in the worst possible light." "I wouldn't say that, dear," put in the Duchess. "I think I told Peter that your brother and I were not altogether pleased with what we had seen of the young man, which was not very much, if you remember. He invited himself down one week-end when the house was very full, and he seemed to make a point of consulting nobody's convenience but his own. And you know, dear, you even said yourself you thought he was unnecessarily rude to poor old Lord Mountweasel." "He said what he thought," said Mary. "Of course, Lord Mountweasel, poor dear, doesn't understand that the present generation is accustomed to discuss things with its elders, not just kowtow to them. When George gave his opinion, he thought he was just contradicting." "To be sure," said the Dowager. "When you flatly deny everything a person says, it does sound like contradiction to the uninitiated. But all I remember saying to Peter was that Mr. Goyles's manners seemed to me to lack polish, and that he showed a lack of independence in his opinions." "A lack of independence?" said Mary, wide-eyed. "Well, dear, I thought so. What oft was thought, and frequently much better expressed, as Pope says, or was it somebody else? But the worse you express yourself these days, the more profound people think you, though that's nothing new, like Browning and those quaint metaphysical people, when you never know whether they really mean their mistress or the established church, so bridegroomy and biblical, to say nothing of dear St. Augustine, the hippo man, I mean, not the one who missionized over here, though I dare say he was delightful too, and in those days I suppose they didn't have annual sales of work and tea in the parish room, so it doesn't seem quite like what we mean nowadays by missionaries. He knew all about it, you remember, about that mandrake. Or is that the thing you had to get a big black dog for? Manichee, that's the word. What was his name? Was it Faustus? Or am I mixing him up with the old man in the opera?" "Well, anyway," said Mary, without stopping to disentangle the Duchess's sequence of ideas, "George was the only person I really cared about. He still is. Only it did seem so hopeless. Perhaps you didn't say much about him, Mother, but Gerald said lots. Dreadful things." "Yes," said the Duchess. "He said what he thought. The present generation does, you know. To the uninitiated, I admit, dear, it does sound a little rude." Peter grinned, but Mary went on unheeding. "George had simply no money. He'd really given everything he had to the Labour Party, one way and another, and he'd lost his job in the Ministry of Information. They found out that he had too much sympathy with the Socialists abroad. It was awfully unfair. Anyhow, one couldn't be a burden on him, and Gerald was a beast, and said he'd absolutely stop my allowance if I didn't send George away. So I did, but of course it didn't make a bit of difference to the way we both felt. I will say for Mother she was a bit more decent. She said she'd help us if George got a job. But, as I pointed out, if George got a job, we shouldn't need helping." "But, my dear, I could hardly insult Mr. Goyles by suggesting that he should live on his mother-in-law," said the Dowager. "Why not?" said Mary. "George doesn't believe in those old-fashioned ideas about property. Besides, if you'd given it to me, it would be my money. We believe in men and women being equal. Why should the one always be the breadwinner more than the other?" "I can't imagine, dear," said the Dowager. "Still, I could hardly expect poor Mr. Goyles to live on unearned increment when he didn't believe in inherited property." "That's a fallacy," said Mary, rather vaguely. "Anyhow," she added hastily, "that's what happened. Then, after the war, George went to Germany to study socialism and labour questions there, and nothing seemed any good. So when Dennis Cathcart turned up, I said I'd marry him." "Why?" asked Peter. "He never sounded to me a bit the kind of bloke for you. I mean, as far as I could make out. He was a Tory, and diplomatic, and, well, quite crusted old tawny, so to speak. I shouldn't have thought you had an idea in common." "No, but then he didn't care twopence whether I had any ideas or not. I made him promise he wouldn't bother me with diplomats and people, and he said no, I could do as I liked, provided I didn't compromise him. And we were to live in Paris, and go our own ways, and not bother. And anything was better than staying here and marrying somebody in one's own set, and opening bazaars, and watching polo, and meeting the Prince of Wales. So I said I'd marry Dennis, because I didn't care about him, and I'm pretty sure he didn't care a halfpenny about me, and we should have left each other alone. I did so want to be left alone." "Was Jerry all right about your money?" inquired Peter. "Oh, yes. He said Dennis was no great catch. I do wish Gerald wasn't so vulgar in that flat, early Victorian way. But he said that after George he could only thank his stars it wasn't worse." "Make a note of that, Charles," said Wimsey. "Well, it seemed all right at first, but as things went on I got more and more depressed. Do you know, there was something a little alarming about Dennis. He was so extraordinarily reserved. I know I wanted to be left alone, but, well, it was uncanny. He was correct. Even when he went off the deep end and was passionate, which didn't often happen, he was correct about it. Extraordinary. Like one of those odd French novels, you know, Peter. Frightfully hot stuff, but absolutely impersonal." "Charles, old man," said Lord Peter. That's important. You realize the bearing of that?" "No." "Never mind. Drive on, Polly." "Aren't I making your head ache?" "Damnably, but I like it. Do go on. I'm not sprouting a lily with anguish moist and fever dew, or anything like that. I'm getting really thrilled. What you've just said is more illuminating than anything I've struck for a week." "Really?" Mary stared at Peter, with every trace of hostility vanished. "I thought you'd never understand that part." "Lord," said Peter, "why not?" Mary shook her head. "Well, I'd been corresponding all the time with George, and suddenly he wrote to me at the beginning of this month to say he'd come back from Germany, and had got a job on the Thunderclap, the Socialist Weekly, you know, at a beginning screw of £4 a week, and wouldn't I chuck these capitalists and so on, and come and be an honest working woman with him. He could get me a secretarial job on the paper. I was to type and so on for him, and help him get his articles together. And he thought between us we should make £6 or £7 a week, which would be heaps to live on, and I was getting more frightened of Dennis every day. So I said I would. But I knew there'd be an awful row with Gerald, and really I was rather ashamed. The engagement had been announced, and there'd been a ghastly lot of talk, and people trying to persuade me, and Dennis might have made things horribly uncomfortable for Gerald. He was rather that sort. So we decided the best thing to do would be just to run away and get married first, and escape the wrangling." "Quite so," said Peter. "Besides, it would look rather well in the paper, wouldn't it? 'Peer's daughter weds socialist. Romantic sidecar elopement. £6 a week, plenty,' says her ladyship." "Pig," said Mary. "Very good," said Peter. "I get you. So it was arranged that the romantic Goyles should fetch you away from Riddlesdale. Why Riddlesdale? Be twice as easy from London or Denver." "No. For one thing, he had to be up north, and everybody knows one in town, and anyhow we didn't want to wait. Besides, one would miss the young Lochinvar touch. Well, then, why at the unearthly hour of 3 a.m.? He had a meeting on Wednesday night at Northallerton. He was going to come straight on and pick me up, and run me down to town to be married by special license. We allowed ample time. George had to be at the office next day. I see. Well, I'll go on now, and you stop me if I'm wrong. You went up at 9:30 on Wednesday night. You packed a suitcase. Did you think of writing any sort of letter to comfort your sorrowing friends and relations? Yes, I wrote one, but Of course. Then you went to bed, I fancy, or at any rate turned the clothes back and lay down. Yes, I lay down. It was a good thing I did, as it happened. True, you wouldn't have had much time to make the bed look probable in the morning, and we should have heard about it. By the way, Parker, when Mary confessed her sins to you last night, did you make any notes? Yes, said Parker, if you can read my shorthand. Quite so, said Peter. Well, the rumpled bed disposes of your story about never having gone to bed at all, doesn't it? And I thought it was such a good story. Want of practice, replied her brother kindly. You'll do better next time. It's just as well, really, that it's so hard to tell a long, consistent lie. Did you, as a matter of fact, hear Gerald go out at 11:30, as Pettigrew Robinson, damn his ears, said? I fancy I did hear somebody moving about, said Mary, but I didn't think much about it. Quite right, said Peter. When I hear people moving about the house at night, I'm much too delicate-minded to think anything at all. Of course, interposed the Duchess, particularly in England, where it is so oddly improper to think. I will say for Peter that if he can put a continental interpretation on anything, he will. So considerate of you, dear, as soon as you took to doing it in silence and not mentioning it, as you so intelligently did as a child. You were really a very observant little boy, dear. And still is, said Mary, smiling at Peter with surprising friendliness. Old bad habits die hard, said Wimsey. To proceed. At 3 o'clock you went down to meet Goyles. Why did he come all the way up to the house? It would have been safer to meet him in the lane. I knew I couldn't get out of the lodge gate without waking Hardraw, and so I'd have to get over the palings somewhere. I might have managed alone, but not with a heavy suitcase. So, as George would have to climb over anyhow, we thought he'd better come and help carry the suitcase. And then we couldn't miss each other by the conservatory door. I sent him a little plan of the path. Was Goyles there when you got downstairs? No. At least, no, I didn't see him. But there was poor Dennis's body, and Gerald bending over it. My first idea was that Gerald had killed George. That's why I said, "Oh, God, you've killed him." Peter glanced across at Parker and nodded. Then Gerald turned him over, and I saw it was Dennis. And then I'm sure I heard something moving a long way off in the shrubbery, a noise like twigs snapping, and it suddenly came over me, where was George? Oh, Peter, I saw everything then so clearly. I saw that Dennis must have come on George waiting there and attacked him. I'm sure Dennis must have attacked him. Probably he thought it was a burglar, or he found out who he was and tried to drive him away, and in the struggle George must have shot him. It was awful. Peter patted his sister on the shoulder. "Poor kid," he said. "I didn't know what to do," went on the girl. "I'd so awfully little time, you see. My one idea was that nobody must suspect anybody had been there. So I had quickly to invent an excuse for being there myself. I shoved my suitcase behind the cactus plants to start with. Jerry was taken up with the body and didn't notice. You know, Jerry never does notice things till you shove them under his nose. But I knew if there'd been a shot, Freddie and the Marchbankses must have heard it. So I pretended I'd heard it too, and rushed down to look for burglars. It was a bit lame, but the best thing I could think of. Gerald sent me up to alarm the house, and I had the story all ready by the time I reached the landing. Oh, and I was quite proud of myself for not forgetting the suitcase." "You dumped it in the chest," said Peter. "Yes. I had a horrible shock the other morning when I found you looking in." "Nothing like the shock I had when I found the silver sand there." "Silver sand?" "Out of the conservatory." "Good gracious!" said Mary. "Well, go on. You knocked up Freddie and the Pettigrew Robinsons. Then you had to bolt into your room to destroy your farewell letter and take your clothes off." "Yes. I'm afraid I didn't do that very naturally. But I couldn't expect anybody to believe that I went burglar hunting in a complete set of silk undies and a carefully knotted tie with gold safety pin." "No, I see your difficulty." "It turned out quite well, too, because they were all quite ready to believe that I wanted to escape from Mrs. Pettigrew Robinson, except Mrs. P. herself, of course." "Yes, even Parker swallowed that, didn't you, old man?" "Oh, quite so," said Parker gloomily. "I made a dreadful mistake about that shot," resumed Lady Mary. "You see, I explained it all so elaborately, and then I found that nobody had heard a shot at all, and afterwards they discovered that it had all happened in the shrubbery, and the time wasn't right either. Then at the inquest I had to stick to my story, and it got to look worse and worse, and then they put the blame on Gerald. In my wildest moments I'd never thought of that. Of course I see now how my wretched evidence helped." "Hence the ipecacuanha," said Peter. "I'd got into such a frightful tangle," said poor Lady Mary. "I thought I had better shut up altogether for fear of making things still worse." "And did you still think Goyles had done it?" I didn't know what to think," said the girl. "I don't now. Peter, who else could have done it?" "Honestly, old thing," said his lordship, "if he didn't do it, I don't know who did." "He ran away, you see," said Lady Mary. "He seems rather good at shootin' and runnin' away," said Peter grimly. "If he hadn't done that to you," said Mary slowly, "I'd never have told you. I'd have died first. But, of course, with his revolutionary doctrines, and when you think of Red Russia and all the blood spilt in riots and insurrections and things, I suppose it does teach a contempt for human life." "My dear," said the Duchess, "it seems to me that Mr. Goyles shows no especial contempt for his own life. You must try to look at the thing fairly. Shooting people and running away is not very heroic, according to our standards." "The thing I don't understand," struck in Wimsey hurriedly, "is how Gerald's revolver got into the shrubbery." "The thing I should like to know about," said the Duchess, "is, was Dennis really a card sharper?" "The thing I should like to know about," said Parker, "is the green-eyed cat." "Dennis never gave me a cat," said Mary. That was a taradiddle. Were you ever in a jeweller's with him in the Rue de la Paix? Oh, yes, heaps of times. And he gave me a diamond and tortoiseshell comb, but never a cat. Then we may disregard the whole of last night's elaborate confession, said Lord Peter, looking through Parker's notes with a smile. It's really not bad, Polly, not bad at all. You've a talent for romantic fiction. No, I mean it. Just here and there you need more attention to detail. For instance, you couldn't have dragged that badly wounded man all up the path to the house without getting blood all over your coat, you know. By the way, did Goyles know Cathcart at all? Not to my knowledge. Because Parker and I had an alternative theory which would clear Goyles from the worst parts of the charge anyhow. Tell her, old man, it was your idea. Thus urged, Parker outlined the blackmail and suicide theory. That sounds plausible, said Mary. Academically speaking, I mean. But it isn't a bit like George. I mean, blackmail is so beastly, isn't it? Well, said Peter, I think the best thing is to go and see Goyles. Whatever the key to Wednesday night's riddle is, he holds it. Parker, old man, we're nearing the end of the chase. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Clouds of Witness by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Nothing abides at noon. Alas, said Haya, the sentiments which this person expressed with irreproachable honourableness when the sun was high in the heavens, and the probability of secretly leaving an undoubtedly well-appointed home was engagingly remote, seemed to have an entirely different significance when recalled by night in a damp orchard and on the eve of their fulfilment. The wallet of Kai Lung. And his short minute afternoon is night. Dawn. Mr. Goyles was interviewed the next day at the police station. Mr. Murbles was present, and Mary insisted on coming. The young man began by blustering a little, but the solicitor's dry manner made its impression. Lord Peter Wimsey identifies you, said Mr. Murbles, as the man who made a murderous attack upon him last night. With remarkable generosity, he has forborne to press the charge. Now we know further that you were present at Riddlesdale Lodge on the night when Captain Cathcart was shot. You will no doubt be called as a witness in the case, but you would greatly assist justice by making a statement to us now. This is a purely friendly and private interview, Mr. Goyles. As you see, no representative of the police is present. We simply ask for your help. I ought, however, to warn you that, whereas it is, of course, fully competent for you to refuse to answer any of our questions, a refusal might lay you open to the gravest imputations. In fact, said Goyles, it's a threat. If I don't tell you, you'll have me arrested on suspicion of murder. Dear me, no, Mr. Goyles, returned the solicitor. We should merely place what information we hold in the hands of the police, who would then act as they thought fit. God bless my soul, no, anything like a threat would be highly irregular. In the matter of the assault upon Lord Peter, his lordship will, of course, use his own discretion. Well, said Goyles sullenly, it's a threat. Call it what you like. However, I don't mind speaking, especially as you'll be jolly well disappointed.
I suppose you gave me away, Mary?" Mary flushed indignantly. "My sister has been extraordinarily loyal to you, Mr. Goyles," said Lord Peter. "I may tell you, indeed, that she put herself into a position of grave personal inconvenience, not to say danger, on your behalf. You were traced to London in consequence of your having left unequivocal traces in your exceedingly hasty retreat. When my sister accidentally opened a telegram addressed to me at Riddlesdale by my family name, she hurried immediately to town to shield you, if she could, at any cost to herself. Fortunately, I had already received a duplicate wire at my flat. Even then I was not certain of your identity when I accidentally ran across you at the Soviet Club. Your own energetic efforts, however, to avoid an interview gave me complete certainty, together with an excellent excuse for detaining you. In fact, I'm uncommonly obliged to you for your assistance." Mr. Goyles looked resentful. "I don't know how you could think, George," said Mary. "Never mind what I think," said the young man roughly. "I gather you've told them all about it now, anyway. Well, I'll tell you my story as shortly as I can, and you'll see I know damned all about it. If you don't believe me, I can't help it. I came along at about 2:45 and parked the bus in the lane." "Where were you at 11:50? "On the road from Northallerton. My meeting didn't finish till 10:45. I can bring 100 witnesses to prove it." Wimsey made a note of the address where the meeting had been held, and nodded to Goyles to proceed. "I climbed over the wall and walked through the shrubbery." "You saw no person and no body?" "Nobody, alive or dead." "Did you notice any blood or footprints on the path?" "No. I didn't like to use my torch, for fear of being seen from the house. There was just light enough to see the path. I came to the door of the conservatory just before 3. As I came up, I stumbled over something. I felt it, and it was like a body. I was alarmed. I thought it might be Mary, ill or fainted or something. I ventured to turn on my light. Then I saw it was Cathcart, dead." "You are sure he was dead?" "Stone dead." "One moment," interposed the solicitor. "You say you saw that it was Cathcart. Had you known Cathcart previously?" "No, never. I meant that I saw it was a dead man, and learnt afterwards that it was Cathcart." "In fact, you do not now know of your own knowledge that it was Cathcart?" "Yes. At least I recognized the photographs in the paper afterwards." "It is very necessary to be accurate in making a statement, Mr. Goyles. A remark such as you made just now might give a most unfortunate impression to the police or to a jury." So saying, Mr. Murbles blew his nose and resettled his pince-nez. "What next?" inquired Peter. "I fancied I heard somebody coming up the path. Did not think it wise to be found there with the court, so I cleared out." "Oh," said Peter, with an indescribable expression, "that was a very simple solution. You left the girl you were going to marry to make for herself the unpleasant discovery that there was a dead man in the garden, and that her gallant wooer had made tracks. What did you expect her to think? Well, I thought she'd keep quiet for her own sake. As a matter of fact, I didn't think very clearly about anything. I knew I'd broken in where I had no business, and that if I was found with the murdered man it might look jolly queer for me." "In fact," said Mr. Murbles, "you lost your head, young man, and ran away in a very foolish and cowardly manner." "You needn't put it that way," retorted Mr. Goyles. "I was in a very awkward and stupid situation to start with." "Yes," said Lord Peter ironically,
and 3 a.m. is a nasty, chilly time of day. Next time you arrange an elopement, make it for 6 o'clock in the evening, or 12 o'clock at night. You seem better at framing conspiracies than carrying them out. A little thing upsets your nerves, Mr. Goyles. I don't really think you know that a person of your temperament should carry firearms. What in the world, you blithering young ass, made you loose off that pop-gun at me last night? You would have been in a damned awkward situation then if you'd accidentally hit me in the head, or the heart, or anywhere that mattered. If you're so frightened of a dead body, why go about shooting at people? Why? That's what beats me. If you're telling the truth now, you never stood in the slightest danger. Lord, to think of the time and trouble we've had to waste catching you, you ass, and poor old Mary working away and half killing herself because she thought at least you wouldn't have run away unless there was something to run from. You must make allowance for a nervous temperament, said Mary in a hard voice. If you knew what it felt like to be shadowed and followed and badgered, began Mr. Goyles. But I thought you Soviet Club people enjoyed being suspected of things, said Lord Peter. Why, it ought to be the proudest moment of your life when you're really looked on as a dangerous fellow. It's the sneering of men like you, said Goyles passionately, that does more to breed hatred between class and class. Never mind about that, imposed Mr. Murbles. The law's the law for everybody, and you have managed to put yourself in a very awkward position, young man. He touched a bell on the table, and Parker entered with a constable. We shall be obliged to you, said Mr. Murbles, if you will kindly have this young man kept under observation. We make no charge against him so long as he behaves himself, but he must not attempt to abscond before the Riddlesdale case comes up for trial. Certainly not, sir, said Mr. Parker. One moment, said Mary. Mr. Goyles, here is the ring you gave me. Good-bye. When next you make a public speech calling for decisive action, I will come and applaud it. You speak so well about that sort of thing. But otherwise, I think we had better not meet again. Of course, said the young man bitterly. Your people have forced me into this position, and you turn round and sneer at me too. I didn't mind thinking you were a murderer, said Lady Mary spitefully, but I do mind your being such an ass. Before Mr. Goyles could reply, Mr. Parker, bewildered but not wholly displeased, manoeuvred his charge out of the room. Mary walked over to the window and stood biting her lips. Presently Lord Peter came across to her. I say, Polly, old Murbles has asked us to lunch. Would you like to come? Sir Impey Biggs will be there. I don't want to meet him today. It's very kind of Mr. Murbles. Oh, come along, old thing. Biggs is some celebrity, you know, and toppin' to look at, in a marbly kind of way. He'll tell you all about his canaries. Mary giggled through her obstinate tears. It's perfectly sweet of you, Peter, to try to amuse the baby, but I can't. I'd make a fool of myself. I've been made enough of a fool for one day. Bosh, said Peter. Of course, Goyles didn't show up very well this morning, but then he was in an awfully difficult position. Do come. I hope Lady Mary consents to adorn my bachelor establishment, said the solicitor, coming up. I shall esteem it a very great honour. I really do not think I have entertained a lady in my chambers for 20 years. Dear me, 20 years indeed it must be. In that case, said Mary, I simply can't refuse. Mr. Murbles inhabited a delightful old set of rooms in Stapley Inn, with windows looking out upon the formal garden with its odd little flower-beds and tinkling fountain.
The chambers kept up to a miracle the old-fashioned law atmosphere which hung about his own prim person. His dining-room was furnished in mahogany, with a Turkey carpet and crimson curtains. On his sideboard stood some pieces of handsome Sheffield plate, and a number of decanters with engraved silver labels round their necks. There was a bookcase full of large volumes bound in law calf, and an oil painting of a harsh-featured judge over the mantelpiece. Lady Mary felt a sudden gratitude for this discreet and solid Victorianism. "I fear we may have to wait a few moments for Sir Impey," said Murbles, consulting his watch. "He is engaged in Quangle and Hamper v. Truth, but they expect to be through this morning. In fact, Sir Impey fancied that midday would see the end of it. Brilliant man, Sir Impey. He is defending Truth." "Astonishing position for a lawyer, what?" said Peter. "The newspapers," said Mr. Murbles, acknowledging the pleasantry with a slight unbending of the lips, "against these people who profess to cure 59 different diseases with the same pill. Quangle and Hamper produced some of their patients in court to testify to the benefits they'd enjoyed from the cure. To hear Sir Impey handling them was an intellectual treat. His kindly manner goes a long way with the old ladies. When he suggested that one of them should show her leg to the bench, the sensation in court was really phenomenal." "And did she show it?" inquired Lord Peter. "Panting for the opportunity, my dear Lord Peter, panting for the opportunity." "I wonder they had the nerve to call her." "Nerve!" said Mr. Murbles. "The nerve of men like Quangle and Hamper has not its fellow in the universe, to adopt the expression of the great Shakespeare. But Sir Impey is not the man to take liberties with. We are really extremely fortunate to have secured his help. Ah, I think I hear him." A hurried footstep on the stair, indeed, announced the learned counsel, who burst in, still in wig and gown, and full of apology. "Extremely sorry, Murbles," said Sir Impey. "We became excessively tedious at the end, I regret to say. I really did my best, but dear old Dowson is getting as deaf as a post, you know, and terribly fumbling in his movements. And how are you, Wimsey? You look as if you'd been in the wars. Can we bring an action for assault against anybody?" "Much better than that," put in Mr. Murbles. "Attempted murder, if you please." "Excellent, excellent," said Sir Impey. "Ah, but we've decided not to prosecute," said Mr. Murbles, shaking his head. "Really? Oh, my dear Wimsey, this will never do. Lawyers have to live, you know. Your sister? I hadn't the pleasure of meeting you at Riddlesdale, Lady Mary. I trust you are fully recovered." "Entirely, thank you," said Mary, with emphasis. "Mr. Parker, of course your name is very familiar. Wimsey here can't do a thing without you, I know. Murbles, are these gentlemen full of valuable information? I am immensely interested in this case." "Not just this moment, though," put in the solicitor. "Indeed, no. Nothing but that excellent saddle of mutton has the slightest attraction for me just now. Forgive my greed." "Well, well," said Murbles, beaming mildly, "let's make a start. I fear, my dear young people, I am old-fashioned enough not to have adopted the modern practice of cocktail drinking." "Quite right, too," said Wimsey emphatically. "Ruins the palate and spoils the digestion. Not an English custom. Rank sacrilege in this old inn. Came from America. Result, prohibition. That's what happens to people who don't understand how to drink. God bless me, sir, why, you're giving us the famous claret. It's a sin so much as to mention a cocktail in its presence." "Yes," said Mr. Murples. "Yes, that's the Lafitte 75. It's very seldom I bring it out for anybody under 50 years of age. But you, Lord Peter, have a discrimination which would do honour to one of twice your years." "Thanks very much, sir. That's a testimonial I deeply appreciate. May I circulate the bottle, sir?" Do. We will wait on ourselves, Simpson. Thank you. After lunch," continued Mr. Murples, "I will ask you to try something really curious. An old client of mine died the other day and left me a dozen of 47 port." "Gad," said Peter, 47. It'll hardly be drinkable, will it, sir?" "I very greatly fear," replied Mr. Murples, "that it will not. A great pity. But I feel that some kind of homage should be paid to so noble an antiquity." "It would be something to say that one had tasted it," said Peter. "Like going to see the Divine Sarah, you know. Voice gone, bloom gone, savour gone, but still a classic." "Ah," said Mr. Murples, "I remember her in her great days. We old fellows have the compensation of some very wonderful memories." "Quite right, sir," said Peter. "And you'll pile up plenty more yet. But what was this old gentleman doing to let a vintage like that get past its prime?" "Mr. Featherstone was a very singular man," said Mr. Murples, "and yet, I don't know, he may have been profoundly wise. He had the reputation for extreme avarice, never bought a new suit, never took a holiday, never married, lived all his life in the same dark, narrow chambers he occupied as a briefless barrister. Yet he inherited a huge income from his father, all of which he left to accumulate. The port was laid down by the old man, who died in 1860, when my client was 34. He, the son, I mean, was 96 when he deceased. He said no pleasure ever came up to the anticipation, and so he lived like a hermit, doing nothing, but planning all the things he might have done. He wrote an elaborate diary containing, day by day, the record of this visionary existence, which he had never dared to put to the test of actuality. The diary described minutely a blissful wedded life with the woman of his dreams. Every Christmas and Easter day a bottle of the 47 was solemnly set upon his table, and solemnly removed, unopened, at the close of his frugal meal. An earnest Christian, he anticipated great happiness after death. But, as you see, he put the pleasure off as long as possible. He died with the words, 'He is faithful that promised,' feeling to the end the need of assurance. A very singular man, very singular indeed, far removed from the adventurous spirit of the present generation." "How curious and pathetic," said Mary. "Perhaps he had at some time set his heart on something unattainable," said Parker. "Well, I don't know," said Mr. Murples. "People used to say that the dream lady had not always been a dream, but that he could never bring himself to propose." "Ah," said Sir Impey briskly, "the more I see and hear in the courts, the more I am inclined to feel that Mr. Featherstone chose the better part." "And are determined to follow his example in that respect, at any rate, Sir Impey?" replied Mr. Murples, with a mild chuckle. Mr. Parker glanced towards the window. It was beginning to rain. Truly enough, the 47 port was a dead thing. The merest ghost of its old flame and flavour hung about it. Lord Peter held his glass poised a moment. "It is like the taste of a passion that has passed its noon and turned to weariness," he said with sudden gravity. The only thing to do is to recognize bravely that it is dead, and put it away." With a determined movement, he flung the remainder of the wine into the fire. The mocking smile came back to his face. "What I like about Clive is that he is no longer alive. There is a great deal to be said for being dead." What classic pith and brevity in those 4 lines! However, in the matter of this case, we've a good deal to tell you, sir. With the assistance of Parker, he laid before the 2 men of law the whole train of the investigation up to date, Lady Mary coming loyally up to scratch with her version of the night's proceedings. "In fact, you see," said Peter, "this Mr. Goyles has lost a lot by not being a murderer. We feel he would have cut a fine, sinister figure as a midnight assassin. But things being as they are, you see, we must make what we can of him as a witness. What?" "Well, Lord Peter," said Mr. Murbles slowly, "I congratulate you and Mr. Parker on a great deal of industry and ingenuity in working the matter out." "I think we may say we have made some progress," said Parker. "If only negatively," added Peter. "Exactly," said Sir Impey, turning on him with staggering abruptness. "Very negatively indeed. And having seriously hampered the case for the defence, what are you going to do next?" "That's a nice thing to say," cried Peter indignantly, "when we've cleared up such a lot of points for you." "I dare say," said the barrister, "but they're the sorts of points which are much better left muffled up. Damn it all, we want to get at the truth." "Do you?" said Sir Impey, drily. "I don't. I don't care twopence about the truth. I want a case. It doesn't matter to me who killed Cathcart, provided I can prove it wasn't Denver. It's really enough if I can throw reasonable doubt on its being Denver. Here's a client comes to me with a story of a quarrel, a suspicious revolver, a refusal to produce evidence of his statements, and a totally inadequate and idiotic alibi. I arrange to obfuscate the jury with mysterious footprints, a discrepancy as to time, a young woman with a secret, and a general vague suggestion of something between a burglary and a crime passionnel, and here you come explaining the footprints, exculpating the unknown man, abolishing the discrepancies, clearing up the motives of the young woman, and most carefully throwing back suspicion to where it rested in the first place. What do you expect?" "I've always said," growled Peter, "that the professional advocate was the most immoral fellow on the face of the earth, and now I know it for certain." "Well, well," said Mr. Murbles, "all this just means that we mustn't rest upon our oars. You must go on, my dear boy, and get more evidence of a positive kind. If this Mr. Goyles did not kill Cathcart, we must be able to find the person who did." "Anyhow," said Biggs, "there's one thing to be thankful for, and that is that you were still too unwell to go before the grand jury last Thursday, Lady Mary." Lady Mary blushed. "And the prosecution will be building their case on a shot fired at 3 a.m. Don't answer any questions if you can help it, and we'll spring it on 'em." "But will they believe anything she says at the trial after that?" asked Peter dubiously. "All the better if they don't. She'll be their witness. You'll get a nasty heckling, Lady Mary, but you mustn't mind that. It's all in the game. Just stick to your story and we'll deliver the goods. See?" Sir Impey wagged a menacing finger. "I see," said Mary, "and I'll be heckled like anything. Just go on stubbornly saying, 'I am telling the truth now.' That's the idea, isn't it?
"Exactly so," said Biggs. "By the way, Denver still refuses to explain his movements, I suppose?"
"Categorically," replied the solicitor. "The Wimseys are a very determined family," he added, "and I fear that, for the present, it is useless to pursue that line of investigation. If we could discover the truth in some other way, and confront the Duke with it, he might then be persuaded to add his confirmation."
"Well, now," said Parker, "we have, as it seems to me, still 3 lines to go upon. First, we must try to establish the Duke's alibi from external sources. Secondly, we can examine the evidence afresh with a view to finding the real murderer. And thirdly, the Paris police may give us some light upon Cathcart's past history." "And I fancy I know where to go next for information on the second point," said Wimsey suddenly. "Grider's Hole." "Phew!" Parker whistled. "I was forgetting that. That's where that bloodthirsty farmer fellow lives, isn't it, who set the dogs on you?" "With the remarkable wife, yes. See here, how does this strike you? This fellow is ferociously jealous of his wife, and inclined to suspect every man who comes near her. When I went up there that day and mentioned that a friend of mine might have been hanging about there the previous week, he got frightfully excited and threatened to have the fellow's blood. Seemed to know who I was referring to. Now, of course, with my mind full of number 10, Goyles, you know, I never thought but what he was the man. But supposin' it was Cathcart. You see, we know now Goyles hadn't even been in the neighbourhood till the Wednesday, so you wouldn't expect what's-his-name, Grimethorpe, to know about him. But Cathcart might have wandered over to Grider's Hole any day and been seen. And look here, here's another thing that fits in. When I went up there, Mrs. Grimethorpe evidently mistook me for somebody she knew, and hurried down to warn me off. Well, of course, I'd been thinking all the time she must have seen my old cap and Burberry from the window, and mistaken me for Goyles. But now I come to think of it, I told the kid who came to the door that I was from Riddlesdale Lodge. If the child told her mother, she must have thought it was Cathcart." "No, no, Wimsey, that won't do," put in Parker. "She must have known Cathcart was dead by that time." "Oh, damn it, yes, I suppose she must. Unless that surly old devil kept the news from her. By Jove, that's just what he would do, if he'd killed Cathcart himself. He'd never say a word to her, and I don't suppose he would let her look at a paper, even if they take one in. It's a primitive sort of place." "But didn't you say Grimethorpe had an alibi?" "Yes, but we didn't really test it." "And how do you suppose he knew Cathcart was going to be in the thicket that night?" Peter considered. "Perhaps he sent for him," suggested Mary. "That's right, that's right," cried Peter eagerly. "You remember we thought Cathcart must somehow or other have heard from Goyles, making an appointment. But suppose the message was from Grimethorpe, threatening to split on Cathcart to Jerry?" "You are suggesting, Lord Peter," said Mervales, in a tone calculated to chill Peter's blithe impetuosity, "that, at the very time Mr. Cathcart was betrothed to your sister, he was carrying on a disgraceful intrigue with a married woman, very much his social inferior?" "I beg your pardon, Polly," said Wimsey. "It's all right," said Mary. As a matter of fact, it wouldn't surprise me frightfully. Dennis was always... he had rather continental ideas about marriage and that sort of thing. I don't think he'd have thought that mattered very much. He'd probably have said there was a time and place for everything." "One of those watertight compartment minds," said Wimsey thoughtfully.
Mr. Parker, despite his long acquaintance with the seamy side of things in London, had his brows set in a gloomy frown of as fierce a provincial disapproval as ever came from Barrow-in-Furness. "If you can upset this Grimethorpe's alibi," said Sir Impey, fitting his right-hand finger-tips neatly between the fingers of his left hand, "we might make some sort of a case of it. What do you think, Murples?" "After all," said the solicitor, "Grimethorpe and the servant both admit that he, Grimethorpe, was not at Grider's Hole on Wednesday night. If he can't prove he was at Stapley, he may have been at Riddlesdale." "By Jove!" cried Wimsey. "Driven off alone, stopped somewhere, left the G, sneaked back, met Cathcart, done him in, and toddled home next day with a tale about machinery." "Or he may even have been to Stapley," put in Parker, "left early or gone late, and put in the murder on the way. We shall have to check the precise times very carefully." "Hooray!" cried Wimsey. "I think I'll be getting back to Riddlesdale." "I'd better stay here," said Parker. "There may be something from Paris." "Right you are. Let me know the minute anything comes through. I say, old thing." "Yes." "Does it occur to you that what's the matter with this case is that there are too many clues? Dozens of people with secrets and elopements barging all over the place." "I hate you, Peter," said Lady Mary. End of chapter 10.